Looking back on his 3 lifetimes, Xianxia's face was already full of tears. He was not crying, he was just sighing. Who am I? Why I came to this world? My beloved betrayed me. My biological parents abandoned me. The Bai clan wants me dead, the profound sky sect wants me dead, my enemies want me dead. But I'm dead, the artifact spirit I transformed into is also dead, and even as Xianxia's me, I died on Beast Spirit Island. But I'm alive again. So many people want me dead. I Xianxia am still alive. I stand firmly in this world, bravely facing those who once wanted to hurt me. Everything is changing except for me, Xianxia. The woman silently walked over and hugged Xianxia. She accompanied Xianxia in tears and stroked Xianxia's hair. I know, I understand. I can understand you. Old Bai won't cry. Whether you're alive or dead, whether you're Bai Mukin or Xianxia, I'll accompany you. If this world is a miserable furnace, you and I are just a strand of karmic fire in the furnace. I will also tangle with you, live together, and perish together. Xianxia didn't cry. He was crying, but he was laughing. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and said, "No one can destroy me, not even this day. They want me to die. They want me to be sad and painful, but I insist on laughing." Xianxia patted the woman on the shoulder and said, "Don't be sad for me. With you here, I'm not alone." The woman wiped away her tears and smiled. "I'm not afraid of life or death, as long as I have you." Xianxia said, "We don't have much time left. Hurry up and forge. My forging furnace will be gone in more than 100 minutes. The 2 of them immediately started forging. The first step was to throw the red dragon saber into the smelting furnace. The woman released a flame into the furnace and instantly refined the heavenly grade red dragon saber into molten iron. Afterwards, Xianxia also put the blue wave heavenly blue stone in. This was the main ingredient for refining profound grade weapons. With Xianxia himself, no matter what, he didn't do anything to melt it down. But that woman could. The woman released flames, while Xianxia used the Cosmos fire controlling technique and the profound grade weapon refining technique to control the flames and refine weapons. The blue stone melted and merged with the red dragon saber. The red devil blood thunder was restlessly stirring in the smelting furnace. It was suppressed by Xianxia's powerful 9 transformations of thunder. Last step. Throw yourself into the profound crystal. The woman said, "But I don't know when to invest. You know how to forge your own weapons. You can grasp the opportunity." Xianxia nodded. He continued to smelt, waiting for the red dragon saber to completely merge with the blue stone. When a strong light suddenly appeared in the furnace, it illuminated the entire furnace and even shot in all directions through the air outlet. At this time, Xianxia immediately threw the profound crystal into the furnace. The profound crystals melted together with the molten iron, continuously rolling and interweaving. This was an incomparably complicated process. To refine a profound grade weapon, it depended mainly on whether the artificer's attainments were strong or not. However, even a first-class artificer like Zhang Huai, who was in exile on the continent, would still have a failure rate of over 80% in forging profound grade weapons. This was why the finished profound armament was countless times more expensive than the blue wave heavenly blue stone. However, Xianxia had a talent for divine grade lightning meridians S. He could precisely control the changes in the furnace. The time is coming. Xianxia's forehead was already covered in sweat. He was also very careful. Even he could only reach 70% of the success rate in refining a profound weapon. If anything went wrong, not only would the profound weapon fail to train, even the red dragon saber would be destroyed. There are still 7 minutes left. Xianxia said, "We'll see in 7 minutes. I'm going to bring the furnace with me to the real world with your flames." The woman gave Xianxia a look of encouragement and said, "Old White, you can do it." Xianxia nodded to the woman and said, "I know that my love for you comes from the memories of the Tool Spirit's life, but in this life, what you said to me just now has caused Xianxia, who is in this life, to have a huge favorable impression of you as well. I believe that as Xianxia, I will also have a brand new love for you." The woman smiled and said with tears in her eyes, "Not to mention 3 lives, Even 9 lives, my feelings for you will never change. I am here in every life, and I can make you accept me. Xianxia waved his hand and said, My dear, I'll see you in my dreams. With that, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! At the same time, the smelting furnace fell heavily to the ground. Xianxia immediately stood up and accepted Meng Ti's fire control mission. The flames that the woman followed out were roaring in the smelting furnace. The temperature in the primeval forest rose rapidly. In the dream world, this kind of temperature was nothing, but once they arrived outside, the temperature would dry up the surrounding ground into sand. Let the trees and flowers burn to ashes. Xianxia's entire body was exposed to this kind of temperature, and his body was enduring extremely terrifying destruction and torture. However, he was able to persevere. The profound-grade equipment refining furnace had absorbed nearly 90% of the temperature for him to roast. At the same time, his own willpower could also make him resilient. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. 4 minutes. 5 minutes, 6 minutes had passed, and the smelting furnace had already turned incomparably red. 7 minutes passed. The time has come. Xianxia soared into the air and slapped the outer wall of the furnace. The top of the smelting furnace opened with a buzzing sound, and a black light shot straight into the sky. Ew! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Xianxia looked up and was stunned. What is that? He cried out in shock. In the sky, an illusory black dragon was slowly swimming. It wasn't an azure dragon, nor did it look like a black dragon. It was a long black dragon that had turned into a void, and its entire body was 1,000 meters tall. Its entire body was in turmoil like a gas, and it was constantly spreading black gas into the surroundings. But that thing wasn't anger. It was a dazed existence. Nightmare dragon, Xianxia cried out. Holy shit! The thing flying in the sky was the azure dragon's dream body. Xianxia was stunned. My artifact spirit had turned into a Meng Ti dragon. It turned into a nightmare dragon. Immediately after, an even more shocking scene occurred. The gigantic nightmare dragon frantically stirred up the wind and rain in the sky, causing the night sky to turn pitch black and devoid of light. Xianxia raised his head. He saw a world. A dazed world suddenly fell from the sky. The world was exactly the same as the real world, but it was more like a reflection on the surface of a lake. Moreover, the dazed world had fallen. Boom! A world had fiercely covered the real world. In the blink of an eye, an unimaginable and astonishing scene occurred in the entire the island of exile. When the dazed world that only Xianxia could see fell down at the same time. In the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast regions of the island, everyone in the streets and buildings was stuck in a stalemate. Apart from the martial god tower, the 4 great lords, and some experts above the fortune realm, no one else could escape this kind of suppression. All the pedestrians stopped and maintained their previous movements. It was as if time had suddenly stopped at this moment. The people on the streets, the people in the buildings, and the people on the island instantly fell asleep. All of them stood and fell asleep with their eyes open. Dream realm descended. Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. The dream world covered the real world. My God! What's going on? What happened? On the island of exile, the voices of 4 lords came from 4 different regions. They saw their maids holding plates and suddenly standing still. The 4 lords flew up and saw the streets and alleys outside. All the pedestrians stood still. A powerful force was constantly devouring the wills of the 4 lords. That force was going to make them drowsy. However, in the next moment, this situation suddenly disappeared without any warning. It also disappeared in a hurry. In the primordial jungle, Xianxia personally saw that the dazed world had escaped from the ground and quickly flew back into the sky, faintly dissipating beneath the sky. A black figure descended from the sky and was caught by Xianxia. Buzz! The 1.5-meter-long black saber had faint, black wave-lin patterns all over its body. The nightmare dragon in the sky had also drilled into the saber and disappeared. This simple saber looked like it had been buried in the earth for thousands of years and had been dug out again. It looked very old, but it did not break. Xianxia was shocked. That scene just now was caused by the power of my profound weapon? My profound weapon caused the dream world to fall. But why did it disappear again? Xianxia immediately used his Lightning Meridian's attribute to activate the saber. In an instant, the saber exploded to a size of 4 meters. A small nightmare dragon was crazily swimming within the blade. Xianxia wanted to test what kind of law power this profound weapon possessed. His heart moved slightly, and the nightmare dragon within the blade charged out. Xianxia immediately raised his head to look at the sky, wanting to see if there was a dream world that fell down again. But it didn't. The nightmare dragon suddenly wrapped around Xianxia's body. He was gone. Xianxia disappeared on the spot. But at the same time that Xianxia disappeared, an illusory, black Xianxia suddenly appeared out of thin air. The phantom Xianxia fell and knelt on one knee. His left hand was a fist, his fist lowered to the ground. His body was like a fog, but it wasn't a gas, nor was it a fog. Instead, it was the trance of the dream world. Xianxia suddenly raised his head, and a dazed black light flashed through his eyes. He discovered that the world around him was still frozen. Only his body was in a trance. My Meng Ti has been combined with my true body. Xianxia looked at his hands in shock. He discovered that he had reached the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. Really? It turned out that this saber pulled his dream body out of the dream world and covered his body. But at the same time, he could feel that he only had 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the dream experience disappeared from reality and returned to the dream world. He held the giant saber in his hand and slashed straight ahead. The black aura of the astral chi saber shot out wantonly, cutting off all the trees in the distance along the path. You can fight! Xianxia was overjoyed. In the real world, his Meng Ti could harm things and people. Understood. He came to a sudden realization. His Dao was the Dream Dao. Thus, the moment the weapon was refined, Dream Dao was released. The Dream Dao smashed the entire dream world into the real world. However, his weapon was not a Dao weapon, but a profound weapon, so the power of the two worlds overlapping immediately dissipated. The Dream Dao of a profound grade weapon could only allow the Xianxia in the dream realm to cover its body, but it could not allow the dream realm to cover the real world. All the inhabitants of the island returned to their normal state and continued to walk and talk. They did not know what had happened in the previous moment. Xianxia stood in the primeval jungle with his saber in his hand, his heart surging. He didn't expect that his dream body would be able to be used for battle. It wouldn't be a waste of effort to upgrade his dream body to the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. I now have the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. It's truly amazing. Xianxia smiled. He felt that there was a powerful power in his body that he had never experienced before. He slowly raised his right hand and a ball of 6th-stage Heaven Scryer Dipper Chi light started to beat violently in his palm. He brandished his great saber and slashed out a beam of light right in front of him. That light slash was actually 10 meters tall. The black saber light immediately flew towards the horizon at the speed of sublight. I'm afraid that even a Heaven Scryer 8th or 9th layer martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this saber. Xianxia was overjoyed. He hurriedly released the bright moon cosmos mirror and slashed 3 beams of Dipper Chi into the mirror. The huge sublight chop was swallowed by the mirror, but in an instant, the sublight chop in the mirror recovered to a length of 2 meters. Ha! Xianxia was stunned. He frowned and said, the Mingyue Haotian mirror is also a profound weapon. It is not affected by my profound grade-long saber. Thus, after I, Meng Ti, entered, my saber light returned to the 2nd level of Heaven Scryer. I didn't expect this. I'm a little regretful. Xianxia shook his head, but he did not care about that, and what happened to him could not always be perfect. He wanted to test his dream body, so he didn't dissolve it. Instead, he circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to recover his right arm. About 10 minutes later, Xianxia suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, his body solidified and his Meng Ti returned to his dream. It's over. Xianxia looked at his 2nd level Heaven Scryer realm, but he felt extremely weak. Right now, I don't even have the strength to walk. Xianxia shook his head. There was a price to pay for using a profound weapon. Dao was something a Fortune realm martial artist could freely use. Using it in the Heaven Scryer realm was equivalent to overdrawing his own body. 10 minutes after the arrival of the dream body, it was in exchange for great weakness. Xianxia sat paralyzed on the ground and smiled with his giant saber in his arms. What an unexpected harvest. Originally, he wanted to turn the red dragon saber into a profound weapon that could release a large amount of lightning to attack the enemy. He didn't expect that now, the profound weapon had become a weapon that could allow his dream body to descend. This was even better, allowing him to reach an entire 4th level out of thin air. Afterwards, Xianxia circulated the 9 Purities Cosmos skill and slowly recovered his strength. By this time, the sky had already brightened and dawn had arrived. Big harvest. Xianxia fondly stroked the black saber and said, "From today onwards you will be called Nightmare." At this moment, a message suddenly flew over from afar and fell into Xianxia's hands. Xianxia opened the signaling command, and inside was the voice of a dead eye. "Where have you been? Didn't you want to enter the exhibition? I've already greeted the leader of the Northeast region. I'm going to bring you to meet the people of 13th Street. If you have time, hurry up and find me. I'll take you there. You need to be mentally prepared beforehand. Those people from 13th Street will be called the guards of the exhibition in the future. These fellows have eyes above their heads. They may not think highly of you. Hurry up and come. I'll take care of it for you and try my best to get them to accept you." Xianxia retracted the nightmare saber to a length of 1.5 meters, then leaned against his back and strode away. Now, he already possessed the ability to increase his cultivation to the 6th level of Heaven Scryer within 10 minutes. "Xian Qingzhu, if you want to touch the Void Stone, I'm afraid it won't be that easy." Xianxia rushed to the Golden Palace and found Deadeye and the others. That Deadeye had already been waiting for him. The moment she saw Xianxia, she would drag him to the war zone. Xianxia shook off Death Pupil's arm and said, "I'm not busy. I still have some personal matters to attend to." As he spoke, Xianxia looked at Deadeye curiously and said, "Why are you so enthusiastic about helping me this time?" The Death Pupil smiled and said, "I won't be lying to you. There are many precious items in the exhibition that belong to me. If I can insert you into it, I will feel more at ease in my heart. Also, there's something else I want to give you." As he spoke, Deadeye placed a ring in Xianxia's hand. On the ring was a strange little toad carved. "What is it?" Xianxia said. "This ring can change your innate talent. From the looks of it, your lightning power will turn into a flame attribute. Of course, this is only for the looks of it. In fact, it will not affect your innate talent," the Death Pupil said. "Although I know a lot, if I can see your identity, I'm sure that some people from the Profound Sky sect and the Night Demon sect will have a chance to see through you. Wear this ring. It can cover your true identity and make it easier for you to move in the dark." "How generous!" Xianxia put the toad ring on his finger. Then he raised his right hand and a ball of fire-red aura flames rose from his palm. This ring could change the shape of the Dipper Chi, but it did not change its power. Xianxia could feel that the flames were actually lightning, but the appearance of the lightning had changed. Xianxia knew that this Deadeye really wanted to invest some capital. Although the Void Stone was a hot potato and the Deadeye did not dare to be placed in her Golden Palace, it was still her Void Stone. She still felt heartache when someone snatched it away. "Xiangbei, you're back." Xuelu and Mad Monk walked over. The Mad Monk's leg had already recovered, and beside him was a pretty middle-aged woman. "Senior brother, are you leaving now?" Xianxia saw the crazy monk carrying the package. Mad Monk laughed heartily and said, "Little junior brother, the greatest reward of this trip to the Island of Exile is to save my wife and get to know you. The days when I fought alongside you were the most precious period of my life. I will never forget you." Although Xianxia knew that there would be such a day, he couldn't help but feel sad when he left. The Mad Monk never gave his name, and Xianxia never took the initiative to ask him, because Xianxia also felt guilty. He did not dare to tell the Mad Monk his true identity, and he had no reason to ask anyone else. But the relationship between men often do not need to pay attention to so much. Sometimes a bowl of wine can form a deep friendship. A banquet that ends all over the world. Xianxia hugged Mad Monk Xiong and said, "Take good care of sister-in-law and cherish life. We'll see each other every year. See you later." The crazy monk laughed heartily. He nodded and left with his wife. Neither of them turned around, nor did they want to face the injuries of their departure. Xianxia took a deep breath and tried his best not to think about the difference. As a martial artist who traveled all over the world, leaving was inevitable. This was also the piece that Xianxia couldn't let go of in his heart. Shui Lu. Xianxia immediately changed the topic and put a storage ring into Jiang Shuilu's palm. "This is for me from Deadeye. There are essence stones inside. Leave the island now and return to your home. Give the essence stones to Senior General Huai." Jiang Zhuoluki said, "Aren't you leaving? The martial god tournament is over. What are you still doing here?" "I have some personal matters to attend to," Xianxia said. Jiang Shuilu rolled her eyes and said, "I know. You're going to the exhibition. No, I'm going to follow you to the exhibition too." "No." Xianxia shook his head and refused. "You don't know how powerful this is. There will be trouble at the exhibition. I can't do anything about it if I keep you here." He covered Shui Lu's mouth and said in surprise, "In this world, there are actually people who dare to think about the exhibition? Could it be that you are lying to me?" Xianxia said, "Looking at my face, do I look like I'm joking with you? Hurry up and go back. After I finish dealing with the exhibition, I will go to the general mansion to find you. Don't worry, I will never leave the eastern region before the Italian weapons are forged. It's settled." As Xianxia pushed Shuilu out, he said to Deadeye, "Send a few experts to send her back to the Jiang clan's headquarters. Remember to let me know when they arrive." Jiang Shuilu was reluctant, but seeing Xianxia's serious expression this time, she knew that Xianxia was serious, so she stopped pestering him. She knew that a smart woman should know how to help her beloved man. Even if she did not have the ability to help Xianxia, at least she could not drag Xianxia down. "I'm done with my business. Let's go." Xianxia watched as Shuilu was sent far away before speaking to Deadeye. Deadeye carried a carriage on his back, and the two of them boarded the carriage, heading towards the Northeast Lord's mansion. In the car, Deadeye smiled faintly. "I have taken a fancy to you, the eldest young miss of the family. I don't know why you refuse to accept it. With her background, if you are willing to marry her, you will definitely get a lot of benefits." Xianxia closed her eyes and did not answer her questions. She was a martial artist and a businessman. Sometimes she really didn't have a common topic. No matter how much she talked, she would still talk about chickens and ducks. I looked at Xianxia curiously. "Are you really not interested in wealth at all?" Xianxia still did not open his eyes. He only replied indifferently, "Gold coins are not of much significance to martial artists." Hearing this, Deadeye laughed. "Your understanding is too shallow. That's right, the cultivation techniques and martial skills you need right now, as well as medicinal pills and weapons, are not something that gold coins can buy. However, don't forget that the wealth of the secular world allows you to nurture your own clan. The more wealth you have, the stronger the clan will become. The clan will grow stronger. The more geniuses and experts will emerge from the younger generation of the clan, the higher the probability of becoming an expert. When your clan is filled with experts, your status will also rise. The higher your status, the more ways you can obtain advanced martial skills. For your Howren sect, do you really think that the Heavenly Tao old man cares about gold coins? Even if you give him 100 trillion gold coins, it would be no different from dirt to him. However, gold coins are needed to maintain the operation of the Howren sect." Death Pupil smiled and said, "If the Heavenly Tao old man didn't have gold coins, then there wouldn't be such a huge Howren sect, let alone your Xianxia. You can continue to calculate. Without you, Xianxia, the battle of the Beast Spirit Island would have been defeated. The entire southern domain would have fallen into the hands of the Profound Sky sect. Perhaps countless civilians would have already suffered. In fact, if it weren't for the Profound Sky sect, Jiang Yunfan wouldn't have saved you. Perhaps you were killed by the Wang clan a few years ago. Xiangnan opened his eyes and asked curiously, "You know my origins like the back of your hand?" Deadeye shrugged. "Your deeds have spread throughout the entire southern domain. It's not difficult to find out about these things." Xiangnan pondered for a moment and said, "Your words seem to make some sense. Although wealth is not important to me personally, it does affect me all the time, and it even affects a larger sect." Deadeye raised the curtain and looked out of the window at the street scene. "All the she in the world is for profit, and all the bustling in the world is for profit. Fame and fortune, you can't escape, no matter how extraordinary you are. In this world, everyone living in this world is shrouded in the net of money. They interact with each other, and no one can escape. Your theory is interesting, but it's extreme." Xiangnan shook his head and smiled. "Is that so?" Deadeye looked at Xiangnan and said, "I can even say that because of me. You are the one you are today." "What do you mean?" Xiangnanchi said. "He and Deadeye couldn't fight at all." Deadeye said, "Many years ago, I saved a destitute person. That destitute person also saved a destitute martial artist. As for this destitute martial artist, he became stronger and joined a third-rate sect in the southern domain. In the future, that third-rate sect will become a second-rate sect, the Blazing Fire sect. Without the Blazing Fire sect, there would be no Wang Xiaoyun, and without Wang Xiaoyun, there would be no desperate struggle in the selection of martial arts city. If you don't risk your life, Jiang Yunfan won't be able to see your potential. Perhaps you're just a core disciple of a third-rate sect today." Xiangnan's eyes widened when he heard this, but he was still thoughtful. Deadeye took out a gold coin and held it in his hand. He said, "This thing can connect seemingly completely unrelated people together. You can ignore its value, but you can't ignore its ability." Xiangnan had to admit that this Deadeye really had the ability to convince others. In fact, there was something wrong with Deadeye. She started with wealth. Without her, not only would there be no Xiangnan now, but there would be no Xiangnan's life. If Wang Xiaoyun hadn't entered the Blazing Fire sect, the Wang clan's status wouldn't have risen, and they wouldn't have suppressed the Xiang clan. If the Xiang clan wasn't suppressed, the real Xiangnan wouldn't have been killed, and he wouldn't have had the chance to reincarnate into Xiangnan. As the saying goes, a single move would affect his entire body. When Xiangnan thought of the interlocking relationship between them, he couldn't help but feel the impermanence of the heavenly Tao. "Thank you for your advice." Xiangnan smiled and said, "I learned something from you today. It can't be said to be instructive." Deadeye looked at the sky and said, "You and I are just a chess piece in the hands of the heavens." 13th Street was originally just the name of the street. If one were to draw an orthodox cross across the island of exile from east to west, across the north and south, then this cross line would pass through 4 large blocks of the 4 islands, namely, the 13th Street in the southeast and the 13th Street in the southwest. People gathered in groups, and things were divided into groups. The first group of people with outstanding strength in the same realm entered 13th Street. As the years passed, more and more experts began to gather at 13th Street, and countless battles of various sizes took place over the centuries. This was like a baptism. The strong would always survive, while the weak would either be eliminated or die. Today, 13th Street had become a synonym. Anyone who could still live in 13th Street and survive well was an elite amongst the strong and the elite. Experts were always born in turmoil, and even the ratio of experts in the 13th Street was even more terrifying than that of the Howran sect, because the living environment of the 13th Street was 10,000 times worse than that of the Howran sect. The exhibition was held in the northeast region, close to the Lord's mansion. The two of them alighted at the city Lord's mansion. Deadeye took Xiangnan to register and officially became the guard of the exhibition. Then he took Xiangnan to the exhibition venue and said, "Let me show you around and familiarize you with the exhibition area. The people on 13th Street are extremely proud. I'm afraid they won't give you any help. This exhibition is divided into 9 main exhibition areas. The guests that will come to the exhibition are all influential people. Each of them is very valuable and is the object of our protection. You can think of this as an underground trading market because not everyone can come to the exhibition, but are peer-to-peer customers. Xianxia followed Deadeye as he familiarized himself with the route here. How should I put it? Deadeye thought for a moment and said, consider it a membership system, because no matter how rich you are, as long as you have not reached a large number of deals with us, you are not qualified to come to the exhibition. Hence, half of the main defensive forces of this exhibition are placed on the exhibits, while the other half is used to protect the guests. I know. Xianxia nodded and said, you're telling me not to place all your hopes on the Lord's men. When necessary, they're even willing to sacrifice void stones, not their clients. That's what I meant. Deadeye smiled and said, what I want you to know is not the terrain of the exhibition, but the distribution of forces hidden within the exhibition. The 9 exhibition areas were very large. Each exhibition area had at least 5 exhibition halls, and each exhibition hall was equivalent to an extremely large auction house. There will be a total of 135,674 exhibits during the exhibition, of which, Death Pupil said, there's no need to say. Xianxia waved his hand. I only care about the void stones. Nothing else means anything to me. Death Pupil shrugged his shoulders and said, now I'll take you to 13th Street. They are a special section of the exhibition guards, called Team 13. It can also be said that Team 13 is the most elite defensive force in the entire exhibition. In order to let you in, I have paid a great price. Apart from the 9 war zones, the exhibition area also had an even larger area for the wealthy. This area was specially reserved for guests to rest, eat, and live in. Ordinary guards lived directly in the outer palace of the Lord's mansion, and the 13th team had given them a villa in the rich area because of their special characteristics. After Deadeye led Xianxia into the villa, Xianxia finally saw the legendary 13th Street expert. The villa had 3 floors, each with 16 separate rooms, for small halls and a main hall. At this time, there were already 5 people resting in the main hall. As soon as the 2 of them entered, the 5 of them continued to do their own things without even looking at Xianxia and Deadeye. Everyone, I've brought a friend here today. I hope you can show him around during the exhibition and let him know more about it. The Death Pupil clapped his hands with a smile. Even if it's for my sake, I hope everyone won't make things difficult for him. Xianxia glanced at the 5 people in the main hall with his eyes. There were 4 men and 1 woman. These 5 people's realms were very balanced, and all of them were at the 3rd level of Heaven Scryer. Seeing this scene, Xianxia silently nodded his head. Alright, his cultivation realm is still acceptable. At least he is on par with the people of the 1st stage hall. One of the 5 people walked over and shook hands with Deadeye. Since Lord Deadeye introduced him, we won't say anything else. Let him stay here. But I will speak the ugly words first. If he doesn't behave properly, I will send him away at any time. Deadeye smiled and said, harmonious chi makes money. Harmonious chi makes money. Everyone take care of it. Thank you. After saying that, Deadeye said to Xianxia, Xiangbei, stay here today and listen to the arrangements of the vice captain. I see. Xianxia replied. The Deadeye took out a storage ring and threw it on the table. This is a token of my gratitude to everyone, he said. We don't lack money, laughed the man. Deadeye smiled meaningfully. I didn't say that it was money. There are 100 jars of 1,000-year-old wine in this ring. It can't be bought even with money. Upon hearing this, the other 4 lazy experts immediately jumped up. 1,000-years-old wine. The experts of 13th Street immediately smiled. Lord Death Pupil is still generous. It really is our heartfelt wish. Xianxia's eyebrows twitched. He was also a wine lover. With a flick of his hand, Deadeye was able to produce 100 jars of 1,000-year-old wine. It really hurt Xianxia a little. This wine, if it was given to him, how good would it be? When he had the chance to go to the western regions and find Qinhengjuan to drink it, wouldn't it be beautiful? The majestic vice captain had already opened his storage ring and took out an ancient wine jar. Everyone was very excited around the wine jar, but when they saw the dark red wine poured out, the wine was already very sticky, but the fragrance of the wine intoxicated everyone. A woman with a ponytail picked up some wine with her chopsticks and smashed it twice in her mouth. She immediately smiled like a flower. Let me introduce myself to you. My nickname is Red Ape, and I'm the vice captain of the 13th team. The vice captain said to Xianxia. This girl with a ponytail, nicknamed Susu, loves gambling the most and has a changeable personality. The Red Ape pointed at another tall and thin man and said, he is called Shun Gue. He specializes in speed and assassination. He usually doesn't like to talk. These two are twins. They are inseparable from each other and don't ask about death. The two of them are most skilled at cooperating in battles. Their cooperation with each other is flawless and can be said to be unparalleled. Twins. Xianxia looked at the two in surprise. These two so-called twins, one was 3.56 meters tall, the other was 1.34 meters tall. They were tall and sturdy, with a straight nose and a wide mouth, and a small, sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, and thieving eyebrows and mouse eyes. Was he also called twins? What kind of twins? The Red Ape nodded and said, well, look at them. They are carved out of the same mold. Xianxia looked at the Red Ape in surprise and said, are you trying to tease me? The Red Ape said, our 13 teams are divided into 3 groups. The captain, Gang Lai, is leading one group. The other vice captain and I are leading one group. There are 5 people in each group, a total of 15 people. Gang Lai, all right. Xianxia shook his head. The Red Ape said, we are the 3rd group. From now on, you will be in charge of our daily life. You will run errands with us, buy things, lay blankets, and serve the card game. In short, you will be in charge of all the chores. I'm here to fight. Xianxia frowned. Little brother. Susu walked over and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. Look at you, you're 18 or 19 years old. You're at the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. This kind of strength is indeed very rare. In the entire eastern region, you're also the top expert amongst your peers. But you are too young. We only value realm and strength, not potential. Even if you are a 7-year-old child and possess the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm, it will only be a burden to us. I asked you to work here for the sake of Lord Deadeye. Otherwise, scram as far away as you can. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The Red Ape said, that's right. From now on, you are under the control of Susu. You can do whatever she asks you to do. If you don't listen, you can scroll away. After saying that, the Red Ape lay on the reclining chair and leisurely drank from the wine jar. Xianxia took a deep breath and endured. He had come here to protect the Void Stone, and he did not plan to deal with the 13th team in the future. He could say whatever they wanted as long as he could stay. Come here. Susu waved to Xianxia, and she dodged into a room. Xianxia followed suit and stood at the door. What are you doing? Susu turned around and took off her pants in front of Xianxia. Xianxia immediately turned his head and said, what are you doing? Take this, Susu said. Xianxia turned around and saw that Susu was holding a piece of cotton cloth with a suspicious shape in her hand. This cotton cloth was already clutched into a ball, and there were traces of blood on it. A faint fishy smell drifted out. Xianxia took it strangely and said, bandage? Susu said, girl red. Xianxia almost spat it out on the spot. Take it and wash it for me, Susu said. Xianxia threw the cloth ball on the ground and said in a low voice, did you intentionally humiliate me? Na Susu smiled and took out a message from her hand. 10 minutes, wash up and send it over. Otherwise, I will send a message to the Lord saying that if you don't cooperate with our work, you will immediately scram. Whether you want to wash or not, it's up to you. After Susu finished speaking, she left naked and swaggered out. Xianxia set the cloth ball on fire and burned it to ashes before leaving the villa immediately. He certainly won't wash it, but he can buy a new one. Looking at Xianxia's departing figure, Susu said, I almost forced him to do it. This brat stayed behind. It's too eye-catching. Sooner or later, I'll find an opportunity to kick him out. Susu is soft-hearted, the Red Ape said nonchalantly. Na Susu said, this brat's talent and potential are of the highest quality. If we let him follow us, he will definitely die at the exhibition. It would be better to drive him away as soon as possible. Xiangnan's hearing was exceptional. Even though he had already walked a long way, he still heard Susu's words. The anger in his heart naturally descended. He shook his head and said, I blamed her wrongly. Susu's actions were quite disgusting, but now it seemed like she was a good person. Usually, the items used for women's monthly affairs were sold in women's clothing stores. Xiangnan had never bought such a thing before. Even though he had fought countless battles and experienced life and death tribulations, he still felt extremely embarrassed. It would probably be inappropriate to swagger in and buy that thing like this. If she didn't buy it, she would have a reason to kick herself out. What shall I do? Just as Xiangnan was hesitating, a little girl who looked 16 or 17 walked over. She looked at the shop at the door and found that the shop was not small in size and was quite high in rank. She walked in. I got it. Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he followed the little girl in. The little girl wore a very ordinary dress. When she entered the shop, she rummaged around on the clothes rack, constantly searching for beautiful clothes. Xiangnan stood beside her, but his eyes did not look at her. He only looked at the movements of her hands. The two of them came in together. The waitress in the shop looked at them with a smile and said to the little girl, Little sister, is there anything pleasing to the eye? The little girl picked out 3 skirts and said, I want to try these 3. The waitress smiled and said, Please, there's a fitting room in the back. When the little girl entered, Xiangnan smiled and said, Excuse me, is there that thing? The waitress asked curiously, What is that thing? Xiangnan whispered, It's the thing that the girl used for the coming month. The maid suddenly came to a realization and smiled. What a good man. He is so considerate. It is rare to see such a man nowadays. What size, what material, and what price do you want? So much attention? Xiangnan was shocked. The maid covered her mouth and almost laughed. It's quite troublesome. It's not easy to be a woman. Xiangnanchao hurriedly glanced at the fitting room and hurriedly said, I want the most expensive one. Give me 10 sets of all sizes and sizes. The maid brought a large stack to Xiangnan and placed it on the table, saying, I'll tell you about the uses of different models. No need, no need. As Xiangnan wiped his sweat, he handed over his memory card. I want all of them. Just install them for me. The maid gave Xiangnan a look, which meant that I understood you. Everything was packed, and Xiangnan picked it up and was about to leave. Just as Xiangnan left, the little girl came out of the fitting room. The maid smiled and said a few words to her. The little girl's face immediately turned green. She pointed at Xiangnan's back and cursed loudly, Lascivious thief! You are so shameless! Xiangnan didn't turn around and ran very fast. By the time Xiangnan returned to the villa, there were already 10 people in the main hall. The second group of people came back, and everyone was chatting inside. Everyone turned to look at Xiangnan at the same time. One of the men asked curiously, Is that you? When Xiangnan saw the man, he recognized him. It was the black-clothed man who was standing on the top of the tower and throwing a mountain at him. Yo-ho! They've all sneaked into our team. The black-clothed man raised his eyebrows. Xiangnan glanced at him. Susu said, Are you done washing? Show me. Here. Xiangnan glared. It's right here. Take it out. If you're afraid of losing face, get lost. Susu said impatiently. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and took out a carton from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Open it, Susu said. The other 9 people were all hugging their shoulders as if they were watching a good show. Xiangnan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before opening the box. When they saw what was inside, the people from the 2 groups were stunned for the first time, and then they burst into laughter. Susu stood up, as if she had done it on purpose. She took out the items one by one and examined them in front of everyone. Everyone's laughter grew louder. Apart from the skinny, tall instant ghost who didn't laugh, the others were all out of breath with laughter. Do you feel embarrassed? Susu looked at Xiangnan and said, If you feel embarrassed, get lost. This place is not suitable for you. Xiangnan simply picked up his shoulder and said, You don't feel embarrassed. What am I afraid of? Susu's eyes turned cold. Just as she was about to speak, the black-clothed man suddenly interrupted her. The black-clothed man said, "Keep him. I fought with him once. Is my strength acceptable? It's just that my cultivation level is too low. It just so happens that I have received an order to let us pick out a person to protect the people of the Hong clan in the western region. Let him go." Na Susu frowned and didn't say anything. The black-clothed man handed Xianxia 2 items, an address and a waste token. He said, "The Hong clan of the western region is an old friend of the Lord. Take the waste token and go see him. Tell him that you are from Team 13. Leave the rest to the Hong clan to arrange." Xianxia was here to protect the Void Stones, not the fat guests. However, what he said to the 13th team was all in vain. He simply took the items and left. According to the address, he found a villa in the wealthy area. This place was heavily guarded and had a large number of experts from the Hong clan. After Xianxia displayed his waste token, he smoothly met the Hong clan's clan head, Hong Dongxing. Hong Dongxing was a sturdy, middle-aged man. Although he was a businessman, he still had the heavenly Yuan realm. "I heard the name of 13th Street long ago. I saw it today, and it was indeed a young hero." Hong Dongxing looked at Xianxia's cultivation realm and couldn't help but be shocked. "I'm not looking for you to protect me, but to protect my naughty daughter." Hong Dongxing sighed. "Xiaoying has been spoiled by me. She has never known the heavens and earth. She has been running around these days. I am most afraid that she will cause trouble. As for the subordinates I brought, they are not native to the island of exile. They do not dare to send them to follow her. They are afraid that the local forces will look down on them and cause trouble instead." "Then please, Xiangbei," Xianxia said, "and let's get rid of little brother Xiangbei. You can go up. The little girl is sulking in the 3rd-floor boudoir. I'll send someone to catch her back." Xianxia walked up the stairs, stopped at the door of a room filled with fragrance, and knocked on the door. "Get lost!" A curse came from inside. Xianxia frowned and directly pushed the door open. After entering, the two of them looked at each other in shock. "Smelly thief!" The moment that Xiaoying saw Xianxia, she was instantly enraged. Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "This? Listen to my explanation." "Explain what?" "I'll kill you. How dare you ruin my reputation?" Xiaoying, as a young lady, pounced on Xianxia and beat him up. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Xianxia didn't know what to say. Previously, he saw her dressed in very ordinary clothes, unlike everyone else's girls. Unexpectedly, she sighed. After kicking and beating for a long time, she angrily went downstairs to complain. Xianxia thought to himself that the mission this time was over. He went down to say goodbye to Hong Dongxing and then returned to Team 13. However, Xianxia was already mentally prepared. When he came downstairs, he saw another scene. Xiaoying hugged her father and kept acting coquettish. When Xianxia walked down the stairs, she pointed at Xianxia and said, "I'm very satisfied with him. You can withdraw the guards beside me and let him protect me alone. Okay?" Hong Dongxing was in a difficult situation. Xiaoying said, "Didn't you say that he is an expert of the 13th Street? Don't you feel worried?" Hong Dongxing looked at Xianxia awkwardly and could only say, "All right, from today onwards, he will be the only one to protect you. My Hong clan's family will be evacuated." Xiaoying happily kissed Hong Dongxing on the face and jumped up the stairs with Xianxia. "What the hell are you doing?" Xianxia frowned. He thought to himself that this little girl's brain had gone crazy. Why did he actually indicate that he wanted to protect her? "Listen carefully. From now on, you must obey my orders, or I will tell my father what you've done and make you suffer." Xiao Ying's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth and said, "Listen carefully. From now on, you must obey my orders, or else I will tell my father what you've done, and you won't be able to bear it. My father and the Lord are good friends. If he speaks, you will definitely not end well." "I see," Xianxia suddenly realized. "You want to run out again tonight." Xiaoying curled her lips and said, "You're quite smart. But if you dare to complain, I understand. Xianxia said. Humph. Xiaoying wrinkled her nose and said, Stay in another room. I don't want to see you. Xianxia thought to herself, That's good too. She went out for a run, and she happened to be righteously observing around to see if she could find where the people from the profound sky sect were staying. I know where Guanxiao and the others are, but what about Shen Qingzhu and the others? Sure enough, that Xiaoying secretly took it out that night. This little girl didn't look like she was messing around, but her movements were first-rate. She was 16 or 17 years old, yet she had also reached the first level of origin return, and her movements were quite strange. Standing in the shadows, Xianxia hugged her shoulders and looked at her. She was short and turned into a black afterimage that floated out of the window. Then her figure suddenly disappeared from the courtyard wall. This kind of movement technique is probably even more brilliant than the shadow steps. Xianxia nodded silently and followed her quietly. Xiaoying did not know that Xianxia was following behind her, and thought that she had successfully escaped. When she returned, she forced Xianxia to tell Hong Dongxing that she hadn't come out all night, and that would be perfect. Xiaoying's small figure flashed left and right on the bustling streets, like a ghost figure swimming around. Xianxia followed behind unhurriedly. While looking at the pedestrians on the street, he also paid attention to Xiaoying's movements. At this moment, a plain-looking man with a smile on his face and a roasted chicken in his hand brushed past Xiaoying. Xiaoying suddenly fell into the man's embrace. The man still maintained a smile and hugged Xiaoying with one hand, dragging her forward while smiling. This scene happened so suddenly that the pedestrians on the street did not notice it. Xianxia stood in the shadows under a roof and could clearly see the entire process. In the blink of an eye, the man quickly cut Xiaoying's neck and knocked her unconscious. However, this process was extremely fast. No one could see it clearly. None of them even noticed how the man attacked. Xianxia was secretly watching and did not immediately rescue him. He was thinking, what kind of identity was this Xiaoying? Could it be that she had other connections? Why would someone sneak attack such a harmless rich lady? Xianxia was hanging from behind, following the man all the way to an abandoned arsenal. This arsenal used to be a weapon manufacturer, but it is now abandoned and under renovation. The huge factory is in tatters. There must be a lot of spies around. Xianxia found a dark corner outside and used the Immortal Ascension technique. He let his consciousness leave his body and quietly floated inside. In the workshop, there were already 3 people in black robes waiting. The man with the roasted chicken in his hand threw the unconscious Xiaoying on the ground and said, I got it. These people were at the 7th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. A black-robed man condensed his Yuan Qi into a needle and stabbed Xiaoying's arm. Then, he licked the blood stains on the needle and nodded. That's right. It's an isolated body. An isolated body? Xianxia was thoughtful. An isolated body was a very rare physique. This kind of human blood had a very miraculous effect. Thus, Xianxia immediately thought of the first stage hall and the emergency response team. The island of exile was enveloped by the strength of the 4 lords. No teleportation array could be set up in any region of the island. Xianxia had already tried it. He wanted to set up a teleportation array outside the island, but he also set up one inside the island. After he obtained the Void Stone, he teleported out and fled. The result was, of course, he did not succeed. If the blood of a person with an isolated body was used to set up a teleportation array, it could isolate the strength of the Lord. The first Great Hall is looking for a way out. Xianxia nodded silently. After coming into contact with Feng Xian, he had also developed the habit of thinking more about everything. It wasn't hard to guess that only the people from the first Great Hall dared to touch the exhibition. What a windfall! Xianxia rubbed his chin and thought, if I don't do it now, they'll be able to set up a teleportation array. I was originally worried that after they snatched the Void Stones, they would change their route temporarily, but if they had a teleportation array, I would know their only escape route. When the time comes, go directly to the teleportation array and wait for them. Isn't it waiting for them? At this time, a woman with extremely long legs silently appeared in the factory building. It was Bloodcherry from the first grade hall. The few black-robed men were immediately overjoyed. One of them said, "We've captured him for you. Where is the defective feather transformation pill you promised us?" Bloodcherry didn't say anything. She walked over and checked Xiaoying's blood just like the black-robed man. Then she nodded and said, "That's right. It's her. The feather transformation pill you want is here." As he spoke, Bloodcherry raised her right leg high up. The four of them found it strange and didn't understand what she was doing. However, a few raging streams suddenly appeared on Bloodcherry's raised leg. The air was highly constricted, condensed into an airflow visible to the naked eye, and frantically sucked towards her feet. The air currents formed a vortex, instantly sucking the four experts in front of them. Following that, the Bloodcherry's legs sliced down, and the four of them were all hacked into powder. This process took a very short time, only about a second. Bloodcherry's movements were smooth and coherent. It was completed in one breath. It was extremely beautiful. She picked up the unconscious Xiaoying and disappeared into a black line. Xianxia immediately woke up from outside the factory and silently followed behind Bloodcherry in the dark. This Bloodcherry was a combat expert. Compared to scouting, it was slightly inferior to Guanxiao and the man who had been laughing all this time. In addition, Xianxia's cultivation had increased by another level. He was extremely careful, but he was still unable to be discovered by Bloodcherry. The two of them fled and chased after each other, gradually arriving in the southwest region. The landform of the southwest region was different from that of the northeast region. The northeast region had a large area of primeval jungle, while the southwest region had a desert. The Bloodcherry landed in a desert of mountains. Xianxia used the Immortal Ascension technique and sent his consciousness over to observe. Guanxiao was already waiting in the mountain group. She took a portion of Xiaoying's blood and set up a teleportation array on the ground. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and prepared to charge forward now. He killed the two experts of the first grade hall, but found that the timing was not good. If they were all here, then it would naturally save them a lot of trouble to deal with them all in one breath. However, right now it was only about Xiao and Bloodcherry. If they were to alert them, perhaps they would change their plans again. "What should we do now?" Bloodcherry asked. Guanxiao had already set up the teleportation array and said, "Bring this little girl back. Just find a random corner of the street and leave her. Don't let her die. Her physique is rather special. If she dies, perhaps the Lord of the Northeast will guess that someone is going to set up the teleportation array." "Yes." The Bloodcherry picked up Xiaoying again and turned into a black line that quickly disappeared into the distance. Guanxiao looked at the teleportation array and waved her hand. She used sand to bury the teleportation array. Then her figure moved and disappeared. Xianxia withdrew his Immortal Ascension technique and arrived at the low and dilapidated mountains. He blew away the sand and used his finger to destroy a corner of the teleportation array. Then he turned around and left, chasing after Bloodcherry. "Northeast, another place. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you." The red ape smiled and shook hands with a young man. As for that man, he had a delicate and handsome appearance, and he was actually an expert of the first stage hall, the man who had suddenly appeared on the wall and ambushed Xianxia. "I'm very happy to work together." The handsome man chuckled and said, "We are relieved that you people from 13th Street are here to protect us." The red ape said, "You are a distinguished guest of the exhibition. It is our duty to protect your safety." The handsome man smiled and patted the red ape twice on the shoulder. Beneath the red ape's sleeves, a small circular formation flashed on his skin and sank into his skin. However, the red ape did not know it. The delicate and handsome man chatted with each of the 13th Street experts and pretended to touch their bodies intentionally or unintentionally, leaving behind a small mark on each of them. Finally, the handsome man clasped his hands and smiled as he bid farewell to the 13 teams. As soon as the handsome man left, the smile on the red ape's face immediately disappeared. Susu said, "This person is not simple. He can give me a suffocating feeling. He should be an expert among experts. From what I see, he doesn't look like a real guest." The red ape put his hands behind his back and said, Pay more attention to his movements during the opening of the exhibition. He had better really come to buy treasures. Otherwise, I'll make him regret being born in this world. Susu said, I don't know what happened to Xiangbei. Should I tell him to scram? The red ape asked curiously, Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to him? Susu, who has always treated love like dirt, actually cares so much about a man. A cold light flashed in Susu's eyes and she said, Red ape, shut your mouth. Otherwise I will make you unable to see tomorrow's sun. The red ape shrugged and leaned against the couch to taste the wine again. Susu looked at the sky outside the window, but her eyes softened a little. She muttered to herself, That man gave me a warm feeling, like the sun. I don't want to see him die. On this side, Red Ape and the others were extremely confident. Rich neighborhood on the streets. As the delicate and handsome man walked, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He raised his right hand and placed a Xiandao ring on his finger. A ray of light shot out from the ring, forming a small screen of light. There were 5 spots of light on the screen, and they were pausing not far behind them. The handsome man smiled and took out the messenger. He whispered, The movements of the members of the 13th and 3rd teams have all been locked. With that, he let go of the messenger. In the southwest of the island, a 3-man team landed. The 3 of them wore wide cloaks and walked in the night. The one leading them was Long Xiaoqi of the Star Guild. On the beach in the southeast of the island, a group of people wearing white robes and pointed hair were taking off their robes and burning them. A young man who looked 24 or 25 years old licked his fingers and smiled slyly. Is the emergency team here? A person beside him whispered. That's right, we've already met up with the people from the 1st grade hall. The man nodded slightly and laughed. This time, we will definitely annihilate all of them. On the other side, Xiang Nan, carrying the unconscious Xiaoying, had already walked towards the Hong clan. In the desert behind him, there was a small teleportation array that was gradually fading away. Stars shone in the sky. Xiang Nan looked up at the sky and said, The sky is going to change. On the island of exile, undercurrents surged. Xiang Nan sent Xiao Ying back to the villa in the wealthy area. It was still early and there were still a few hours before dawn. He placed Xiao Ying on the bed while he left the villa and rushed to the primeval forest overnight. The people from the 1st grade hall had just swept past Xiao Ying once, so they shouldn't touch her again in a short period of time. Xiang Nan was quite relieved. In the primeval jungle, he sat down cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and circulated the 9 purities cosmos skill to cultivate. Later, something surprising happened to Xiang Nan. He discovered that he had actually advanced. His realm had risen by a level. However, this upgrade had only raised his small realm to the 9th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm, while his large realm was still at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Scryer realm. So it's self-reliance. Xiang Nan nodded thoughtfully. There are usually 2 ways for martial artists to raise their cultivation realm. One is to cultivate bitterly, and the other is to rely on external forces. Some people chose to go into seclusion, constantly collecting spiritual energy from heaven and earth, constantly circulating their cultivation methods to raise their cultivation realm. However, this method was very slow, and was usually suitable for those who didn't have any fortuitous encounters and couldn't buy good pills. Xiang Nan belonged to another type. He had practically never raised his cultivation realm through cultivation. He had always devoured world-devastating divine lightning, medicinal pills, demon origin fruits, and so on. Although Xiang Nan did not spare much time to cultivate, he had finally advanced by 1 level after another. Tianyuan 9th layer. Xiang Nan shook his head. To him, this was just a drop in the bucket. It wasn't very useful, but it was still all right. It was better than nothing. Afterwards, he adjusted his body and slowly withdrew the 9 purities cosmos skill. Then, he released the bright moon cosmos mirror and released 3 light slashes into it. Based on his own calculations, according to the current rate of accumulation, he should be able to gather 77 light slashes by the time of the exhibition. After releasing the light slash 3 times, he circulated the 9 purities cosmos skill to heal his injuries, and then released it 3 more times. When the fish belly turned white, Xianxia brought his bloody arms and put up a pot in the jungle. He trembled and cooked himself a bowl of noodles. He wiped the red blood from his arm with a bandage, his hands trembling as he picked up a bowl of noodles. His face was steaming with steam. Through Xianxia's face, his expression was somewhat disappointed. Today is Xianxia's 19th birthday. He was wounded, celebrating for himself in this barren land. In another 9 days, he had to put his head off his belt and rush to the exhibition's battle. But now, Xianxia didn't want to think about that much. He just rewarded himself peacefully. A bowl of noodles and a pot of wine were enough. The night breeze was still cold, and Xianxia poured wine into his mouth while eating noodles. 3 years. 3 years ago, Xianxia was only a nameless boy at the 6th level of body tempering, who could be bullied by others. 3 years later, Xianxia had already grown into an expert at the 2nd level of Heaven Scryer. He had already become a great hero in the entire southern domain. There are many things in life that do not change with your heart, and many people in life, because they cannot adapt to the rapid pace of change, are constantly eliminated. Memories always hurt. Not only did Xianxia not want to be eliminated, he also wanted to be the top among those who succeeded. Normally, he was busy and didn't think much of it, but calming down and recalling the past, it was really not easy to walk all the way. No one celebrated his birthday. Even in the southern domain, very few people knew that he was still alive. After eating the noodles, Xianxia took out some water seriously, washed his face and tidied up his clothes. Then he straightened himself and walked out. What was supposed to come was still going to come. The Island of Exile exhibition the day before. In these 10 days, Xianxia had been doing his duty to protect Xiaoying. When it was late at night, he went to the primeval forest to find a deserted corner and superimpose the number of secondary light slashes. Tomorrow was a grand exhibition, and Xianxia had accumulated 77 secondary light slashes. Tomorrow night, 2 days of social interaction, was the day when the heavenly profound sect attacked. People are always hard to satisfy. When they are hungry and sleepy, they want a full meal, and when they can eat enough, they want more money. When they are really rich, they are not satisfied with the status quo. They want to have something that others do not have. Collecting rare treasures was clearly one of the most effective ways. As a super wealthy person and a veteran collector, Hong Dongxing was incomparably excited today. Hong Dongxing set up a banquet for the heartfelt generals of his clan, and also called Xianxia over. Xianxia sat beside Xiaoying and silently drank. "Father, you're so happy." Xiaoying held the wine glass and toasted Hong Dongxing. Hong Dongxing laughed loudly and said, "Of course. You know there are many precious treasures in the hands of some people. No matter how wealthy your father is, they won't sell it to me. But the exhibition is different. At that time, I will be able to buy many treasures that dead I normally won't make a move. Do you think it's worth it?" Xiaoying giggled and said, "Then let's toast to you and wish you victory tomorrow." "All right." Hong Dongxing was in a good mood. After drinking a glass of wine, he took the initiative to toast Xianxia. "Little brother Xiangbei, this cup of wine is for you. Thank you for being by my precious daughter's side all the time these days. I know that the people on 13th Street are very busy. Are you willing to take the time to protect my daughter? I, Hong Dongxing, will remember this debt of gratitude in my heart. If you have any thoughts of going to the Western region in the future, just come to the Hong clan and find me. I will definitely do my best as a landlord." Xianxia also picked up his glass and said, "Patriarch Hong is too courteous. It is our responsibility to protect the safety of our guests." As the two of them raised their glasses and drank, Xianxia's gaze followed the crack and saw a woman standing outside the door. It was Susu from the 13 teams and the 3rd team. Xianxia put down his glass and said, "Excuse me for a moment." In the courtyard. "Tomorrow is the exhibition." Susu said to Xianxia, "We hope that you can continue to protect Hong Dongxing and his daughter." Xianxia frowned. "I thought I just needed to protect them until the show opens." Xianxia didn't want to protect anyone. That was the bodyguard action of the escort agency, but he was a martial artist. Moreover, Hong Dongxing didn't seem to be a particularly powerful person. Otherwise, There wouldn't even be a Fortune realm expert among the generals beside him. It was obvious that the 13th team despised him to ask him to protect this kind of person. This is an order. If you obey it, go ahead. If you disobey, scram immediately, Susu said as she lifted a strand of her temples behind her ear. Hearing this, Xianxia laughed. He said, if you want to protect me, you can actually use a more direct method. You don't have to act like an asshole. How dare you? Susu was furious as she rushed forward and raised her palm. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and chuckled. You want to hit me? Just do it. I won't fight back. Susu bit her lips and her palm stayed in the air for a long time before finally withdrawing. Xianxia said, what, you can't do it? You just want me to be in a safe environment. There's nothing you can't say about this. You have to say evil things. Na Susu glared at Xianxia and said, you're too passionate. Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said indifferently, someone is going to make trouble during the exhibition. Na Susu said, naturally, we know this. If an exhibition of this scale is really smooth sailing, then we will see a ghost. Xiangbei, let me get straight to the point. Your cultivation level is simply not enough. If anyone really wants to have an exhibition, you'll be on the verge of death if you charge forward. For the sake of your own safety, you should obediently guard Hong Dongxing. Xianxia shook his head and said, I refuse. You know, if I'm not satisfied, I can go find Deadeye and ask her to rearrange a position for me. Seeing that Xianxia was so stubborn, Na Susu said, it's useless to say more. Come with me today. We have a mission to carry out. It's good for you to see what kind of battle our 13th team is facing in highly intense. Follow me. With that, Susu grabbed Xiangxia's hand and disappeared into an afterimage. 10 minutes later, 7th Avenue, Northeast. This is not the name of a street. The 7th Avenue is made up of 3 blocks and has a common name. In a crowded tavern, Red Ape, Shungue, and the twins were leaning against the bar and pouring liquor into their mouths. In the small space, there were more than a dozen tables. Many burly men drank while drawing their fists, and their shouts shook the heavens and the earth. Susu brought Xianxia into such a noisy environment and met up with the Red Ape. Why did you bring him here? The Red Ape laughed loudly and hugged Susu's shoulder. Susu pushed the Red Ape's arm away. The Red Ape asked in surprise, why are you so outsider? Normally, when you walk around in front of us without clothes, you don't have to worry about anything. You can't even touch it today. As he spoke, the Red Ape looked at Xianxia ambiguously. Na Susu grabbed a large wooden cup filled with wine and poured it into it. This brat doesn't know the heavens and the earth. Today, I will bring him on a mission to make him retreat despite the difficulties. The Red Ape shrugged his shoulders. This is your choice. You are responsible for protecting him. If anything happens to him, don't blame us. At this point, the Red Ape smashed the wine cup to the ground and said, let's go. A group of 6 quickly walked down the street. After circling 2 intersections, a large brewery appeared in front of them. Susu pulled Xianxia and said, hide behind me. There's a group of criminals hiding here with evil intentions. Each of them has the Heaven Scryer realm. The strongest of them is even at the 6th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia was frightened by this state of mind. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, these people are all criminals from the island of exile. They have coveted the exhibition for a long time. We have received definite news that they will be uprooted today. Apart from the profound sky sect, most likely only the murderers from the island of exile dared to plan an exhibition. The 6 of them looked at the winery workshop from afar. The Red Ape said, instant ghost, pull out the hidden sentry. Twins, Susu, follow me in. After saying that, the Red Ape took the lead and strode towards the factory building. The skinny man, codenamed Shungue, did not say anything, nor did his expression change. He just squatted down and clenched his right hand into a fist, pressing it against the ground. Immediately after, the small grains and pebbles on the ground began to slowly float up into the air. Whoosh! The instant ghost's body seemed to have disintegrated, and it suddenly turned into a ball of black gas and disappeared. The red ape and the others walked at the front, and they had already walked more than 10 meters. At the same time, a corpse was suddenly thrown out from the air and landed at the feet of the red ape. The red ape didn't even look at the corpse. It was just a dragon walking and a tiger walking. A faint smile hung on the corners of its mouth. Another corpse was thrown over, followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. Xianxia had always been paying attention to the fact that these corpses were all Heavenscryer level 1 experts before they died. They should be the hidden sentries that were uprooted by the instantaneous ghost. That instant ghost's methods were truly amazing. Every second, he would send a corpse of a hidden sentry at the same intervals. 10 seconds later, the red ape had already arrived at the main entrance of the factory, and there were exactly 10 corpses on the way behind them. The instant ghost returned to the group, only holding his hands behind his back and not saying a word. Xianxia nodded silently in his heart, thinking to himself that this man had some skill. The red ape smiled faintly and kicked down the 10-meter-tall door. Inside the factory, many busy workers immediately looked towards the door. Xianxia immediately saw the number of enemies. 45 of them were real workers in this factory, and another 120 were all Heavenscryer realm experts. The martial arts skills of these experts were not similar, and there was little eye contact between them. They should be fighting on their own normally, and they only came together temporarily to form a team when the exhibition was open. The red ape hugged his shoulders and laughed loudly. "Stop pretending. I know who you are." 13th Street, the heaven-peeping realm thug's eyes turned cold. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s and at the 6th level of Heavenscryer stepped forward and said, "Red ape, I advise you not to meddle. We have 120 Heavenscryer realm experts, but you only have 5. If we really put it together, we might not be afraid of you." 13th Street. The red ape patted his chest and said, "I was really scared by a bunch of trash threatening me today. Twins." When the red ape said twins, Susu stood behind Xianxia and covered Xianxia's ears with her hands. At the same time, the two twins, one tall and one short, immediately formed a huge bronze gong. The two of them charged at each other, and when they collided, they slapped the two bronze gongs together heavily, producing a loud bang. Not good. All the Heavenscryer realm criminals immediately covered their ears with their hands. The sound of the bronze gong actually carried an incomparably strange power. Before the 45 ordinary workers could react, they instantly turned into blood. As for the 120 Heavenscryer realm experts, their bodies shook, and blood oozed out of their mouths, eyes, ears, and noses. "Let's go." The middle-aged man at the 6th level of Heavenscryer was still afraid of 13th Street experts. Even though he was 3 levels higher than the red ape, he did not dare to fight the red ape head-on. As long as there was still a chance to escape, he would not give up. "Run? Can you escape?" The red ape hugged its shoulders and laughed loudly. "Today, no one will be able to leave." Shun Gui's hands trembled, his arms drooping, his hands holding onto a dagger. Then he crouched down and pressed his fist against the ground. "Who?" The instant ghost immediately disappeared. At the same time as he disappeared, the heads of the 5 Heavenscryer realm experts had already flown into the sky. In the second instant, another 5 people's heads flew up. A Heavenscryer level 2 martial artist immediately condensed his astral chi shield and wrapped his entire body around him, defending as he escaped. The instant ghost's shadow flashed by. The martial artist's astral chi shield quietly disconnected, and the martial artist's body split in half from his waist. Shun Gui. Killing these Heavenscryer realm martial artists was as easy as cutting tofu. "Spread out and run." The middle-aged man at the 6th level of Heavenscryer roared, and 100 people immediately fled in all directions at the same time. However, Red Ape and the others only had 6 people. Even if each of them chased after a certain direction, there would always be a fish out of the net. The Red Ape smiled. He raised his right leg high up and landed on the ground with a kick. In an instant, the ground seemed to suddenly shrink towards the Red Ape's feet. Most of the enemies fleeing in all directions had already left the factory, but with the Red Ape's kick, They were all pulled back by a magical force. Earth shrinking technique. Xianxia was surprised. This earth shrinking technique was a very miraculous technique. Not only did it shrink the ground, it could also shrink space. If you flee a person quickly and that person happens to know the earth shrinking technique, it will be really troublesome. No matter how you run, you will never be able to distance yourself from him, or even be pulled closer to him. That's why. Xianxia nodded silently. No wonder the red ape was confident in keeping everyone. I can't run away. Let's fight. The middle-aged man at the 6th level of Heaven's Scryer let out a loud roar. He gave up running for his life and rushed towards the red ape. In just a few seconds, more than 120 people had already been reduced to more than 90 by the instant ghost. At the same time, more than 90 heaven-peeping realm experts surrounded the red ape and the others, forming a large circle. Countless amounts of dipper chi poured towards the experts of 13th Street like a storm. Susu, it's your turn. The red ape hugged his shoulders, as if he didn't care at all. Susu took a step forward and suddenly threw a black ball of light into the sky. The ball of light spun counterclockwise like a spiral black hole in midair. As for the 90-plus Heaven Scryer realm experts, they all changed directions and flew towards the spiral black hole. All of them were sucked in. The middle-aged man at the 6th level of Heaven Scryer was greatly shocked. Hey! The red ape raised its right hand and condensed a large bowl of light with its aura. With a loud boom, it covered the 6 people on its side in the bowl. At the same time, Susu snapped her fingers. The large black hole in the sky that had absorbed countless dipper chi exploded with a loud boom. More than 90 Heaven Scryer level 1 experts were instantly killed by the explosion. Looking at this scene, Xianxia was very surprised. Of the remaining 40 people, 20 were Heaven Scryer level 4, and the other 20 were 19 Heaven Scryer level 5 and 1 Heaven Scryer level 6. Only experts with high cultivation bases could survive the explosion. The red ape opened the big bowl and casually lifted Susu's hand. She tossed out the sparkling powder that filled the sky, and then took out a large handful of silver needles. The powder was extremely dense, and there was no room to dodge at all. All the enemies that were touched by the powder actually had a 3-ring bull's eye between their eyebrows. Susu's face was expressionless. The aura in her right hand condensed and she suddenly shook, sending 10 silver needles flying. The silver needles seemed to have eyes as they flew towards the bull's-eye pattern between the enemy's eyebrows. 5 people at the 4th level of Heaven Scryer were relatively close, and they were immediately pierced through the space between their eyebrows, dying on the spot. The other 5 Sky Scryer level 4 enemies quickly spread out and drew an arc towards Susu. However, the 5 silver needles turned to the extreme and made a turn in the air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Susu took out another silver needle. Her arm quickly shook and the silver needle flew out again. Get together! The 10 target characters immediately ran together. The 10 of them simultaneously released their dipper chi and condensed an incomparably large power shield. As for the silver needle, it easily pierced through power shield. A bloody hole appeared between each of the 10 people's eyebrows, and they all collapsed to the ground and died. Susu's silver needles are not only fast. The red ape laughed loudly. I'll fight you. 2 experts at the 5th level of Heaven Scryer charged forward frantically, turning into 2 balls of intense light, their targets pointing straight at Susu. The twins stepped forward, and the little man twisted his body a full 10 times. He twisted himself into a twist. A living person was twisted around and his spine was about to break. He died on the spot, but this little man was actually able to do such a miraculous thing. Immediately after, the little man's body recovered with a bang. Due to the speed of recovery, his entire body turned into a high-speed spinning top. The big guy rushed forward and kicked the little guy. The little man turned into a radiant top and flew out with a shout. His spinning speed was exceptionally fast. Even the air was twisted. Xianxia looked through the air with his eyes and discovered that the wall he saw was in a strange spiral shape. The charging path of the 2 sky-peeping 5th stage enemies was instantly attracted by the twisted power. The 2 of them hurriedly condensed their power shield S. However, When their shields touched the tiny man who was rotating at an extremely high speed, they collapsed, and even their bodies were shredded together. However, the spinning little man did not stop. Once he touched the ground, he immediately rebounded with a bang. In the workshop, he had already ejected more than 500 reincarnations in just 3 seconds. Strangely, every martial artist his body hit was blasted into pieces by the power of high-speed rotation. However, when he touched the wall, he would not break it. Those heaven-scrying realm enemies seemed to have seen ghosts during the day and fled in a sorry state. And the little guy's ejection speed was too fast. It was simply not something they could dodge. Pong! 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 Every collision was accompanied by the explosion of a heaven-scrying realm expert. In the blink of an eye, only the last heaven-scryer level 6 expert was left. Red Ape! The middle-aged man was furious. Don't bully others too much. At this moment, the little man had already bounced towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a loud roar. He bent his back and was enveloped in a 6-stage heaven-scryer astral chi shield. Clang! The tiny man's incarnated top smashed into the shield, directly smashing it flat, but it failed to break through. The 6th level of heaven scryer had already suppressed the 3rd level of heaven scryer. The middle-aged man shouted loudly and punched the little man with a heavy punch. The heavy punch was incomparably violent, and the entire factory building was shattered by the fluctuations of the Dipper Chi alone. This punch flew out and landed on the little man's body, but was bounced off by the little man who was spinning at high speed. A full-force attack from the 6th level of heaven scryer. Just like that, he was bounced away. The little man stopped and laughed strangely. Jia jia jia! Biomagnetic clock. He tore open his clothes, revealing a strange pattern on his chest. The pattern was composed of ancient runes, forming a large counterclockwise spiral pattern. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying attraction appeared, forcefully sucking the middle-aged man at the 6th level of heaven scryer towards him. The middle-aged man's realm was extremely high. He used his astral chi to firmly grasp the ground, but this was actually just a drop in the bucket. His body was still flying rapidly. This is also good. A cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He simply let himself fly towards the small man and prepared to give him a fatal blow. Right at this moment, another attraction came from the opposite side, instantly sucking the middle-aged man to a halt in midair. It was the twins Tall. He also tore open his clothes and had a clockwise runic spiral on his chest. One was in the east, the other was in the west, and the middle-aged man was in the middle. The two of them attracted the middle-aged man at the same time, and the middle-aged man stopped in the air. The middle-aged man let out an astonishing scream. His body was gradually elongated, and finally, with a puff, his body was torn apart. Mission complete. Go back and drink. The red ape patted the dust on its shoulder and strode out. A seemingly intense battle ended without any suspense. The members of the 3rd group of the 13 teams easily annihilated a 120-man group's Heaven Scryer realm enemy with 5 people. In fact, the red ape didn't really make a move. He had been watching the show all along. It's really amazing. The quality of the exiled island martial artists was extremely high. Although the Heaven Scryer realm martial artists that had been killed were relatively old, their realms were not a joke. Even if a disciple of a first-class sect were to be dragged over and fight against one of them, if both sides had the same cultivation realm, then most likely the martial practitioners of the island would win. Such a martial artist from the island in exile should have the combat strength of a first-class sect disciple in the outside world. However, killing these people on 13th Street was actually effortless. Xianxia sighed in his heart. The ghosts and snakes in the world had all gathered on the island. The way the people here fought was very peculiar, and it was often unexpected. However, even without those strange methods, the red ape and the others were definitely outstanding in the same realm just based on their strength. To the red ape group of 5, killing people across borders was nothing compared to breathing. Seeing that Xianxia was silent, Susu said, "Are you scared? You should know by now what kind of enemies we are dealing with, right? To us, the people we killed just now are not even a hair. They are not worth mentioning at all." Xiangnan smiled. 13th Street is indeed quite formidable. Na Susu said, if I put you in the queue of those people, I'm afraid you can only be ranked first from the bottom. If you meet someone like us, I'm afraid your chances of survival will definitely be 0. Yes. The red ape patted Xiangnan on the shoulder and said, it's not that we look down on you, but that the truth is in front of us. The gap between you and us is too big. Those people just now, pick out any one of them. They can kill you with just a single move of their fingers, but we can kill them with just a single move of our fingers. You're following us in battle. Haha. You're truly overestimating yourself. I also don't know why Deadeye sent you here. Could it be that you have a grudge against Deadeye? Did he intentionally mess with you? Nothing, don't be afraid. Susu said to Xiangnan. With me protecting you, if Deadeye wants to harm you, you have to consider it. Xiangnan didn't know what to say when he heard them talking to themselves and actually choreographed such a situation for him. He didn't even know what to say, so he simply didn't defend himself anymore. It's getting dark. The gongs and drums in the northeast region were bustling with noise. The buildings that towered into the clouds were filled with moonstones, illuminating the sky beautifully. Tomorrow morning was the opening day of the exhibition. Everyone in the Lord's mansion was fully dressed, ready to prepare for the grand event that followed. According to Susu's arrangements, Xiangnan was assigned to the Hong clan to protect the safety of the Hong clan's father and daughter during the exhibition. If there really were robbers, they would usually come to snatch the treasures and would not attack the guests. The guests that could appear at the exhibition had extraordinary identities. No matter how courageous the robbers were, there was no need for them to cause unnecessary trouble for themselves. Therefore, Susu believed that Xiangnan should be safe. Early in the morning, the Hong clan's father and daughter dressed neatly and happily went to the exhibition. Xiangnan followed Xiao-Ing all the time. He thought for a moment and felt that this arrangement was not bad. The 13 teams wandered around the exhibition. They were not responsible for protecting anyone. They were only responsible for supervising the exhibition. If anyone caused trouble, they would take action. They were playing the role of guards. Xiangnan, on the other hand, started from another aspect. He directly joined the ranks of the guests and was able to observe the surroundings from another angle. The exhibition, the 9 main exhibition areas, were all open. At the entrance of the huge exhibition area, there were countless luxurious carriages and even special beast bars. One rare demonic beast mount after another was tied up in a beast pen. Even this group of beasts 8 spirit herbs carefully selected. The service of the Lord of the Northeast was very thoughtful. During the exhibition, all the waiters who were responsible for bringing wine and tea to the guests were extremely handsome, and the women were all beautiful. A sea bowl-shaped dome of light was personally condensed by the Lord of the Northeast, Xiongzhan, covered the entire exhibition area. No one could enter from the sky, so they could only walk through the door. There were a total of 2 gates in the exhibition area, one leading to the outside world and the other leading to the Lord's mansion. At the entrance was the guards of the Lord's mansion. The main entrance was incomparably wide, reaching a height of 300 meters and a width of 100 meters. There were a total of 500 guards at the heavenly Yuan realm guarding the entrance. Apart from that, the area around the exhibition was covered by 100 patrol formations. Each formation was also made up of 100 late heaven origin realm experts. The Tian Yuan realm could occupy a small corner in the western regions and become a small local emperor, but here it could only be used as a gatekeeper. In the sky, 50 flying demonic beast patrol formations were constantly soaring in the air. Each flying formation consisted of 200 late heaven origin realm experts. 100 of them were responsible for patrolling, and the other 100 were armed with heavy crossbows, ready to shoot any suspicious person at any time. These people had obtained flight permits and were able to fly directly in the no-fly zone. These 30,000 Tian Yuan realm guards couldn't even enter the gates of the exhibition area. One could see that its defense was very strict. "Please show me your invitation card," a guard at the entrance said respectfully to Hong Dongxing. Hong Dongxing took out a black invitation card and waved it in front of the guard. "The people following me are all my people," he said arrogantly. The guard smiled and said, Thank you for coming. If you need anything, please ask the waiter in the exhibition area. We will try our best to satisfy all your needs. After saying that, the guard bowed and made a gesture of invitation. From beginning to end, Hong Dongxing didn't even bother looking at the guard and swaggered in. Xiaoying whispered in Xiang Nan's ear, "Lascivious thief, you have never seen such a big scene in your life, have you? Today you have opened your eyes. You must remember that it is because of our Hong clan that you have this privilege." After saying that, Xiaoying said to Hong Dongxing, "Father, I want to take a look around. I'm not going in yet. You can go first." Hong Dongxing smiled and said, "You'd better find me a son-in-law here." Xiaoying chuckled and didn't say anything else. Young people were different from older people. Hong Dongxing and the others were here for the exhibits. Young people like Xiaoying were not interested in the exhibits. She was more interested in people. There were countless handsome men and beauties here, as well as countless children from wealthy families. Xiang Nan naturally stayed behind to protect Xiaoying. Xiaoying stood near the entrance of the exhibition, constantly looking at the pedestrians coming and going. It was as if she was looking for someone. Sometimes, when she saw a handsome man, her eyes lit up. However, most of the time she frowned and shook her head. Although some men looked handsome, their temperament did not conform to her preferences. Xiang Nan was observing the movements of the pedestrians around him. He knew that the people from the first stage hall and the emergency response team should have already entered. Suddenly, Xiang Nan saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Xian Qingzhu. Xian Qingzhu was dressed in a beautiful gown and was walking around the circles of various great figures with ease. These big shots usually didn't have a good impression of outsiders. They were extremely arrogant. If it wasn't for the people in the circle, they would definitely not have taken a fancy to them. However, Xian Qingzhu was too beautiful. She had almost become the focus of everyone present. No matter where she went, every small circle welcomed her very much. Xian Qingzhu held the wine cup with a faint smile on his face. He was neither distant from others nor seemed to be too close to them. Her appearance and her aloof temperament were the most attractive to the wealthy. Xiang Nan even heard someone whispering to himself that he wanted to take down the black-green bamboo today and have a good time tonight. "Just you." Another fat, bald, middle-aged man laughed loudly. With this laugh, the fat on his face was bumpy up and down. The fat man laughed and said, "Look at how dignified this woman is. It's not easy to deal with at first glance. She may have seen many world-class millionaires." Xiang Nan only gave Xian Qingzhu a faint glance and no longer paid attention. He also didn't want to expose Xian Qingzhu, because she wasn't the main force that snatched the Void Stone this time. Even if the Lord of the Northeast found out about Xian Qingzhu's existence, it wouldn't change the current situation. At that time, Xian Qingzhu and the others would attack together. Whether Xiongzhan knew her identity or not, they could only fight. The most important thing was to find the whereabouts of the first grade hall. However, what made Xiang Nan feel strange was that he still hadn't seen a single member of the first stage hall or the emergency response team. Did they decide to come only at night? Xiang Nan lowered his head and pondered. Today was the first day of the exhibition, and also the day when the first wave of precious exhibits were released. Almost all the guests would arrive here on this day. However, the number of guests was truly too large. Although it was only an internal membership system, the number of guests had already reached more than 3,000. In addition to the family members and generals brought by the guests themselves, the number had already reached more than 20,000. Amongst so many people, it was indeed not easy to find a first-grade hall expert that was deliberately concealed. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the door. Xiang Nan consciously turned around and saw an incomparably beautiful man negotiating with the guard guarding the door. The reason why that man was said to be beautiful was because he was too neutral. He looked like a super beauty, but he was indeed a man. "I was indeed stolen." The handsome man was so anxious that he broke out in sweat. "I came out this morning with an invitation card, but now I can't find it." This small detail instantly attracted Xiang Nan's attention. The invitation was stolen? Could it be that someone from the first grade hall stole someone else's invitation card and came in pretending to be someone else? However, Xiaoying's eyes lit up and she ran over. Her eyes flickered with small stars as she said infatuatedly, "Brother Shuai, did you lose your invitation card?" The handsome man glanced at Xiaoying and quickly smiled. "Yes. I don't know why I can't find them, but these people don't believe me." Xiaoying giggled. He grabbed the handsome man's hand and said, "I'll bring you in." "Really? That's great." The handsome man immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The guards were in a difficult situation, but there was nothing they could do. Guests could bring their attendants into the exhibition. Although they knew that the handsome man was not Xiaoying's attendant, Xiaoying insisted that they had no evidence. Could be seen that Xiaoying liked this beautiful man very much. After seeing Xiang Nan, the man asked hesitantly, "This is?" Xiaoying giggled, "It's just a lackey. Don't bother with him." "Oh, so he's a servant." The handsome man smiled. Xiang Nan whispered beside Xiaoying, "You'd better be polite to me. Otherwise I'll tell you all about what happened when you slipped out today." Xiaoying's cheeks were so red with anger that she could only glare fiercely at Xiang Nan and helplessly said, "Brother Shuai, I'm joking with you. He's my good friend." Xiang Nan gave Xiaoying a look, which meant that you were smart. "I want to see exhibition area number 1. Let's go take a look." The handsome man extended an invitation. Xiaoying had already been subdued by the handsome man's appearance. She was afraid that even if he wanted to sleep with Xiaoying now, she would not refuse. There were 9 large palaces in Exhibition Area 1, and the official exhibition of the collection began in each palace. Xiaoying and the handsome man held hands and strolled over to the exhibition stands one by one. Every booth contained rare treasures, but most of them were difficult for ordinary people to accept, such as organs cut off from the body of an empire's empress concubine. These things were worthless and even disgusting to ordinary people, but to some collectors they were incomparably precious. Apart from that, there were also some real treasures, so naturally there was no need to worry about them. Xiang Nan was observing this handsome man, and that handsome man had also secretly observed Xiang Nan. When he discovered that Xiang Nan was a 9th-level heavenly yuan martial artist, he didn't care about it anymore. In such a realm, he could only guard the door outside. As for this handsome man, he made Xiang Nan pay extra attention, because he couldn't see his cultivation realm. In other words, he didn't have any cultivation and was the most ordinary mortal. However, this was a bit too ordinary. Even if he was a son of a wealthy family and didn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life, it was normal for him to cultivate martial arts out of curiosity. On the next stand, there was a Wuling fire crystal. This kind of gemstone is very rare. Its hardness is very poor. Although it is beautiful, its practical value is not high. "Look, this gem is so beautiful." Xiaoying sweetly held the handsome man's hand and said, "Brother Shuai, can I buy it for you?" The handsome man smiled and said, "All right, but these exhibits were originally only for us to admire. We won't officially auction them until the end of today. We can't buy them now." Xiaoying smiled sweetly and glared at Xiang Nan. "Look at him. He knows so much. How can a pervert like you know nothing?" Xiang Nan shrugged his shoulders. "At least I won't ask for women's food for nothing. I won't do something like eating soft food." Xiaoying was so frightened that she waved her hand at Xiang Nan repeatedly. She was afraid that the handsome man would hear her. Actually, the handsome man had already heard it, but his smile was the same as before, and he did not feel uncomfortable at all. "All right, let's go." The handsome man wrapped his left hand around Xiaoying's shoulder and turned around to walk towards the next exhibition area. At the same time, the 2 fingers of his left hand gently twisted, and a ball of hard-to-find powder fell down Xiaoying's cheek and was sucked in by her. At this time, Xiaoying's eyes were dumbfounded, and then she recovered. As for the handsome man's right hand, it moved slightly. Without even seeing his movements, the Wuling fire crystal on the exhibition platform disappeared. The Wuling fire crystal was stuffed into Xiaoying's hand by the handsome man, while Xiaoying stuffed the fire crystal into her trousers along the waist. This string of movements was extremely fast, so fast that ordinary people were unaware of it. But Xiang Nan saw everything. "Where's the Wuling fire crystal?" The maidservant who was in charge of guarding the booth instantly turned pale with fright. "Wait, These 3 guests, please wait a moment. The maid hurriedly chased after him and said, Our Wuling fire crystal is gone. May I ask if the 3 distinguished guests have seen it? There was a crystal cover on the booth. This crystal cover had been strengthened with great power. Even if it bombarded the booth indiscriminately, it would definitely not be able to take away the exhibits without 5 minutes and 10 minutes. However, the handsome man used some unknown method to directly pierce through the crystal shield and took away the Wuling fire crystal. What a joke! Xiaoying curled her lips and said angrily, Are you saying that I stole your exhibits? The maid hurriedly said, No, no. The maidservant was also observing Xiaoying and the handsome man, and discovered that these 2 people were very ordinary. That handsome man had no cultivation realm, and Xiaoying's cultivation realm was so low that it could be ignored. Finally, her gaze fell on Xiangnan and she said, Sir, please cooperate with us. Xiangnan looked at the handsome man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. Xiangnan turned around and looked at Xiaoying. He did not immediately alarm her. He wanted to see what these people were up to. Xiaoying was still safe at the moment. That handsome man used her as a shield, so there wouldn't be any problems for a while. Sir, please cooperate with our inspection. The maid insisted on checking Xiangnan's identity. You go. Xiaoying waved her hand at Xiangnan and said, I'll be done with the examination later. Just come back and look for me. Xiangnan nodded and followed the maid to the interrogation room. It was said to be an interrogation room. Of course, it couldn't really be turned into an interrogation room to interrogate guests. This was actually a good lounge with tea, fruits, vegetables, and snacks. As soon as Xiangnan entered, he showed his waist token, indicating that he was from 13th Street. The maidservant did not let Xiangnan go because of this. Anyone can become a potential enemy, she said. The people of 13th Street may not be without traitors. Please wait a moment. I'll find your people to take over. After knowing that Xiangnan was one of his own, the maidservant became less polite. After the maid left, Xiangnan picked up a cup of tea and brought it to his mouth. That handsome man should be someone from the enemy. The 5 people from the first grade hall had seen him before. Thinking about it like this, it was very likely that the handsome man was an expert from the emergency team. The 5 members of the emergency team had always worn yellow cloaks and had never revealed their true colors. However, if there were any disguise masters among the people of the first grade hall who had changed their appearance to that handsome man, it would be unknown. But why would they do that? Xiangnan took a sip of tea and said to himself, If they are going to snatch the void stones tonight, why are they causing trouble now? Isn't it troubling him? If that handsome man can penetrate the crystal cover and take away the fire crystals, he should also be able to directly take away the void stones. As he spoke, Xiangnan raised his head and looked at a list on the wall. The exhibition did a lot of publicity. The list of exhibits on the first day could be seen casually throughout the exhibition area, and the serial numbers of each exhibit were indicated. These serial numbers were the location of the exhibition area where the exhibits were stored. Xiangnan discovered that the void stone was one of the rare treasures, but it was not on the list of items on the first day. It should have been on display in the last few days of the exhibition. At this time, a man with a Chinese face and half-inch short hair walked in. You're Xiang Bei? I've heard of you long ago. It's the first time we've met today. The man walked over and shook hands with Xiangnan. My name is Gang Lai. I'm the captain of the 13th team, and I'm also the leader of the first team. It's an honor to meet you. Xiangnan greeted Gang Lai and sat down opposite him. Gang Lai crossed his hands and said, I don't have much time. Just say it directly. Let me ask you, did you take the fire crystal? Gang Lai asked straightforwardly, and Xiangnan answered straightforwardly, shaking his head and saying no. Gang Lai nodded and said, I don't believe you, but I believe in Deadeye. This is the first time she has recommended someone to us. If she trusts you, then I think we can be at ease with you. I already know the situation. If you hadn't taken the fire crystal, there would have been a daughter of Hong Dongxing, or a guest without any realm. Xiangnan suddenly said, If you want to steal the treasure, and that treasure isn't on display today, what time would you choose to do it? Gang Lai said, If I have the ability to penetrate the crystal shield, I will wait for the day when the treasure is displayed, or the moment the treasure vault door opens during the 2 days of communication. Is there a third possibility? Xianxia said gloomily. What if someone can directly open the treasury door? Xianxia eavesdropped on Guanzhou's plan and confirmed that they would definitely attack tonight. Although Xianxia couldn't understand why these people were interested in a fire crystal, there must be a reason. Perhaps Guanzhou's plan had changed, or perhaps the person who stole the fire crystal was another group of people. Impossible. Gang Lai shook his head and said, the entrance to the treasury is equipped with a Seed Mother 7 skills lock. Although there is only one lock head, there are 7 keys. These 7 keys can be pieced together into a single key, and the 7 keys alone can be changed in shape at will. There are 7 different secret characters in possession of the 7 keys. Every 10 minutes, they will change the shape of the keys. At the same time, the lock head of the child mother lock will sense and change accordingly. In other words, Gang Lai took a sip of tea and said, the 7 keys control people. They don't know each other. Even they themselves can't open the treasury door independently. They have to go together to put together the keys. Because of the shape of the key, it changes every 10 minutes. Xianxia muttered. Therefore, even if there are 6 key masters who betray at the same time, his door will not be able to open the treasury. But, how did you know about this? Gang Lai smiled and said, because I am one of the key holders. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, did you find any suspicious people? Gang Lai shook his head. So far, everything has been peaceful. All right, you can go back now. Xianxia still had something to ask in his heart, but he didn't ask. On the way back, Xianxia kept thinking in his heart. Gang Lai said that he hadn't discovered any suspicious targets, but that was impossible. Even he had discovered the whereabouts of Shen Qingzhu. No matter how large the exhibition area was, it was impossible for the people from the first grade hall and the emergency response team to completely evade the gaze of the 13th team. Then there are only 2 possibilities to explain the situation. First, the people from Team 13 had already discovered the people from the first stage hall or the emergency response team, but they were unable to discover anything suspicious about these people. Second, the first grade hall and the emergency response team had completely avoided every 13th Street expert. However, the possibility of such a thing was not high. How? Xianxia frowned and pondered. Guanzhou and the others seemed to be able to walk forever. They happened to be in an area that the 13th Street experts could not see. And how could he explain the problem with the fire crystal? What do they need fire crystals for? Xianxia found Xiaoying, and at this moment, another member of the 13th team was already eyeing Xiaoying and that handsome man. Xianxia had seen this 13th Street expert once before. He was a member of the second group of the 13th team. He was in the same group as the man who could shrink the mountain. This person's appearance was ordinary, but his pair of exceptionally large eyes were very eye-catching. Those 2 big eyes were more than twice the size of an ordinary person, and it was hard to forget them at a glance. At this moment, this big-eyed expert was already following Xiaoying. He disguised himself as an ordinary guest and looked around, constantly drawing closer to Xiaoying. Xianxia did not immediately step forward, but observed in secret. He wanted to see how the handsome man would deal with the 13th Street expert. Xianxia had personally seen Xiaoying hide the fire crystal in her skirt. This place was very safe, and no one dared to lift a girl's skirt and search for something. The handsome man had a faint smile on his face, occasionally lowering his head and chatting with Xiaoying. Xiaoying smiled sweetly as if she had eaten honey. Xiaoying still has the consciousness of freedom. Xianxia was thoughtful. The handsome man drugged Xiaoying, but now Xiaoying was able to talk and laugh freely. She did not seem to have been tempted at all. Hypnosis. Xianxia suddenly thought of these 2 words. If the handsome man hypnotized Xiaoying, then Xiaoying's performance would normally be normal. Once the handsome man set off with some kind of code, Xiaoying would lose her ability to think instantly and completely listen to the handsome man's arrangements. This kind of code could be a specific gesture or a specific phrase. Big Eye had already made his move. He stood at a booth behind Xiaoying and pretended to be very interested in the treasures in the booth. In fact, his left hand touched Xiaoying's entire body at lightning speed. His hand was so fast that even Xiangnan, who knew that he would make a move and was observing him at all times, almost couldn't see his movements clearly. In less than 1/100th of a second, the big eye turned around and left. In his pocket, there was already the missing fire crystal. Experts. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. This big eye was very capable. The handsome man didn't seem to notice. He lowered his head and smiled at Xiaoying. Do you want something to drink? Xiaoying nodded. The handsome man smiled and quickly chased after Big Eye. In the same direction, a waiter came over with a tray. 2 cups. The handsome man controlled his pace. When he arrived in front of the waiter, he arranged himself, the waiter, and Big Eye in a straight line. The handsome man's footsteps were unsteady, and he suddenly fell towards the waiter. The waiter was also a martial artist. He was quick-witted, holding a tray in one hand and quickly lifting the handsome man up with the other. At the same time, the handsome man's right hand flashed from under the tray. Then he grabbed the fire crystal in his hand and pulled his arm back. Thank you. The handsome man quietly put the fire crystal into his pocket and thanked the waiter. He took 2 wine glasses with both hands. I want one too. That Big Eye also reached out to grab the wine cup, just as the handsome man grabbed the same cup. Big Eye smiled. Sorry, I'll give you this cup. With that, Big Eye pushed the wine cup towards the handsome man. At the same time, his left hand flashed and stole the fire crystal from the handsome man's pocket. With a ding sound, he threw the fire crystal into another wine cup. Big Eye picked up another glass filled with fire crystals and turned around to leave. The handsome man smiled and followed 2 steps, saying, Friend, may I ask what time it is now? As he spoke, the handsome man's right index finger swiftly flicked on the big-eyed man's wrist. The big-eyed man's wrist trembled, and the fire crystal hidden in the wine cup rushed out with a whoosh. The handsome man quickly grabbed it. Oh, it will be noon in 2 hours. Big Eye said calmly. Please move aside. That Big Eye pushed away the handsome man and brushed past him. He hooked his right hand and pulled the fire crystal back from the handsome man's pocket with an invisible force. The handsome man pressed the fire crystal into his wine glass with his right hand. At the same time, Xiaoying walked over cooperatively and took the handsome man's wine glass. She drank both the wine and the fire crystal in one breath. During this process, Big Eye was not idle. He lightly flicked his finger, and a small speck of powder in his fingernails was stained with fire crystals. After doing this, Big Eye smiled at the handsome man and turned to walk towards the toilet. Xiangnan watched as the 2 of them exchanged blows and felt that it was pleasing to the eye. This was the kind of beauty that experts had when fighting. If I'm not mistaken, the last thing Big Eye shot at the fire crystal should be a powerful laxative. Xiaoying will have to take out the fire crystal very soon. Xiangnan also walked towards the toilet. He left the hall and arrived at the outer corridor. There were recreation rooms, taverns, and bathing and resting places. The toilet is divided into 2 sides, one is male and the other is female. Xiangnan stood in the middle of the road and pondered for a moment before walking towards the men's toilet. He pushed open a small door in the cubicle and entered. A flash of lightning flashed in his eyes. As expected, Big Eye was hiding in the women's toilet opposite, waiting for Xiaoying to arrive. Not long after, the door to the men's room rang. The handsome man quickly pulled Xiaoying in and put her in a compartment. Xiaoying happened to be right next to Xiangnan. Sure enough, I guessed the right place. Xiangnan smiled faintly. He knew that handsome men would not send Xiaoying to the women's toilet. Evidently, his big eyes were also on the other side, and he discovered this situation. He sneaked out of the women's toilet and walked to the men's toilet openly. What a coincidence! The handsome man washed his hands beside the sink and smiled at his big eyes. Yes, what a coincidence! Big Eye also stood over and washed his hands beside the sink. At the same time, he flicked his right hand and sent a few droplets flying towards the handsome man. Those droplets of water were as fast as lightning and as sharp as knives. The handsome man lifted up the water and turned it into a water curtain, blocking the attack of Big Eye. Big Eye stood beside the pond with a smile on his face. He stepped on the ground with his right foot, and an echoing wave enveloped the compartment where Xiaoying was, pulling the fire crystal towards him at full speed. The handsome man also hid on the ground, and a shockwave spread out, pushing the fire crystal away. Xiaoying held the paper in her hand and wrapped it around the fire crystal. In the cubicle, Xianxia pulled the fire crystal into his hand with his flower fingers. Then he disappeared into the void. In his disappearing state, he directly passed through the wall, arrived at the corridor outside, and quickly flashed into the hall. The fire crystal in his hand had been completely burned by a flame from Xianxia. The fire crystal was translucent and there was not a trace of debris stained on it. In the bathroom, Big Eye and Handsome Man exchanged blows several times. The two of them pushed open the cubicle at the same time. Xiaoying stood there in a daze and said, "It's gone. Someone took it away." The Handsome Man and his big eyes exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Someone copied it, sir." Big Eyes wiped his hands as he said to the Handsome Man, "I hope you have a good time." After saying that, the three of them left the toilet at the same time and split into two groups to search for the person who stole the fire crystal. From the looks of it, that Handsome Man should be a bit more skilled than Big Eye. After he left the bathroom, he quickly chased after Xianxia. Xianxia rushed forward while the Handsome Man chased after him. Xianxia slowly slowed down. He planned to meet this Handsome Man. But just as the Handsome Man was about to catch up with Xianxia, he suddenly turned around and walked in another direction. In less than 3 seconds, Su Sui turned around and walked over at the intersection right in front of Xianxia. This scene made Xianxia thoughtful. The Handsome Man seemed to be able to know Susu's arrival in advance, but this was impossible. The people from the 13th squad were also disguised. They weren't stupid enough to swagger around here as guards. In that case, they wouldn't be able to find any suspicious people. However, how did that Handsome Man predict what would happen in the next 3 seconds? "How are you doing?" Susu had completely changed into the appearance of another woman. When she saw Xianxia, she asked. Xianxia thought for a moment and showed the fire crystal to Susu. At first, Xianxia did not trust Gang Lai, because Gang Lai said that they did not find any suspicious person. But now Xianxia believed him, because he saw that Handsome Man could dodge the people of 13th Street ahead of time. As for Big Eye, he came to the door on his own initiative because he had reported the situation of the Handsome Man to Gang Lai. Susu whispered, "This is the fire crystal that was lost earlier? How did you get it?" Xianxia said, "Let's not talk about this. Do you know where there are artifact forging masters here?" What Xianxia had learned was a very brilliant tool forging technique, but even though the profound grade tool forging technique was very brilliant, it only recorded the techniques of tool forging. However, it did not make a clear analysis of all the tool forging materials in the world. Xianxia still didn't know what the fire crystal was used for, so he had to investigate this matter clearly. "Oh!" Susu turned around and pointed. "There is a master artificer from the southern domain in Exhibition Area 2 and VIP Room 13. You can go take a look. Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need, your goal is too obvious." Xianxia shook his head and quickly walked towards the second exhibition area. "My goal is too obvious?" Susu frowned, a little confused by Xianxia's words. Exhibition Area 2, VIP Private Room Area, Single Room 13. A gray-bearded old man was sitting on a soft wool carpet with a beautiful maid in his arms. This old fellow's forging attainments were average, but he knew a lot. He was a forging master of that kind of theoretical school, and his real ability to make a move was limited because of his innate talent. The door was pushed open and Xianxia strode in. The old man frowned. "Who let you in?" Xianxia raised his right hand and a flame condensed into a beautiful phoenix in the air above his palm. The phoenix was carved vividly, and even every feather was incomparably clear. Cosmos Fire Control Technique. The old man's expression became serious as he shouted, "Both of you, get out. Let me talk to this little brother." The two maids were already disgusted. However, their identities were limited. They had to accompany this perverted old fellow here. When they heard that they could leave, they naturally ran away happily. You're half a gourd. The old man's expression softened and he smiled at Xianxia. Xianxia used the Cosmos Fire technique from the start. He knew that half a gourd was the #1 expert in the pill refining and artifact forging world of the Southern Domain. All the experts of the profound Tao of the Southern Domain worshipped half a gourd. I'm his disciple. Xianxia placed the fire crystal on the table. Excuse me, what's the use of this thing? The old man said, 5-pronged fire crystals are useless. They are just good-looking. It didn't work? I shouldn't. Xianxia frowned and said, then may I ask Senior, if this item is related to the key and lock, what can you associate with these two keywords? The old man's expression quickly changed, but he lowered his head and pretended to drink, hiding the change in expression and said, nothing, I can't think of anything. Xianxia noticed the changes in the old man's details. He slapped the table and shouted, do you still want to stay in the Southern Domain? Let me tell you, if you don't tell me the truth, I'll go back and report it to my master truthfully. I'll take care of you for the rest of your life, and you won't have a foothold in the Southern Domain. The old man trembled in fear and hurriedly said, no, 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 alas. I said you mustn't tell anyone. You're here for the 7 Xiao lock, aren't you? Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded. The old man said, a few days ago, a very terrifying woman found me. Facing her, I have to say anything. If I don't say anything, then I really can't survive. I can't beg for death. Ghost doctor. Xianxia blurted out. The old man was stunned for a moment. You even know about this? It seems like you really have some information. Little friend, please don't find half a senior gourd to report me. We old fellows all rely on him to have our current status. Cut the crap. Xianxia stared blankly and said, speak directly. What does the fire crystal have to do with the 7 skills mother and child lock? The old man coughed dryly twice and said, if you ask someone else, I'm afraid 9 out of 10 artificer masters won't be able to answer, but I know. This 7 skills mother lock is a very exquisite item, and the greatest use of fire crystals is that it is a kind of soft metal that can change its shape at will. If you melt the fire crystal and put the liquid into the keyhole, it will change shape continuously with the shape of the Qichao lock. Even after the fire crystal cools down, it will still be able to change continuously. In other words, this fire crystal can become another complete key? Xianxia suddenly understood. The old man nodded. Yes, but fire crystals are not enough. The 7 skills mother and child lock is not only named because of its shape change, but also because of its importance. This kind of 7 skills lock can sense the fluctuations of life force in one direction. Let's put it this way. The old man placed 7 teacups on the table and said, if you take the key made of fire crystals, open the treasury door and enter. At this time, the treasury will automatically lock you in. Your keys will also be null and void. No matter what means you have, you will not be able to escape. There must be 7 key holders standing outside the door to open the door for the people inside. Therefore, the person who transports the treasure into the treasury every time cannot be the person who controls the key. Xianxia was puzzled again. There was a key to enter, but he couldn't get out? After a long time, the 7 skills lock had 2 different ways to open the door. There were living things in the treasury, and the way to open the door was different from when there was no living thing. When there was no life form, one could use a key to open it. When there was a life form, one had to use 7 keys to control the fluctuations of one's life force to open it. Unless the people of the first grade hall were able to subdue Gang Lai, even if they could enter, they would still be released from the door. Since that's the case, why would the people of the first grade hall steal fire crystals? Does the ghost doctor know about this? Xianxia asked. The old man hurriedly nodded. I know, I told her. You bastard. Xianxia glared at the old man and said, don't tell anyone about what I asked you. Otherwise, I'll take your life. With that, Xianxia turned around and went out. When Xianxia had just left, the old man heaved a sigh of relief and said, are you satisfied now? In a corner on a sofa, air suddenly shook. Immediately after, a transparent cloak was lifted. Behind the cloak sat Guanxiao and her teammate, the delicate and handsome man. The handsome man shook the wine glass in his hand and smiled. You really expected it, but this brat still came. Guanxiao took a sip of wine and said, he thought he could secretly control everything. Haha. Very cute person. All right. Guanxiao walked over and patted the old man's shoulder. You did well. I can spare your life. The old man panicked and said, but what I told him was the truth. Why did you reveal this to him? That's none of your business. Guanxiao shook her head. Live your life well. Yes, yes. The old man hurriedly nodded. Guanxiao waved to the handsome man and said, go. Continue with the mission. The handsome man smiled. He put on a transparent cloak and disappeared again. Guanxiao came to the corridor outside and looked at Xianxia in the crowd in the distance. She muttered to herself, I always feel that this person is very familiar, but I don't know who he is. It's really strange. Guanxiao had doubted Xianxia more than once, but she just couldn't connect Xianxia with the great hero of the southern domain. Xianxia. She doesn't believe that a person can come back from the dead. Even if it seemed to be the most likely thing to happen, as long as he reasonably deduced the cause and effect, he had to respect the truth. Xiangxia's body had already exploded, and he would definitely not survive. Xianxia knew the function of the fire crystal. Holding this thing in his hands was not a solution. If anyone discovered it, they would suspect that he was the person who stole the fire crystal. At that time, there would be no way to argue, since the fire crystal could not allow the people of the first grade hall to escape. Then the use of this item was very limited. Xianxia found Gang Lai and handed the fire crystal to him, saying, this? I snatched it back. Afterwards, he told Gang Lai about the effects of the fire crystals in advance. Is there such a thing? Gang Lai frowned and said, I never thought that fire crystals would be able to open the treasury door. You've done a good job. Continue to wander around the exhibition area and keep me informed of any problems you discover. Yes. Xianxia nodded and turned to leave. What's the matter? Susu pushed open the door and entered. Gang Lai glanced at Susu and said, take this fire crystal and hand it over to the red ape. Tell him to hand it over to the Lord to take care of it personally. Why don't you go by yourself? Susu asked curiously. Gang Lai said, as one of the key controllers, I can't come into direct contact with such sensitive things to avoid suspicion. Yes. Susu took the fire crystal and pushed open the door. When she walked into the crowd, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Then, her face quickly changed, turning into the delicate and handsome man of the first grade hall. He weighed the fire crystal in his hand and smiled before hiding in the crowd. On the sofa opposite him, Long Xiaoqi held a glass of wine and smiled while drinking. I didn't expect that the people from the sacred sect would also interfere. Beside Long Xiaoqi sat a tall man with 3 moles between his eyebrows. These 3 moles were arranged in a triangle. The man with the mole between his eyebrows said, don't worry. We're here for the emergency team. We don't have any interest in the Star Guild. You'd better not meddle in other people's affairs. Long Xiaoqi chuckled and said, I am often threatened, but the people who usually threaten me are already accompanying me on the road to hell. The man from the heavenly devil religion smiled and said, I often threaten others, and usually the people I threaten are all on the road to hell. Cheers. Long Xiaoqi smiled and touched the man's cup. It was late at night. The lively atmosphere of the exhibition reached Gaochao. Xianxia found Xiaoying and went to the auction with Xiaoying. During the day, some of the exhibits would be auctioned at the auction house. At that time, the wealthy would buy the items they valued during the day for a large sum of money. That handsome man had always been by Xiaoying's side. Xianxia originally didn't want to continue following Xiaoying, but since the handsome man was here, he had to be there as well. If Guanxiao and the others accidentally discovered that the teleportation array had been destroyed halfway, they would definitely come to find Xiaoying. Xiaoying, on the other hand, brought Xianxia and the handsome man to fight with his father, Hong Dongxing. Hong Dongxing was very excited. His mind was all on the exhibits. Xiaoying had been chatting happily with the handsome man. That handsome man was very skilled and could always make Xiaoying laugh heartily. Xianxia sat by the side with his eyes closed. He was waiting. After the auction ended, the remaining items and treasures that did not participate in the auction would be sent back to the treasury. At that time, it would be time for the first grade hall to make a move. In what way will they steal the void stones from the treasury? Forcibly barge in? This is not wise. They are here to steal, not rob. Once they openly barge in and rob, the Lord of the Northeast will always be able to set aside a fortune realm to hunt them down. Guanzhou's greatest advantage is that they are hiding in the dark. Even if they stole the void stones, no one will be able to find them. But steal? How should I steal it? The fire crystals have already been taken away by themselves and handed over to Gang Lai. They can't enter the treasury by themselves. Even if they can enter, they will not be able to leave. When the treasury opens, they will all be arrested. Xianxia rubbed his chin, never thinking of what Guanzhou and the others were going to do. Could it be that when the staff opened the treasury, they were hiding inside? However, at that time, the treasury's defenses were supposed to be the most tightly guarded. Everyone from the 13th team would go over to guard the door. No one can sneak in quietly under the protection of Team 13. In the lively atmosphere, the auction finally came to an end. The most exciting moment has come. At this moment, the top guards of the entire exhibition had left the exhibition site. They formed a team to escort the exhibits to the treasury. The treasury was located in the Lord's Mansion. After arriving at the Lord's Mansion from the back door of the exhibition, there was a Lord's private treasure vault that was temporarily used as an exhibition treasure vault. Almost all of the precious items were stored inside. The Lord's subordinates, the guards of the exhibition, and the 13 teams all arrived at the entrance of the treasury. Xianxia said goodbye to Xiaoying and followed along. The treasures were piled up at the entrance of the treasury, waiting for the door to open. Including Gang Lai, the 7 key masters all gathered here. The other 6 were wearing cloaks and their bodies were shrouded in shadows. No one could see their appearances clearly. "Form up!" Gang Lai shouted. All of the guards turned around, their backs facing the treasury, facing the 100-meter-long corridor. As long as someone wanted to break into the treasury, they had to come through the corridor. What they were going to face was these well-trained guards. Not even a mosquito could fly in. After the team was fully equipped, the 7 key holders handed over their keys. A treasury keeper put 7 keys together and inserted them into the keyhole in the treasury. With a loud rumble, the door to the treasury was finally pushed open. Other than the administrator, no one is allowed inside. Gang Lai led his subordinates to seal the main entrance of the treasury with his body. There were a total of 15 members in a row, completely filling the treasury entrance. In the middle, Gang Lai dodged to make way for one person. The treasury manager nodded to Gang Lai and said, "I'll go in and count the list of treasures. After confirming that there are no mistakes, the treasure will be sent in." With that, the administrator walked in with a long list. The surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Some of the guards even broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. About 20 minutes later, the administrator inside suddenly cried out in alarm, "The void stone is gone!" Gang Lai immediately turned into a strong light and sucked the administrator out. He stomped the administrator's head and opened the storage ring in the administrator's hand, dumping everything inside. However, there were no void stones in these items. "It's not him." Su's expression changed. If the administrator hadn't stolen the void stone, who would it be? Impossible. The red ape's expression changed drastically. "Under our protection, how could anyone sneak into the treasury?" Gang Lai said angrily. "Hurry up and chase after him. The person who stole the void stone definitely hasn't gone far yet." Xianxia was also extremely shocked. "How? The guards here are so tight that they can't even insert a needle. How did Guanzhou and the others break in, steal the void stones, and successfully escape?" "Impossible. Even if they used some kind of invisible method to enter the treasury the moment the treasury was opened, they wouldn't be able to escape from their lightning vision. Irrational." This was illogical. Something must have slipped up. Gang Lai, Red Ape, and the others unanimously judged that someone had rushed into the treasury and stolen the void stone the moment the treasury was opened. Although this kind of thing seemed incredible, Gang Lai and the others could only guess like this, because there was no other possibility. All 13 teams had already run out to chase after the thieves. Xianxia, however, was not in a hurry to leave. He looked at the main entrance of the treasury thoughtfully. If it was him, what could he do to accomplish this seemingly unreasonable act of stealing? Xianxia patted the wall. This wall was incomparably strong, and in the middle of the wall, there was also the aura of the Northeast Lord. The Lord of the Northeast was at least a late half-saint realm expert. Unless someone of the heavenly Tao old man's level came, he would not be able to break through the wall and enter from outside the main entrance. However, the 4 walls of the treasury were intact. Xianxia tried to use his void stone to sense the wall and see if he could penetrate it. The result was no good. The Lord's astral chi was accompanied by the power of laws. Even his own astral chi could not penetrate the wall, nor could his consciousness of the divine traveling technique enter. This treasure vault was even stronger than the martial god tower. But how did those people steal things? Xianxia rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "If Feng Xian was here, what kind of judgment would he make?" Xianxia rubbed his temples hard and told himself to stay calm and not panic. Right. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xianxia's mind. What if they come in early? What if Guanshao and the others didn't enter when they opened the treasury gate? What if Guanshao and the others managed to find a way to open the treasury door and sneak into the treasury in advance, taking away the void stones? That's not right. Even if they came in, they wouldn't be able to get out. When the treasury door opened just now, no one rushed out. In other words, damn it, they're still inside. Xianxia roared and shouted, "Close the door!" The other guards had already pushed the items into the treasury. After hearing Xianxia's loud roar, the guards were all stunned. "Ha! I underestimate you." In a corner of the treasure vault, the air moved twice in a daze. A transparent cloak was lifted. Inside the cloak stood Guanshao, Bloodcherry, the handsome man, and 2 other experts. "Close the door. Quick!" Xianxia rushed in first. He waved his hands and swept all the guards out of the door. The guards hurriedly pushed the door open, wanting to lock Xianxia up with the 5 experts of the first-grade hall. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the nightmare saber flew out with a buzzing sound. He tightly grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, the guards outside collapsed to the ground without warning. A yellow-robed man was slowly walking over from the 100-mile corridor, and his right hand was flashing with a spiral charm. "It's the emergency team." Xianxia didn't have time to deal with Guanshao and the others, so he could only turn around and pull the door to close it. "One person, wanting to stop the 5 of us, is not putting us in your eyes." Guanshao smiled and strode towards Xianxia. The yellow-robed expert sprinted through the corridor and kicked the door. The door that was about to be closed was kicked wide open with a loud boom. "Let's go." The handsome man waved his right hand. Guanshao and the others placed their palms on the delicate and handsome man's shoulders. In an instant, the delicate and handsome man turned into a wisp of black gas and flew out of the door with a whoosh. Xianxia raised his hand and a fierce saber light struck the black gas, but it penetrated through the black gas. "Bind the ground," the yellow-robed man shouted. The moment Xianxia tried to rush out, he squatted down and slapped his right hand on the ground. At that moment, the ground and air were crazily moving away from the yellow-robed man. Xianxia charged out of the door, but the ground was constantly being thrown out, allowing Xianxia's charging speed to reach a balance with the throwing speed of the ground. It was equivalent to Xianxia not moving at all. At the same time, the 5 experts of the first-grade hall rushed towards the treasury gate with 5 strands of Dipper Chi. These 5 strands of astral chi were released by 5 experts at the same time, and they could kill Xianxia. Xianxia immediately stood still and waved his hand. Boom! The second light slash collided with the 5 strands of astral chi, causing both sides to explode at the same time. The explosion not only pushed Guanshao and the others farther away, but also sent Xianxia flying backwards, crashing into the wall behind the treasury. The door was about to close. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He didn't even have time to think. His body immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and charged crazily towards the treasury door. Meanwhile, Guanxiao and the others, who had left far away, threw another 5 strands of Dipper Chi over. Xianxia released a second light slash, blasting the Dipper Chi away, but the treasury door was already closed. The door and the door frame were butted together. The butt joint area reached 2/3, and the last third could be locked by the 7 skills of mother and child. Xianxia didn't even think about it and threw the nightmare saber out. Chong! The nightmare saber stabbed into the crack in the door, leaving only a small gap in the hair on the door. This small gap was simply insurmountable. Xianxia rushed up and grabbed the nightmare blade. At the same time as he pulled out the blade, his eyes followed the crack in the door and saw the corridor outside. Shape transformation. As long as one's eyes could see it, they would be able to move and change shadows. Xianxia's body shook. Boom! The door to the treasury was finally closed, while Xianxia held the nightmare blade and stood panting in the 100-meter corridor. He's out. Xianxia took a deep breath and chased after him with his saber in hand. Boom! An even louder explosion occurred. Suddenly, 9 consecutive explosions occurred in the exhibition area, and the 9 exhibition areas were razed to the ground. In the sky, there was a large group of experts standing in the dark. In the no-fly zone, the people who could still stand in the sky were all peak experts with formidable strength. The leader was Xian Qingzhu. Behind Xian Qingzhu were the Heavenly Profound Sect, Flying Cloud Sect, and the remnants of the Night Demon. What courage! A streak of white light shot into the sky, and the Northeast Lord roared. Who dares to forcefully barge into the Lord's mansion? Xian Qingzhu narrowed his eyes and shouted, Attack the treasury! All the treasures are ours. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the island of exile, in the 4 regions, the experts of the various lords' mansions soared into the sky, and even the other 3 lords flew out. The 2 camps were confronted, and the 4 lords led countless powerful subordinates. Xian Qingzhu led the elders of the 3 great forces. The people on both sides were in midair, and neither of them attacked first. The power of the island in exile was equivalent to that of the Profound Sky Sect at its peak. With the help of the elders of the Flying Cloud Sect and the Night Demon Sect, the Profound Sky Sect might not be as powerful as before, but they could not be underestimated even if they worked together. If this battle broke out, it would be the second Beast Spirit Island battle. Enemy, quickly retreat! The voice of the Lord of the Northeast exploded in the air like thunder. Xian Qingzhu said, We're all here. It's boring to leave now. I've always asked the 4 lords of the island of exile about their astonishing martial power. Today is the perfect day to experience them. We really have to make a move. Xiongzhan's expression was ferocious. Don't regret it. This is a war you started yourself. I, the island in exile, have no fear of fighting. Battle. Xian Qingzhu gently waved his hand. Behind Xian Qingzhu, a half-saint 5th-layer elder rushed out. The elder raised his hands high and shouted, Heaven splitting! Following that, the elder's hands suddenly parted. Chi! The entire sky was torn apart. That day it cracked. Fire came from the sky. Millions of flaming meteors rolled down. Amitba! Before the 4 lords could make a move, a burst of Buddhist sound suddenly came from the sky. Prajna Pam. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-tall Buddha figure appeared in the air, followed by 8 Buddha figures. The 8 Buddha shadows simultaneously pushed out their right hands. The Buddha palm, which was as dense as a shower, rushed towards the sky. Prajna Palm. 136,700 palms. Xiongzhan was abruptly shocked. In the entire world, only the Soaring Dragon Institute's presiding officer can release such a large number of Prajna palms. Countless palms blasted away the flaming meteorites that had fallen from the sky. One of the Buddha shadows lowered his head and looked down at the crowd. Soaring Cloud Temple. Lead the crowd to battle. A large number of small black dots appeared next to him. Howran sect. Shi Beihong is leading everyone to battle. Galaxy sect. Galaxy River. Lead everyone to battle. The Azure Underworld sect is here to fight. Profound Underworld sect. Come and fight. The Divine Feathers sect. Come and fight. The Primordial Chaos sect is here to fight. Xianxia rushed out of the Lord's mansion and saw this scene. It was from Feng Xian that he learned that the Heavenly Profound sect was coming to the Island of Exile to snatch the Void Stones, and Feng Xian must have also learned about this matter from the upper echelons of the Southern Domain sect. Speaking of which, most outsiders only remembered the name Xianxia when the 6 great sects of the Southern Domain survived. However, in reality, the credit belonged to both Xianxia and Feng Xian. Feng Xian's intelligence played a crucial role in the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. The Southern Domain sect did not eat their meals. Since they knew about the Heavenly Profound sect's plan, how could they sit idly by and wait for death? This time, the Southern Domain sect's arrival on the Island of Exile at the same time became predictable. The Southern Domain sect had always said that they wanted to investigate the Profound Sky sect, and this was not empty rhetoric. Xianxia nodded silently. He looked into the sky and immediately chased after the desert in the southwest region. High-end battles should be left to the high-level elders. The battlefield that really played a decisive role was in the hands of the First Grade Hall. Regardless of who wins or loses the battle between the Lord and the Profound Sky sect, as long as Guanxiao and the others can successfully take away the Void Stone, then it can be determined that the Profound Sky sect has won. Xianxia's body turned into a fire mark and headed towards the southwest region. Above the Lord's mansion, the Lord of the Northeast, Xianxia, laughed loudly. I didn't expect that the exhibition in the Northeast region would attract so many peerless experts. It's truly an honor. In the sky, in the direction of the nature's vast sect, Elder Shi Beihong said, the 4 great lords of the island in exile, the 6 great sects of the Southern Domain have come here to annihilate the remnants of the Profound Sky sect in one fell swoop. I hope the 4 great lords can cooperate with us. Xianxia waved his hand and said, set up a barrier to protect the island. The entire island is on level 1 alert. Prepare the origin chi cannon and aim it in the direction of the 6 great sects of the Southern Domain. The sound of the battle was transmitted to the entire island. For a moment, all the military-grade origin energy cannons in the 4 regions of the island were raised high up and pointed towards the night sky. A hemispherical light screen appeared, isolating all the experts of the 6 great sects in the Southern Domain. Lord Northeast, what do you mean? Shi Beihong's expression changed as he asked in shock. The corners of Xian Qingzhu's mouth slightly rose as he said, Shi Beihong, you didn't expect this kind of thing to happen, did you? Xianxia shouted. Everyone prepare. If the Southern Domain sect descends into the airspace of the Island of Exile, they will immediately launch an attack. They will vow to defend the dignity of the Island of Exile to the death. Amitba, benefactor Xianxia, we came here to help the island defend against foreign enemies. Why did you point the cannon at us? Not only the muzzle, but also the other 3 lords also cast their gazes on the Southern Domain sect. To us, the Profound Sky sect is the enemy, and you are sinners, shouted Xianxia loudly. The Island of Exile has its own rules. When the people of the Profound Sky sect came to battle, they all obeyed the rules of the Island of Exile. Each of them spent more than 3 days on the island, removing the imprint of a prisoner from their foreheads. As for you guys, that's not the case. My island in exile has 3 great laws. You are about to violate the first. Why can't you tell the difference between us and the enemy? If it weren't for our help, the Island of Exile might have been ruined tonight, said Shi Beihong. It's already this time. What kind of law do you care about? The Southern Domain sect had miscalculated. To be exact, they had never imagined that the people on the island would be so stubborn. If it were any normal person, I would have come to help you survive the calamity. Furthermore, I would have come to help you defend against foreign enemies unconditionally. You should have thanked me instead of pointing your firepower at me. Xianxia shouted. The Heavenly Profound sect has obeyed our iron law. If all of us die by the hands of the Heavenly Profound sect today, we will not regret it. This is our inadequate ability. And you didn't obey our iron laws when you came here. Even if we fight to the death, we still have to defend our iron laws. Xianxia's inflexible statement simply made the sects of the southern domain feel that it was unimaginable. What if we insist on attacking the profound sky sect? Shi Beihong's expression darkened. Xianxia laughed loudly. Just try it. As long as you step into the boundary of the island, all the martial practitioners of my island in exile will swear to fight to the death against the 6 great sects of the southern domain. The island of exile only treated the profound sky sect as its enemy, but it treated the 6 great sects of the southern domain as sinners. Shi Beihong took a deep breath and said, "May I ask Lord Xianxia what we need to do before you are willing to accept our assistance and resist the heavenly profound sect together?" Very simple. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "All of you, register on the outskirts of the island of exile and mark the space between your eyebrows with the imprint of a prisoner. In 3 days, you can do whatever you want on the island of exile." "Xianxia," Shi Beihong said angrily, "you still care about the imprint of a prisoner at the critical moment of life and death on the island of exile. I didn't expect you to be such a playboy. Children's play." Xianxia laughed loudly. "The reason why the island of exile is able to survive until now and remain in the eastern region is because we are willing to use our lives to defend our own rules. I'd rather die than break this rule." "Who?" On the island of exile, all the martial artists cheered loudly. Their expressions were resolute, and they were completely prepared to perish together with the southern domain sect. These people, even if they didn't like each other and drew their sabers at each other when they didn't agree with each other, they were incomparably united when facing foreign enemies. This time, the southern domain sect was caught off guard. They really didn't expect things to turn out like this. Shi Beihong didn't know what to do. If he really attacked, he would have to face the desperate attacks of the island in exile. That day, the Black Sect would definitely not watch a show. They would also help the 4 lords attack the Southern Domain Sect. Once the Southern Domain Sect was driven away, the Profound Sky Sect would attack the Island of Exile. No matter what, the Island of Exile would suffer. After a long time, Shi Beihong let out a long sigh and said, "Southern Domain Sect, enclose the island. Without my orders, no one is allowed to take a step into the island. Once the Heavenly Profound Sect forces leave the island for half a step, they will immediately launch an attack." "Elder," an elder from the Starsea sect said anxiously, "could it be that we are here to watch a play? If we stand by and watch, we will really let the Profound Sky sect beat down the Island of Exile." Shi Beihong shook his head and said, "There's no need to say anything. Follow my instructions." Xianxia had been watching the show all this time. She didn't care who hit who, nor did she want to take down the Island of Exile. To her, the Island of Exile had no meaning at all. Her sole purpose was to stall for time, whether it was fighting or talking. As long as she could stall for time, she was willing to do so. At the same time, Xianxia also looked towards the southwest. She was waiting for Guanzhou's signal. As long as Guanzhou left with the Void Stone, the Heavenly Profound Sect would leave without hesitation. The conversations on this side were all filled with divine aura, and everyone on the island could hear them. Naturally, Xiangnan, who was rushing towards the southwest region, had also heard it. Before coming here, Xiangnan had heard many legends about the Island of Exile. That was why he was willing to abide by the iron laws of the Island of Exile and observe the rule of not fighting for 3 days. From the looks of it, his decision was incomparably correct. That the Island of Exile was not only targeted at ordinary martial artists. Young people like him had to obey, and even peak realm martial artists like Shi Beihong didn't have any privileges. Thinking of this, Xiangnan felt that it was very fair. "Then do we still want to fight?" Xianxia asked. Xianxian crossed his arms and said, "It was you who forced your way into the exhibition. You should ask yourself this question." Xianxia chuckled. "As long as you experts do not leave the exhibition area, the Profound Sky Sect will not make a move." Xianxian said, "As long as you don't attack, we won't fight back." Both sides understood that they were used to interfere with each other. Xian Qingzhu was very confident in the first grade hall and the emergency response team. Xiongzhan was very confident in his 13th Street. Xian Qingzhu was afraid that the Lord would chase after Guanshao, while the Lord was worried that Xian Qingzhu would chase after 13th Street. An elder whispered in Shi Beihong's ear, "Elder Shi, since the profound sky sect dares to come, they must have made a complete plan to escape. Even if we stay here, we may not be able to catch them." Shi Beihong nodded. "But now we have nothing to do. The four lords don't know how to adapt, so we can only watch from afar." This matter made Shi Beihong very angry in his heart, but he couldn't think of a solution. Someone is being chased by a mad dog. You want to help that person beat up the dog, but that person wants to bite you with the dog. What should you do? Really pissed. 20 minutes later, an elder returned from afar and stood beside Shi Beihong. Shi Beihong whispered, "Have you contacted a first-rate sect in the eastern region?" The elder nodded. "I've already contacted them, but the first-rate sects of the eastern region have no choice. They don't have the ability to persuade the four lords. The relationship between the first-rate sects of the eastern region and the Island of Exile has always been at odds. The Island of Exile will not give any face to the first-rate sections." Shi Beihong shook his head. Although he had thought that this would be the result, hearing it with his own ears, he was inevitably disappointed. 25 minutes ago, Xianxia escaped from the treasury. He did not immediately chase after the first-grade hall. Instead, he put on his Lei Gui mask and used his fastest speed to find Xiaoying. "Follow me." Xianxia grabbed Xiaoying's arm and ran out of the exhibition. "Ah!" Xiaoying cried out in surprise. "Master Lei Gui!" Xianxia knew that the more urgent it was, the less anxious it was. He had to remain calm. If Guanshao and the others discovered that the teleportation array had been destroyed, they would immediately return to look for Xiaoying. It would be safer for them to bring Xiaoying with them. However, when Xianxia brought Xiaoying to the southwest region, he happened to hear Xiongzhan's words and saw that the island was protected by the barrier. Xiangxia's heart skipped a beat. He came up with a new idea and pulled Xiaoying back to her original path. Now, the three forces were in a stalemate, and a masked man suddenly jumped up high. "Lord Xiongzhan, please give me the right to fly," Xianxia shouted loudly. The moment Xiongzhan saw Lei Gui's mask, he laughed. He waved his hand and lifted the restriction on Xiangxia's flight. Xianxia pulled Xiaoying high into the sky and continued to fly, shouting, "Lord Xiongzhan, please open a barrier gap for me." Xiongzhan waved his hand again, and a small hole appeared in the barrier in the sky, allowing Xianxia to fly out. This scene made the southern domain elders almost vomit blood. A sect elder angrily said to Xiongzhan, "You don't even want to offer help from our 6 great sects. However, not only can this junior of average cultivation obtain the right to fly, but you are even willing to open a barrier for him." Xiongzhan hugged his shoulders and said, "Because he is from our island in exile, he obeyed our iron law and won our respect with his strength. But you didn't." Xianxia pulled Xiaoying directly to Shi Beihong, but was stopped by a group of elders. Shi Beihong waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." Xianxia pulled Xiaoying to Shi Beihong's side and whispered, "Elder, I'm Xianxia. This little girl is very important. Please help me protect her." "What?" Shi Beihong's expression changed drastically. Xianxia was surprised. His master, Su Kaiwe, already knew that he was still alive, but Shi Beihong didn't. Xianxia directly placed his hand on Shi Beihong's wrist and took the initiative to ask Shi Beihong to inspect his spiritual sea. The moment Shi Beihong sensed it, his eyes immediately turned red. "It's really you, my good child, you're really still alive." Xianxia said, "Elder, I don't have much time. Please protect her. Don't let the people of the profound sky sect snatch her away. I still have to snatch the void stone, so I won't be with you for a long time. When I return to the sect, I will definitely explain myself to you." After saying that, Xianxia flew back into the Exile Island barrier and headed straight for the southwest region. Shi Beihong shook his head, but he smiled bitterly. He already understood the cause and effect. No wonder Sukaiwe was suddenly not sad. However, she was worried that the elders, would let Xiangnan do those dangerous missions again. She hid it from her and did not even reveal it to her, the head of the Haoran sect. No problem. Shi Beihong heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The void stone can definitely be wrapped up, although we can't destroy the profound sky sect. At least it's not without gains." Shi Beihong had 100 trusts in Xiangnan. He knew that even if the entire world could betray the nature sect, Xiangnan would not. At the same time, he was extremely confident in Xiangnan's strength. As long as Xiangnan was present, the current predicament would be resolved. Southwest Exile Island, desert. Guanshao and the others were hurrying quickly. Once they escaped from the no-fly zone, they would immediately take off and use their fastest speed to rush in the direction of the teleportation array. Right at this moment, 100 zhang tall golden sword suddenly appeared in the sky. The golden sword descended from the sky and quickly slashed towards Guanshao and the others. Attacked! The 5 of them quickly paused, and the golden sword slashed into the desert, only half a meter away from hitting the 5-man squad. Star Guild. Guanshao looked at the golden sword formed from Dipper Chi and sneered. In the sky, a group of 3 people slowly descended. The one leading them was the Star Guild, Long Shaoqi. As soon as Long Shaoqi landed on the ground, he walked over in the middle of the desert, his cloak sounding in the strong wind. I've never given up on investigating the profound sky sect. Long Shaoqi strode forward and his hands began to emit golden light. I never thought that the people of 13th Street would be freed by us, but they met the Star Guild. Guanshao waved her hand and ordered the other 4 to retreat, while she faced Long Shaoqi. The aura in young Master Long's hands condensed into 2 golden swords and said, "I heard that the ghost doctor is famous. It's my honor to be able to fight you today." With that, Long Shaoqi threw both of his hands and the 2 golden swords flew out. Guanshao leapt into the air and turned around twice in the air, dodging the 2 golden swords. However, the 2 golden swords stabbed back, aiming at Guanshao. The other 4 people of the first grade hall circled around and continued their journey in the direction of the teleportation array. The other 2 experts who followed Long Shaoqi transformed into 2 rays of light and landed, blocking the path of the 4 of them. The Star Guild immediately started a fierce battle with the first stage hall. At the same time, the emergency response team that was hiding in the shadows had no choice but to take action when they saw this situation. The emergency response team did not directly participate in stealing the void stones. They only played an auxiliary role, so they did not have to use the teleportation array to leave. After the battle was over, they would just swagger off the island. No one knew what they had done. However, the Star Guild's attack was too sudden. A yellow-robed captain of the emergency team shouted in a low voice, "The first grade hall has been attacked. The plan has changed temporarily. Move out. Clear the obstacles." The 5 yellow-robed men immediately turned into 5 yellow shadows and charged into the battlefield. Guanshao frowned and said, "What are you doing out here? With these 3 Star Guilds, you can't stop us." The yellow-robed captain said, "That's your own business, and we have our own responsibilities. It's not your turn to judge." The 5 yellow-robed men immediately separated. 2 of them helped Guanshao deal with Long Shaoqi, while the other 3 went to deal with the other 2 Star Guild experts. A sharp howl of a sword came from the sky. That voice shook the 9 heavens, extremely loud and clear. Following the howl of the sword, a large group of Heaven Scryer realm experts dressed in strong clothing descended from the sky. Wampoa Aristocrat Clan, Emergency Response Team, your enemy is us. A man with 3 moles between his eyebrows shouted loudly. Following that, hundreds of astral chi sword lights exploded towards the members of the emergency team. The emergency team leader quickly dodged and said with a gloomy face, "Heavenly Demon Cult!" At the junction of the northeast and southwest regions, Xiangnan took off the mask on his face. During the flight, he found 13 teams that were continuing to search for clues in the northeast region. Xiangnan immediately landed and shouted, "Hurry up and go to the southwest region. I have information that the enemy is heading towards the southwest desert." Is the information reliable? The red ape asked. Xianxia nodded. Absolutely reliable. They have a teleportation array and want to flee the island. Gang Lai immediately took out a messenger and said to the messenger, I am Gang Lai, the captain of the 13th team of the Northeast region. I request the assistance of the Lord's Manors Guard of the Southwest region. Please hurry to the Southwest Desert immediately to contain the enemy. We'll be there soon. Gang Lai shook his hand and the messenger flew out with a whoosh. Let's go. Gang Lai took the lead and immediately changed directions, leading his team towards the Southwest region. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We must not let them escape. The red ape's eyes glittered with a bloodthirsty glint. If you dare to touch the ground on our 13th street, you must let them taste the bitterness this time. Susu noticed that Xiangnan was still following the team, so she frowned and said, You don't need to go anymore. Hurry up and go back. Xiangnan said, Since when did you say such a thing? Susu said, If you follow us, you will die. Those people can easily steal the void stones from our hands. They are definitely not ordinary people. Hurry up and go back. Otherwise, I will apply for a restraining order against you right now. Xiangnan gritted his teeth angrily and could only stand still. The restriction order could directly disqualify Xiangnan. He didn't have the right to help the 13th squad deal with the first-grade haul. Otherwise, as long as he obtained the restriction order and forcefully attacked, he would become an enemy of the island in exile. Xiangnan knew how much the madmen of the island of exile valued the rules. He knew that once he got the restriction order, the people of the island of exile would not show mercy to him. It was the last thing Xiangnan wanted to see. Seeing that Xiangnan had stopped, Susu's voice softened slightly. I'm not targeting you, but I want to protect you. Go back. If I die, please forget about me. With that, Susu transformed into a beam of bright light and chased after Gang Lai and the others. Xiangnan was both moved and angry. This woman treated him well, but she was too stubborn and stupid. After the 13th team had left, Xiangnan made a big arc and continued to rush towards the desert. He had already thought about it, so he didn't make a move first and secretly observed it. If the people of 13th Street were really able to handle the first stage haul and the emergency response team, they wouldn't even need to make a move. If he couldn't, then if he killed himself again, then even if Susu applied for a restraining order, it would be too late. The Southwest Desert. Long Xiaoqi was bathed in blood and leaning against a withered tree. There were more than 100 wounds all over his body, and he had already fought to the point of exhaustion. Guanxiao was leaning against a small hill opposite her. She was also seriously injured. Although her arms were not broken, they were already crippled and could not be recovered in a short period of time. Although Long Xiaoqi was formidable, his numbers were still too small. He had been secretly investigating the Profound Sky sect, but he had never received the official approval of the Star Guild. Even after the Heavenly Profound sect made such a big commotion in the southern domain, the upper echelons of the Star Guild had always been in a very ambiguous state. They still hadn't ordered them to hunt down the Heavenly Profound sect. Perhaps this was because he was in the upper echelons of the Star Guild, but Long Xiaoqi was unwilling to give up. The Heavenly Devil Religion and the Emergency Response Team also suffered heavy casualties. The Heavenly Devil Religion had 82 experts. They fought against 5 members of the Wampoa Aristocrat Clan's Emergency Response Team. In the end, the Heavenly Devil Religion was almost completely annihilated. None of the 5 members of the Emergency Response Team died, but all of them were seriously injured. The man with 3 moles between his eyebrows was carrying a long sword in his hand as he walked towards the 5 members of the emergency team. His arm was drenched in blood. Red blood flowed along his arm onto the sword, and then fell to the ground like a stream along the tip of the sword. Shadowless, spirit wind slash. The 3-mole man suddenly took a bow and slashed down the sword in his hand. The sword light condensed into 13 cavalry. Each cavalry was a warhorse condensed from astral chi. On the back of the warhorse sat cavalry wielding spears. The 13 cavalry ferociously charged towards the emergency team. On the desert, stepping on iron hooves was a spectacular sight. The captain of the emergency team knelt on one knee and gasped, Fan Buhua, you are really a maggot of the tarsal bone. You can't get rid of it no matter what. All of your subordinates are dead. If I were you, I should be running away now." As he spoke, the captain jumped up abruptly. The sword in his hand trembled, and a 100-meter diameter fireball immediately rushed towards the 13 cavalry. Boom! The fireball collided with the 13 cavalry and immediately triggered an explosion. All the members of the emergency team, including the experts of the Star Guild and the first stage hall, were knocked out by the fire wave. The captain of the emergency team was also severely injured. He flew backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood mist. There were 3 moles between his eyebrows. The heavenly demon cult man named Fan Buhua was also affected. He rolled around the desert 700 or 800 times. When he stopped, his bones had already cracked inch by inch, and he couldn't even move a finger. The other 2 members of the Star Guild were lying motionlessly on the desert. At this moment, the situation at the scene was still that the first grade hall had a great advantage. Apart from Guan Xiao, who had sustained fatal injuries during the battle with Long Xiaoqi, Blood Cherry, the handsome man, and the other 2 members who had remained silent all remained unharmed. The heavenly devil religion had already been defeated, and Long Xiaoqi and his 2 friends had also lost their fighting strength. Blood Cherry walked over with her legs stained with blood and helped Guan Xiao up. The blood on her legs did not come from herself, but from her enemies. "Don't waste time. Let's go." Blood Cherry helped Guan Xiao up and turned into a beam of bright light that flew into the distance. The desert was very large, and the teleportation array was located in the distant mountains. 5 people from the first grade hall rushed towards the Earth Mountain group with the Void Stones. At this time, a large number of flying cavalry suddenly appeared in the sky, while heavy cavalry surged over from the ground. In the southwest region, the Lord's Mansion's guards had rushed over. Earth Mountain Group. Why is there a problem? Guan Xiao frowned and looked at the teleportation array. The handsome man said, "Could it be that you failed in setting up the formation?" Guan Xiao shook her head and said, "Impossible. Look at this teleportation array. It was clearly destroyed by someone." The handsome man shrugged his shoulders. "Whatever you say is what you say. What should we do now?" Guan Xiao said, "I have already done it very secretly. I only extracted a bit of Hong Dongxing's daughter's blood. Not only did I not kill her, I even sent her back. I didn't expect that even though I was so cautious, I would still be discovered by someone with a heart. I wonder who destroyed my teleportation array. How would he know that the teleportation array is hidden here? Blood Fiend, personally go and capture that Xiaoying." The handsome man nodded. "Wait for me for 10 minutes. After saying that, the delicate and handsome man turned into a wisp of black smoke and floated towards the southeast region. At the same time, the southwest region guards also rushed over. Guan Xiao looked into the distance and said, "I've been dragged along by the Star Guild and the heavenly devil religion for too long. The reinforcements from the island of exile have arrived." Blood Cherry wiped the blood off his leg and said, "You 3 wait here. I'll deal with it." Blood Cherry and the other 2 sat on the Earth Mountain and rested. The 2 of them took out the healing pills and spirit herbs for Blood Cherry to quickly recover. One of them said, "What exactly is Long Xiaoqi's background? He actually managed to injure you to such an extent." Guan Xiao expressionlessly said, "It's just a cripple. He used to be my senior's peer, and he was also one of the rare and powerful generals of the Star Guild back then. However, he went astray and cultivated some sort of insight technique. As a result, his realm was delayed. Otherwise, with his attainments, he would probably be a Fortune realm expert by now. It's starting." That person looked into the distance and saw that Blood Cherry had already collided head-on with the southwest guards on her own. The flying cavalry were the first to shoot out overwhelming Yuan-Chi arrows. The Blood Cherry was shrouded in countless Yuan-Chi arrows, and there was no room to dodge. She trembled, and a fiery ghost suddenly appeared behind her. The ghost hugged her body from behind, and the ghost's hands grabbed her wrists. Pong! Blood Cherry suddenly dissipated into a flame. All the Yuan-Chi arrows pierced through the flames and shot straight into the desert sand. Immediately after, The flames rushed into the army and quickly condensed into Blood Cherry's appearance. Blood Cherry raised her leg high and her right foot condensed an incomparably dazzling light. She stomped on the ground and a huge golden ring shockwave spread out. More than 100 heavy cavalry were instantly blasted to ashes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless Yuan Chi spears shot towards Blood Cherry. The Blood Cherry Peng's sound dissipated into flames and quickly moved to another direction. The flames condensed into Blood Cherry. She leapt out of thin air and jumped to a height of 100 meters. Immediately afterwards, she kicked the heavy cavalry squad down in the air. This kick kicked the air, causing the air to explode. A fan-shaped golden light exploded in the middle of the heavy cavalry. Boom! Hundreds of heavy cavalry were sent flying into the sky. The heavy cavalry at the core of the explosion disappeared from the horizon without any time to react. The Blood Cherry once again turned into flames and appeared in the air amongst the flying cavalry. Her body transformed into a series of Z-shaped golden lights. Every time she landed, she would poke a flying cavalry with her toes. Boom! 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 Every single flying cavalry that was hit exploded on the spot. Their internal organs were mixed with broken bones and fresh blood, and blood-red fireworks were constantly blooming in the air. She was like a bolt of golden lightning, instantly connecting the flying cavalry together. In a short moment, 80 of the flying cavalry had been exploded by her heavy feet. 5 Heaven Scryer Level 5 Masters suddenly flew out from the cavalry. Blood Cherry suddenly paused and smiled. The 5th level of Heaven Scryer is not bad. The 5 experts shouted angrily, "Surrender! With your Heaven Scryer 3rd layer cultivation, you dare to fight alone. Don't talk nonsense to her. Kill her on the spot." An expert at the 5th level of Heaven Scryer couldn't wait any longer and took the lead in hacking out a heaven-piercing and earth-piercing Dipper Chi saber light towards Blood Cherry. The saber light was incomparably huge and highly condensed, and its power was extremely violent. However, Blood Cherry did not dodge and rushed towards the saber light. She raised her leg and kicked the saber light to explode. Boom! The overwhelming waves of fire engulfed the entire battle area. This woman, the expert who cleaved his saber, frowned. To actually use my flesh and blood body to forcefully touch my saber light is truly immeasurable. Not good. A small piece of fire wolf suddenly bulged out from the sky. Immediately after, Blood Cherry rushed out unharmed with a wisp of flame. She flew too fast, and the flames were brought out by her, wrapping around her arms and legs. The expert hurriedly raised his saber to fight, but Blood Cherry had already arrived in front of him. She kicked the expert's wrist away with her left foot and fiercely tapped the expert's chest with her right foot. Boom! An expert at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage was exploded on the spot, and his entire body was blasted into fragments of limbs that filled the sky. The enemy is too strong. Attack! The other 4 5th stage Heaven Scryer experts were shocked, and they hurriedly surrounded Blood Cherry. On the way here, this group of guards had already seen many experts lying on the ground dying in the desert. Originally, they thought that the enemy was nothing special. However, when he truly fought against the enemy, he discovered that the combat strength of the two sides was actually so different. "The 4 of you, it's best to attack together." Blood Cherry looked at them with a faint smile and said, "If I were you, I wouldn't choose to surround them." The 4 experts exchanged glances and indeed stood together. "Attack!" The 4 of them raised their sabers high at the same time and shouted at the same time, "Heaven-breaking slash!" The 4 of them chopped their sabers at the same time. For heaven-piercing and earth-shattering Dipper Chi saber lights stuck together and slashed towards Blood Cherry. "This is more or less interesting." Blood Cherry nodded slightly. She stood in the air with one leg and raised her right leg. She curled her entire right leg into a V shape. "What?" The 4 experts were stunned. That woman actually wanted to use one leg to resist the 4 blade lights. "She's courting death." An expert laughed sinisterly. He was incomparably excited, as if he had already seen the woman split into 2. Clang! For tightly clasped saber lights simultaneously struck Blood Cherry's calf. However, that blade light was no longer able to advance. The 4 saber lights were firmly pressing against Blood Cherry's legs, trembling violently. No matter what, they could not advance any further. Are you still so confident now? Blood Cherry smiled faintly. She suddenly bounced off her right leg and sent all 4 saber lights flying. Immediately after, Blood Cherry suddenly collapsed into a flame and instantly arrived behind the 4 of them. The flames condensed into Blood Cherry again. She grabbed the back of one person's neck with her left hand and tapped the back of the other person with her right foot. Boom! One person exploded. The other 3 immediately turned around and cleaved. Blood Cherry rushed forward and arrived in front of the 3 of them. Her body lay flat in the air, and her 2 long legs quickly poked out a golden shadow of her legs. The 3 fifth-stage Heaven Scryer Masters exploded in unison. Retreat! Retreat! The rest of the heavy cavalry and the flying cavalry were all scared to the point their faces turned pale, and they retreated like a tidal wave. Pa pa pa! Not far away, there was a burst of applause. All right. Who do I think I am? It turns out that I am an expert from the first grade hall. Gang Lai led his 14 subordinates and strode over. 13th Street. Blood Cherry looked at Gang Lai and the others. She was not surprised. Gang Lai said, "We've been searching for who caused trouble under our noses these past few days. Now it makes sense. In this world, the only one who can escape from our 13th Street is the first grade hall." Exaggerated. Blood Cherry smiled faintly. "I thought that I had lost the chance to fight with you this time, but I didn't expect that 2 teams would come out halfway, delaying our plan. But that's good. I'm looking forward to the famous 13th Street." Gang Lai hugged his shoulders and said, "Legend has it that the Night Demon organization was made up of secret law enforcement teams from the 8 great sects of the Southern Domain in the early days. Each of them was an elite organization. As for the first grade hall, it is one of the elites of the Night Demon elite. In other words, these few of you already represent the best fighting strength of the experts of the same realm in the entire Southern Domain, right? Today is really a good day. Let us, the top experts of the Eastern region, try out the weight of the top experts of the Southern region. Come." Blood Cherry licked her lips and said, "I can't wait any longer. You're alone." The Red Ape took a step forward and said in a low voice, "Call your teammates over." Blood Cherry giggled and said, "I am enough to deal with you all by myself." "What are you talking about?" The Red Ape was furious. Not far away, Xianxia was sitting under a mound, drinking and watching a play. Everyone noticed Xianxia's existence, but none of them had any interest in him. Only Susu frowned and came to Xianxia's side, saying, "You still followed me. You just disobeyed, didn't you?" Xianxia handed Susu a pot of wine and said, "I just came to see. With my 9th level Heavenly Yuan realm, the people of the first grade hall are too lazy to even look at me, and they have no interest in killing me." Susu sighed and sat down side by side with Xianxia, saying, "All right, you just need to see how high-end combat is. It's fine for you to study hard." Xianxia laughed and said, "You're not going to apply for a restraining order for me now." Na Susu rolled her eyes and said, "I know you are not afraid of death, but if you dare to make a move, I will still restrict your movements. Even if you are tied up, I will tie you back." "Even abandoning your teammates?" Xianxia pointed at Gang Lai and the others. "Even abandoning my teammates," Susu said. "Am I that important to you?" Xianxia asked curiously, "You don't even know my origin, nor do you know me." Susu said, "Like is like. I only believe in my own feelings." Xianxia nodded. "Let's watch the play. I hope the people on 13th Street won't disappoint me." Clang. Susu knocked on Xianxia's head. "Little child, learn to speak like adults." Xianxia rubbed his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. On the battlefield, Shen Gui took a step forward. He lowered his head and held the sword at his waist with both hands. "Alone," Blood Cherry said. "Aren't you planning to go together?" Gang Lai hugged his shoulders and said, "The first grade hall is famous, but our 13th Street also has our own dignity. If you look down on us, we will use our own strength to prove ourselves." Blood Cherry shrugged. "First of all, I came alone because I knew that I could annihilate all of you. Second, if the conditions required, we would fight together without any hesitation. Our first Great Hall is not interested in the ridiculous dignity of martial artists. Blood Cherry wasn't in a hurry. They were waiting for Xianxia, so they were killing time anyway. You really don't put us in your eyes at all. Gang Lai smiled and shook his head. Shun Gui. Let's do it. The instant ghost squatted slightly. He held the sword in his right hand and pressed his left fist against the ground. Gradually, all the sand and soil on the ground floated up. In an instant, the instant ghost suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Tyrannical body. Blood Cherry waved her arms and her entire body was shrouded in a layer of golden light. Clang, 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 clang. There were 4 consecutive hacking sounds on Blood Cherry's body, and 4 flames illuminated the night sky. Instant Ghost suddenly appeared 20 meters away from Blood Cherry. He lowered his head and silently looked at the sword in his hand. For gaps had appeared on the blade of the sword. The sword blade collapsed. Don't you have a decent weapon? A defective heavenly armament really doesn't fit your status. Blood Cherry hugged her shoulders and said indifferently. After all, not everyone could have such a fortuitous encounter with Xianxia, nor could they always obtain such a high-grade weapon. The Blood Cherry's defense was truly astonishing. Although the defective heavenly armament hadn't reached the grade of a beginner heavenly armament, its hardness wasn't bad. The sword struck Blood Cherry's body, but the sword blade collapsed. Shun Gui, use my weapon. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and threw it at the instant ghost. The giant saber was still 500 meters away from the instant ghost, but it suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the instant ghost was already holding Xianxia's nightmare saber in his hand. It was at this moment that the instant ghost's entire body suddenly fell downwards. So heavy! The other experts on 13th Street were all shocked. You've always used such a heavy weapon? Susu also looked at Xianxia in surprise. She often saw Xianxia carrying a saber on his back. Although Xianxia had never used the saber to fight in front of her before, it seemed that the saber was a little plain, as if there was nothing special about it. Only now did he know that the saber was actually so heavy. Even the instant ghost was caught, it was almost dragged down from the sky. The normal form of the nightmare blade was very light, but its complete form was completely different. After adapting to the weight of the giant saber, the instant ghost weighed it twice in his hand and said, "Good saber! What a high-spirited saber!" Shun Gui didn't say anything, but this time he spoke. This saber was truly following Xianxia's expedition from Haotian to the western regions, from the western regions to the various continents, and even to the northern regions and the eastern regions. It followed Xianxia through life and death, and it also inherited Xianxia's will. A good weapon was not forged, but raised in battle. Profound weapon? On the distant Earth Mountain, Guanxiao said in surprise. The other two said, profound armament? I can't tell. Did you see wrongly? Guanxiao shook her head. I'm not sure either. This saber doesn't look strange, but it already has the hardness of a profound weapon. The instant ghost grabbed the nightmare saber and tried to release its profound weapon attribute. But in the end, it discovered that the saber did not have any attributes at all. Xianxia was the only one in the world who could use the nightmare attribute of this saber. If it was placed in someone else's hands, it would be a very hard weapon. Looks like I was wrong. Guanxiao shook her head. The instant ghost adapted to the weight of the saber and quickly disappeared. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive slashes struck Blood Cherry. Instant ghost speed was indeed slowed down. The saber was too heavy. This caused the instant ghost to instantly send out 4 slashes, reducing it to 3 in a straight line. However, Blood Cherry was still unharmed. Are you done? It's my turn. Blood Cherry moved her neck. She suddenly charged at Shun Gui for a short distance and instantly arrived in front of him. The instant ghost's figure flashed and disappeared. However, Blood Cherry's speed was even faster. She stretched out her left hand and pulled out a disappearing instant ghost from the air, followed by a whip leg. Shun Gui hurriedly used his giant saber to block it. Blood Cherry kicked the blade with her long legs, giving off a heaven-shaking clanging sound. As for Shun Gui, he was kicked into a beam of light and exploded into the distance where the heavens and earth met. Nothing. He was kicked to the ground without a trace. In an instant, the instant ghost appeared in front of Bloodcherry again from a distant place. However, Shun Gui's arms had already shattered. Both hands were trembling violently. The faces of the people on 13th Street were solemn. "You've already lost. You can't even defeat me. You can't even break through my defense," Bloodcherry said. As she spoke, she sprinted towards the instant ghost and raised her leg to record the chop. However, the instant ghost's body flickered and it turned into an illusory figure and disappeared. Bloodcherry's leg missed. She tilted her head slightly and immediately rushed into the air in another direction. Then she kicked again. In the empty sky, the instant ghost suddenly appeared and turned into a shadow that disappeared again. Bloodcherry stepped on the ground with her right foot and bounced back to chase after the instant ghost. The instant the ghost escaped, it happened to be in front of Bloodcherry. The two of them chased after each other in the air. The instant ghost did not dare to forcefully receive Bloodcherry's attack, but Bloodcherry was unable to catch up to the instant ghost. The two of them chased after each other for more than a dozen rounds before finally stopping at their original positions. Shun Gui narrowed his eyes and said, "You can't beat me. You can't even catch up with my speed." "Oh? Is that so?" Bloodcherry shook her body with ease. Her bones crackled and her muscles relaxed slightly. She said, "Do you know the relationship between strength and speed?" As she spoke, the muscles on Bloodcherry's body tensed up again. She looked at the location of the instant ghost and curled up her right leg. In an instant, Bloodcherry suddenly shot her right leg into the air behind her. Her right foot kicked the air and immediately exploded, as if it had shattered the air. With the highly intense sprint brought about by this super explosion, Bloodcherry's entire body exploded towards the instant ghost, shooting into a beam of light. The instant the ghost figure flashed, it immediately dodged a charge from Bloodcherry. "Do you know the difference between moving quickly and using a high eruption sprint?" Shun Gui played with Xianxia's giant saber and said confidently, "Fast movement can change directions at will, and it can be done easily. Charge, however, is very difficult to turn. You can only take a straight line or a path with a very small arc. Once I dodge, you won't have the chance to turn around and chase me." Bloodcherry's lips curled into a faint smile. She did not answer Shun Gui's question, but curled up her right leg. This time, the aura on her right leg became even more intense. Boom! Bloodcherry kicked the air, and his entire body turned into a dazzling beam of light as the explosion rushed towards Shun Gui. The instant ghost dodged at an extremely fast speed and said, "I told you, this method of yours is ineffective." Bloodcherry twisted her neck and curled up her right leg for the third time. This time, the aura on her leg was already buzzing intensely. Boom! The super explosion caused by the third kick pushed Bloodcherry towards the instant ghost for the third time. This time, the instant ghost quickly dodged, still dodging Bloodcherry's charge. Compared to the previous two times, it was not so easy to dodge. This time, Bloodcherry's long legs had already touched the corner of Shun Gui's clothes. "It's getting faster and faster." The people on 13th Street felt something was wrong. "Your speed is very fast, but if my speed can crush you, then you will be worthless in front of me." Bloodcherry stretched her muscles and bones. She twisted her waist drastically, and then her entire body began to spin rapidly. When her speed was fast enough to turn her into a spinning light, her long legs suddenly curled up and kicked in the air. Boom! This kick caused all the air within a certain range to explode. It even pumped the sky into a vacuum. As for Bloodcherry, she let out a cry and turned into a beam of light. That light was extremely fast, much faster than the previous 3 times. Shun Gui was shocked and hurriedly dodged. But before his body could move, the thought of dodging had just appeared in his mind. A long leg had already arrived. Boom! The Bloodcherry's lower leg landed heavily on Shun Gui's head, directly hacking Shun Gui's body into a radial meat paste. The meat paste fiercely smashed into the ground, and with a puff, It sprayed into the sky like a volcano erupting. After a terrifying collision with the ground, the corpse of the instant ghost was blown into the air at a high speed. It was actually burned into flames and burned to ashes. No, that super-fast instant ghost couldn't escape Bloodcherry's fourth charge. And a living person was kicked out just like that. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Xianxia's nightmare blade spun rapidly in the air and was held in Bloodcherry's hand. Heh! Bloodcherry grabbed the hilt and blade with both hands and kicked the blade with a heavy kick. Clang! The nightmare saber was kicked to the point that it shook fiercely, but the blade was still intact. Ha! Bloodcherry frowned. She repositioned her saber and raised her right leg high up. Her entire leg was shrouded in a golden light that soared into the sky. With this kick, his strength could be said to be heaven-defying. However, the nightmare saber still let out an explosive sound from being kicked. In the end, it was still not injured at all, and it was not even able to leave a small dent. Oh! Including Bloodcherry, along with Guanxiao and the other two experts of the first stage hall. They were all shocked. This saber is not bad. Bloodcherry tightly grabbed the huge saber with both hands, her eyes shining. Although it has no function, its hardness is very outstanding. The people of 13th Street were neither sad nor angry when the instant ghost died. In their eyes, it was an honor to die on the battlefield alone. The death of the instant ghost could only mean that the instant ghost itself was not strong enough. Death was the price that the weak had to pay. This person's strength is not simple. The red ape waved its big arm and walked out. I'll go meet him. Before the red ape could truly move, a small grain of sand suddenly flew towards Bloodcherry. In such a desert, it was hard to notice a grain of sand flying out of the night sky. However, the people present were all experts. Everyone noticed this grain of sand. Bloodcherry looked at the sand curiously. She did not understand what this thing was used for. Who threw it over? Why would she throw a grain of sand? Could it still penetrate her defenses? The corner of Bloodcherry's mouth curled up slightly, but in the next moment, her eyes suddenly changed. That was because the sand had suddenly turned into a 20-meter-tall boulder. The sand itself flew extremely fast. After turning into a boulder, its speed suddenly increased by more than 10 times. Before Bloodcherry could dodge, he immediately kicked towards the boulder. The boulder wasn't just a boulder. It was also wrapped in a strong aura. Boom! Bloodcherry kicked the boulder into a pebble that filled the sky, and she herself was knocked back by this huge impact force, sliding back a meter or two. What a peculiar ability! Guanxiao and the others all laughed. Bloodcherry asked in surprise, "Has the sand turned into stone? Is this a profound Tao technique?" A man dressed in a black robe rose into the air with a beaming smile. Xianxia immediately recognized that this person was the kid who threw the mountain. Slip! The red ape shook its head. You brat, you actually took the lead. All right then, I'll leave this woman to you to deal with. I'll save my strength and deal with their boss later. The black-robed man smiled faintly, holding a small, exquisite stone in his hand. You're called Lulu? Bloodcherry couldn't help but laugh. This name suits you quite well. It sounds like you deserve to be beaten up. The black-robed man nodded his head instead. I am honored to receive such a high evaluation from you. Next, let me give you a lift. You-aha! Bloodcherry grabbed it with her back hand, but in the end, she grabbed it empty-handed. She turned around and saw that the giant saber that had been floating beside her had disappeared. She looked in the direction of Xianxia and saw a bird holding onto the hilt of a knife, and it had just been delivered to Xianxia's hand. Gale Sparrow? Bloodcherry was surprised for a moment and smiled. Good saber, good bird. I'll take it all in a while. Being able to steal things from Bloodcherry is not simple. That bird is very miraculous. Guanxiao smiled. Standing on his shoulder was a little bird with a thieving gaze. It had always been one of Xianxia's symbols. However, Guanxiao had never seen it before. The first time she met Xianxia was in the Red Earth continent, and the second time was in the northern region. When they met, the little bird was at Dream Butterfly's place. When the sect fought, because Xianxia had always been participating in the battle, the little bird had always circled in the sky and never landed. Xianxia rubbed the little bird's forehead with a finger. He was never worried that the nightmare knife would be snatched away by Blood Cherry, because in the little bird's mind, mine was mine, and yours was mine. If I don't take the initiative to steal your things, it's already the greatest kindness of my little sparrow sovereign. Blood Cherry shrugged her shoulders and said, Anyway, I don't know how to use my saber well. It's not a problem for me to keep it with you first. Hey, you underestimate me too much. Who are you talking to? The black-robed man helplessly smiled bitterly. Fight me properly, will you? Blood Cherry looked at the black-robed man and said, What's the point of fighting you? Throw a few more stones over? Forget it, just continue to throw your own stones. Did anyone else come to fight me? If not, I'll charge in and fight you all alone. You really don't put me in your eyes at all. The black-robed man weighed the small stone in his hand. His right hand swung into an illusion. The small stone turned into a line with a whoosh and instantly tossed it towards Blood Cherry. Before the stone could hit Blood Cherry, Peng's voice turned into a huge rock the size of a mountain. However, the mountain was made up of many stones. Its structure was relatively loose and easy to collapse. As for the small stone, it was solid as a whole. When it turned into the size of a mountain, it would be very difficult to deal with. Especially not the stone itself, but the dipper chi wrapped around it. This was because the black-robed man had only used sparks of astral chi to wrap around the small stone. When the small stone grew bigger, even the astral chi had become bigger. A vast amount of astral chi was wrapped around a mountain. Blood Cherry's expression finally became serious. She didn't have time to react because the stone was too close to her. Tyrannical body. Blood Cherry's body trembled as she forcefully collided with the mountain. Clang. When the mountain collided with Blood Cherry, the sound of metal colliding could be heard. The huge mountain rock was wrapped in dipper chi, but it could not be shattered. Instead, it was bounced back. Blood Cherry herself had been knocked back more than 10 meters, and her expression was a little embarrassed. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in Blood Cherry's eyes. She stepped on the air and charged towards the black-robed man. Seeing this, Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. Just now, the instant ghost had been hacked to death by the same move. He didn't know how this black-robed man would deal with it. Unexpectedly, the black-robed man wasn't worried at all. He smiled and tore off a small piece of cloth from his sleeve, then casually tossed it out. The strip of cloth rose in the wind and suddenly became overwhelming. Blood Cherry kicked the curtain, and the power of this kick was immediately removed. The curtain was 3,000 meters high and 1,000 meters wide. This kind of thing was extremely soft, and it floated in the air without any support. If one punched or kicked this kind of thing, it basically wouldn't have any effect. Before Blood Cherry could react, the black-robed man lightly wrapped his right hand around the curtain. The curtain immediately wrapped around Blood Cherry and wrapped around her like a giant cloth ball. As for this cloth, it was blessed with astral chi, so it was very difficult to destroy it. Unless one encountered a sharp weapon, Blood Cherry did not use a weapon. Pooh! The inside of the cloth ball lit up for a moment, as if there was a fire burning, but the light quickly went out again. The black-robed man chuckled and said, Burning cloth with fire is a good idea. Unfortunately, cloth is afraid of burning, but the aura covering the cloth is not. He flew over and grabbed a small pebble with his 2 fingers, fiercely throwing it towards the cloth ball. The little pebble became as big as a giant mountain and smashed into the cloth ball with a loud boom. The cloth ball was smashed to the ground, and due to the softness of the steps, it rebounded high. The black-robed man tossed the boulder and hit the cloth ball again. The cloth ball was blown down again and rebounded again. It was like a child playing with a leather ball on the ground, banging and bouncing continuously. This ability is really useful. Xianxia discovered that the black-robed man could make things bigger and smaller. However, there was a time limit. The small stone had been turned into a giant rock twice. The longer it looked like it would last, the greater the consumption of the black-robed man would be. Therefore, he tried his best to make the object huge only when he attacked. Haven't you died yet? It doesn't seem to have much effect on you. The black-robed man smashed it dozens of times before taking away the boulder. He raised his right hand and said, "What about this time?" After he finished speaking, his fist suddenly grew bigger, so big that it pierced the heavens and the earth. The mountain-like fist smashed into the cloth ball fiercely, instantly exploding the entire cloth ball. The black-robed man smiled faintly. "Do you know the relationship between strength and volume?" Blood Cherry was smashed into the yellow sand, not moving at all. "Win!" Susu waved her fist excitedly. "No." Xianxia expressionlessly shook his head. "There's still a long way to go. Not only is the vitality of the Blood Cherry not weakened, it's even stronger." "What?" Susu looked at Xianxia in surprise. "How did you know?" "Look." Xianxia pointed at Blood Cherry. At this moment, Blood Cherry had already gotten up from the ground. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and her entire body was in an unprecedented state of excitement. "All right." Blood Cherry laughed loudly. 13th Street is indeed full of people. I admit that I was caught off guard by you. The black-robed man smiled humbly and said, "This is nothing. My goal is to turn a grain of sand into a planet. Your tone is big enough." Blood Cherry twisted her neck. She put on a posture and the golden light around her suddenly exploded. "I'll see how you can stop me." The aura beneath Blood Cherry's feet exploded, and he charged towards the black-robed man with extreme speed. The black-robed man admitted that he did not have the speed of an instant ghost, nor could he dodge Blood Cherry's attack. However, he was not afraid because he had set up his defenses in advance. When the golden light of Blood Cherry exploded, he had already tore off a piece of cloth and tossed it into the air. The strip of cloth rose to a height of 4,000 meters and a width of 1,500 meters. No matter how Blood Cherry rushed over from any angle, she had to come into contact with the curtain. A fiery ghost suddenly appeared behind Blood Cherry. The ghost hugged her from behind. As for her, Peng's voice dissipated into a sea of rapidly advancing flames. Boom! The curtain ignited in the face of fire and instantly burned to ashes. "Impossible!" The black-robed man was shocked. "Steps can burn, but the aura that covers the cloth will never be burned so easily." The flames burned the curtain and condensed into Blood Cherries in front of the black-robed man. As soon as Blood Cherry recorded the chop, he directly bombarded the unprepared black-robed man on the ground. Looking at the black-robed man again, his entire left arm was kicked out, and fresh blood continuously gushed out. No one could withstand Blood Cherry's direct attack. It was as if she couldn't touch it at all. Wherever she touched it, it would immediately be kicked to shreds. It was as if everyone was a sand sculpture in front of her, unable to withstand a single blow. Why? Su could not understand. Why could it be burned? Xianxia said, "What Blood Cherry has turned into is not fire, but fire elementium. Her move is called Innate Awakening. It can turn her into the purest fire elementium power. In other words, as strong as Blood Cherry is, the flames she incarnates are as strong. So it's actually not that the curtain has been burned, but that Blood Cherry's astral chi is more powerful than the slippery astral chi. It was the astral chi that destroyed the astral chi. Rock, scissors, paper, rock, scissors, scissors cut open the cloth, and the cloth can wrap rock. This is the most common phenomenon in nature. However, when a person's innate talent awakened, their strength would directly turn into an elemental state. That would no longer be the stone breaking the scissors, but the scissors cutting open the stone. This was a collision between iron and stone. The awakening of one's innate talent allowed the two sides to ignore the phenomenon of normal mutual suppression and face the strength itself head-on. Blood Cherry did not chase after the black-robed man. Instead, she rushed towards Guanxiao and the others on the Earth Mountain. "Give me an origin pill. I spent a few times awakening as a guard before. I can't hold on any longer." Guanxiao threw Blood Cherry a red fire attribute origin pill. Blood Cherry grabbed it in her hand and swallowed it in one bite. "So that thing's real name is Essence Pill." Xianxia was thoughtful. The innate pill was a nickname that Xianxia and the others had temporarily given to the medicinal pill because they didn't know the real name of the medicinal pill. Only now did they know that it was an origin pill. Each origin pill represented a martial artist's life with excellent talent. At this moment in the northern domain, at the foot of a snow mountain, more than 3,000 children around the age of 13 or 14 were tied together by ropes. They cried as they were led forward. In front of the group was a skinny old man. He pulled the rope in his hand and arrived near a cave at the foot of the snow mountain. At the entrance of the cave, there was an incomparably large pill furnace. This pill furnace was over 100 feet tall. Beside the pill furnace stood an alchemist. The skinny old man pointed at the children behind him. The alchemist said expressionlessly, "The Bai clan has taught us how to refine origin pills. They are not used to refine such trash. Next time, at least 200 of the 3,000 children must be heavenly grade talents. Otherwise, you will be punished." The skinny old man's face was ashen with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything. He waved his hand and all 3,000 children flew into the pill furnace. In an instant, the pill furnace was filled with miserable cries. The pill refiner waved his hand and the furnace burned with a loud boom. He said, "Go catch it again." The skinny old man gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. "This time, even if we slaughter 10 cities, we still need to find a talented child." Blood Cherry let out a long breath and felt that her fire vein talent had stabilized again. Guan Xiao said, "The awakening of talent has a great effect on talent consumption. Using too much of it can even lead to the degradation of talent. If the grade is lowered, then no matter how many origin pills you swallow, you will not be able to rise back. You must pay attention to this point. If your innate talent is reduced, you will no longer be of value to us." Blood Cherry glanced at Guan Xiao indifferently, then turned around and flew back to the battlefield. At this time, the black-robed man flew painfully into the air and angrily said, "I'll give you face. This time, I will definitely kill you." After saying that, the black-robed man raised his one arm high up, and his arm instantly rose to a height of several thousand meters. "Come, just use your little tricks." Blood Cherry raised her right leg high up. The black-robed man waved his enormous arm and fiercely smashed his heavy punch towards Blood Cherry. On the tip of Blood Cherry's right foot, an incomparably dazzling golden ball of light condensed. Xianxia's eyes moved and he was about to make a move, but Susu stopped him. Susu said, "Even if you save him, he will not accept your kindness. Instead, he will think that you are insulting him." At that time, his hatred towards you was heavier than towards Blood Cherry. Not to mention, not even him, not even you. Boom! The giant fist and heavy foot met. A golden light shot into the sky. Blood Cherry kicked out the black-robed man's fist, followed closely by her. As her waist twisted, she swung her leg and swept the black-robed man's head away. 13th Street. Blood Cherry watched the headless man's corpse fall down and curled her lips in disdain. "Let's do it." The twins soared into the air. The two of them were tall and short. The tall grabbed the short man's leg and threw the short man towards Blood Cherry. At the same time, the short man swiftly rotated, turning into a ray of light that fell off. Blood Cherry slapped her hand on the shed, but she bounced her arm away. "What a formidable defense." Susu's expression was solemn as she said, "If it was anyone else, once they touched the twins' light, their entire body would be torn apart, and this Blood Cherry had only spread out its arms." Xianxian was also feeling heavy. He compared Blood Cherry to Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng's defense was strong because his flesh and blood body was powerful. As for Blood Cherry, it wasn't her flesh and blood that was at work. Instead, she was cultivating some kind of high-level cultivation technique, and the terrifying strength of her Dipper Chi had brought her incomparable strength and defense. The little man's incarnated light top returned and crashed into Blood Cherry again. Blood Cherry's arms trembled and he shouted, "Tyrant body!" Clang! The light top hit Blood Cherry's body, but the top itself was bounced away, but Blood Cherry did not move at all. "Ah!" The small man let out a furious roar from the light top. His speed was even faster, and he had even started to burn. Blood Cherry shook her shoulders and laughed. "Come!" The light spinning top charged towards Blood Cherry again. But this time, Blood Cherry extended her arms and hugged the spinning top. The veins on her forehead bulged slightly, and she used the strength of her arms to forcefully squeeze them off. It fell into her embrace and spun wildly, erasing the flames that filled the sky, but its speed slowed down. In the end, it was forcefully stopped by Blood Cherry's terrifying body. Blood Cherry raised her leg and directly kicked the little man's upper body. "I'll fight you!" The tall leapt into the sky, and his entire body was condensed into a spear of light by the aura of the astral chi, shooting towards Blood Cherry. Blood Cherry shouted tyrannical body and held the spear head with one hand. The sharp spear head lowered Blood Cherry's palm and was unable to break through. Blood Cherry pulled the spear backwards with her left hand, and then her body spun horizontally. She smashed her foot onto the spear and instantly broke the spear. Following that, her body continued to spin, landing on her feet, clanging, 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 clanging. The spear was kicked off one by one and was about to approach the tallest true body. The tall hurriedly withdrew his dipper chi. He raised his arms high and prepared to launch a counterattack. At this moment, Blood Cherry rushed forward and lifted her leg to blow up the tallest head. Who else? Blood Cherry swiftly swung her legs, throwing away the blood stains on her legs. "Don't move. Let me do it." The red ape waved its hand and transformed into a red light, rushing into the sky. "Oh, there's finally a group leader." Blood Cherry hugged her shoulders and said, "Since you are their team leader, you should be stronger than them, right? It's best not to disappoint me. In terms of strength, I, the red ape, have never been afraid of anyone." The red ape's body trembled, and his body began to buzz. His entire body soared another 2 meters, reaching a height of 5.5 meters. Behind the red ape, the image of a giant red ape appeared. Blood Cherry went up and kicked him. The red ape roared and grabbed Blood Cherry's leg with both hands, sending her flying. "What great power!" Xianxia's eyes lit up. Blood Cherry's body stopped hurriedly as she flew backwards. She rubbed her ankle and said, "Not bad. This strength is a bit interesting. Tonight, I'm finally not bored." After saying that, Blood Cherry raised her right leg and her entire leg turned golden. The red ape's muscles wriggled and roared. "This punch of mine can sink half of the island of exile." He furiously rushed forward, brandishing his huge fist and smashing it towards Blood Cherry. As for Blood Cherry's heavy leg, it collided with the red ape's fist. Boom! His fists and feet collided, as if 2 meteorites collided head-on in the air. An earth-shattering shockwave suddenly spread in all directions. Even the clouds in the sky had been blown away, and even the sand on the ground had been ground flat. Everyone was shrouded in the shockwave, and all of the Heaven Scryer realm experts were blown backwards. Na Susu spread her arms in front of Xianxia and helped him withstand all the impact. After the shock wave subsided, everyone immediately looked into the sky. Blood Cherry smiled, his right leg still shining with golden light, while the red ape's entire right arm was broken. The white bone spikes stabbed out from the flesh and blood. Dazzling. "I almost meant it." Blood Cherry smiled faintly. Her body flashed and her right leg shot towards the red ape's head. Clang! Just as everyone thought that the red ape was about to be kicked in the head, Blood Cherry's heavy foot was suddenly intercepted by a black shadow. "Who is it?" Everyone turned pale and hurriedly looked at the shadow. Everyone was stunned at this sight. Xiangbei. Xianxian was holding a saber in both hands, and the blade was supporting Blood Cherry's heavy feet. Xianxian narrowed his eyes and said, "Enough! You!" Blood Cherry looked at Xianxian in surprise. She sized Xianxian up and down and said, "Can you resist my kick?" "Xiangbei, your strength." The red ape paled in shock. Xianxian held the red ape's back collar in his left hand and threw him to Susu, saying, "Take good care of him." Also, Xianxian suddenly turned around and looked at 13th Street. "Don't come up one by one and die. With your current strength, you are no match for the first grade hall." The experts of 13th Street were caught off guard. First, they didn't expect Xiangbei to hide so deeply. Second, they felt that they had been insulted by Xiangbei. "Oh, I remember. So it's you." Blood Cherry looked at Xianxia doubtfully for a long time before finally laughing. I almost didn't recognize you. The saber you used actually changed its appearance. It's him. On Guanzhou's side, a group of 3 people also stood up, and their expressions were extremely solemn. This scene caused the people of 13th Street to feel greatly shocked. All of them went up to fight with their lives, but none of them had the slightest interest in Guanzhou and the others. However, as soon as Xiangbei appeared, Guanzhou actually stood up. Su Su was the most surprised. She was already a little speechless. The first time I saw you, I knew you were hiding your strength. Gang Lai, the 13th Street captain, smiled at Xianxia while hugging his shoulders. But you didn't expose me, Xianxia said. Gang Lai said, why do you want to tear it apart? What benefits does it have for me and you? However, it's a bit too arbitrary for you to say that our 13th Street is no match for the first stage hall. Xianxia said, I'm not insulting you, but the people from the first stage hall are not on the same starting line as you. Perhaps a year ago you could fight to the same level. However, the current first grade hall has already received the martial arts teachings of the martial artists from other worlds. The martial arts techniques they use are all superior to ours. Oh? Is there such a thing? Gang Lai's eyes moved. Sounds very interesting. Xianxia pulled the giant saber into a saber flower and said to Blood Cherry, it's not enough to bully them. Your enemy is me. I was the one who destroyed your teleportation formation. Blood Cherry narrowed her eyes and said, good boy. You actually became arrogant after retaining your strength to fight with you a few days ago. With that, the golden light on Blood Cherry's feet exploded, and he kicked towards Xianxia. In front of Xianxia's chest, with a clang, Blood Cherry's indestructible heavy foot fiercely kicked the blade. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood proudly like a pine. There was no retreat at all. Hiss, the experts on 13th Street all gasped. How strong was Blood Cherry's leg skill? It was tested with their lives, but now enough strength. Blood Cherry immediately became excited. Her body suddenly spun and she kicked Xianxia's saber 16 times in a row. Clang, 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 clang. Every kick made a deafening explosive sound, but Xianxia didn't move at all. He just narrowed his eyes and looked at Blood Cherry. Is that enough? Xianxia's eyes turned cold. He suddenly drew his saber, grabbed Blood Cherry's ankle with his left hand, and slashed down with his right. Swoosh! That Blood Cherry's entire right leg was cut off by Xianxia Chigan. Ah! Blood Cherry let out a miserable scream. Her body spun like flying and she used her remaining right leg to kick Xianxia. Xianxia's left hand retracted its elbow and smashed into Blood Cherry's left foot. Pong! A terrifying shockwave spread out, and Blood Cherry's entire body was sent flying by an elbow strike. Before Xianxia could retreat a single step, he bent his body and his entire body shone with lightning. Is the explosive power of fire very strong? How is it compared to electricity? Xianxia crackled and turned into lightning, surpassing Blood Cherry in an instant. When Xianxia was in the distance, Blood Cherry covered her stomach and a bloodline appeared on her stomach. Then she was split into 2. Swoosh! Swoosh! Xianxia waved his saber and put it away. The blade was not dyed red. The people on 13th Street were dumbfounded. Guanzhou and the others were also shocked. This brat's strength has actually increased by a large margin compared to the previous few days. On the Earth Mountain, the tall of the first grade hall stood up. He stretched his muscles and bones and said, this kid is even more difficult to deal with than Long Shaoqi. Guanzhou, you'd better quickly recover your strength. I'll go stall him. After saying that, the tall flew towards Xianxia and said, who exactly are you? Xianxia held the huge saber in his hand and said indifferently, the person who wants your life. You're from another world? The tall's expression was very ugly. In the entire world, no one in the same realm can kill Blood Cherry with 2 slashes. And you know that our martial skills are from a different world. Could it be that you and the Bai clan are from the same world? They couldn't think of any possibility. Even Xianxia of the Southern Domain had barely managed to win against Yu Donghai of the first stage hall when he had fought with him. And this fellow in front of him was actually able to easily kill Bloodcherry, who was also a first-grade hall disciple. In this world, there were even more powerful youngsters than Xiangnan. Xiangnan clenched the saber in his hand and said, "Hand over the void stone. I'll let you die a happy death." The tall laughed. "Bloodcherry is the weakest of the 5 of us. If you can kill her, you might not be able to defeat me." After saying that, the tall took out a huge sword from his storage ring. The shape of this giant sword was much more exaggerated than Xiangnan's giant saber. That sword was actually 10 meters tall. The tall was only 4 meters tall, but he used a 10-meter tall sword. This kind of sword had completely lost the flexibility of this kind of weapon. It was completely used as a heavy weapon. "Do you know why I said that Bloodcherry is the weakest?" The tall held the giant sword and said, "Because I taught her all of her kung fu. She hasn't learned how to use a weapon with her body. But I can." The tall shook his hair and shouted, "Tyrant!" Buzz! A thick layer of golden light wrapped around the tallest body. "Register." Xiangnan raised his saber horizontally. The tall said, "The wilderness." After saying that, the wilderness sword slashed towards Xiangnan, and the sword's body was also filled with a golden brutal light. Xiangnan slashed back with his saber, sending out a muffled buzzing sound. The auras of the 2 of them were too fierce and thick. It was clearly a battle between metal weapons, but they let out an undeservedly heavy sound. However, with this sword strike, neither side was able to distinguish between high and low. The wasteland held the hilt of the sword in both hands and sliced a 10-meter-long sword hundreds of times in an instant. The enormous heavy sword in his hand was as light as a tree branch, and when swung, it was even more flexible than those who used light swords. Xiangnan also struck back hundreds of times. Whether it was speed or strength, they were not inferior to the wilderness, and they even overwhelmed one end of the wilderness. Xiangnan's last blade slashed back the heavy sword in the wasteland. Then, his entire body suddenly sprinted forward, and his left elbow ruthlessly smashed into the wasteland's chest. "Tyrannical body!" the wilderness shouted. Clang! His elbow smashed into his chest, producing a metallic collision sound. The wasteland was knocked back more than 10 meters, but he only gasped for breath, his chest not even bruised at all. "This move is very powerful." Xiangnan frowned slightly. Was this tyrannical body a martial art or a martial skill? Since he could release it in the form of a skill, it was more likely that it was a martial skill. Xiangnan knew that this move was very difficult to deal with. When he killed Bloodcherry just now, the reason he used the Incarnation Lightning was to prevent Bloodcherry from using the Overlord body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to cut Bloodcherry down by the waist. But fighting in this wasteland was much harder. There was a 10-meter-long sword in the wasteland. If he were to incarnate into a bolt of lightning, there was a 50% chance that the giant sword would block him. At that time, he had crashed into a weapon at the speed of light, and it was definitely him who had died, not the wilderness. Even if there was only a 50% chance, Xiangnan could not take the risk. "Very hard." The wilderness shook its body. "You don't even know how to dominate the body, yet you can actually shake me back." Again! The wasteland was shrouded in golden light as it rushed towards Xiangnan once again. Xiangnan took 2 steps back. He raised his huge saber horizontally, followed by a saber slash. The aura of the Dipper saber shot towards the wilderness at lightning speed. The wilderness only saw Xiangnan hacking his saber, but it couldn't see where the aura of the Dipper saber was. However, the predictions of the danger signals in the wilderness were incomparably powerful. He subconsciously placed the giant sword in front of him, using it to block a fatal attack that even he did not know would appear. "Tyrannical body!" the wilderness roared. Clang! The saber light at the speed of sublight struck the giant sword, splitting it in half. The saber light continued to advance after breaking the giant sword, but because it was blocked by the giant sword lattice, it deviated a bit. With a whoosh, the saber light flew out and directly cut off the left arm of the wilderness. "That blade light can break the tyrant's body." Guanshao and the other little man's expressions changed drastically. Xiangnan rushed forward with his saber in hand. The huge saber pressed down on the broken sword hacked over from the wasteland. The lightning in his left fist was brutal, and he punched the wasteland's chest. Pooh! The wasteland was smashed to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backwards. Xianxia sprinted forward and punched the wasteland in the chest. Tyrannical body! The wilderness roared in haste. Clang! Xianxia's thunder and lightning punch landed on the wasteland. The feeling this time was completely different from the punch just now. The wasteland that didn't use tyrant body could be smashed by Xianxia's punch to the point of spitting blood, while the wasteland that used tyrant body made Xianxia feel like he had smashed a fist on a solid iron block. Xianxia had no other way to break the opponent's tyrannical body apart from the secondary light slash. However, there were times when the second light chop was used. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The wilderness laughed wildly. Look at your own arm. You used that powerful saber light and your own arm was also heavily injured. I just want to see how many more times you can release it. Even if you risk your life to kill me again, I still have 3 teammates. At that time, it will still be you who will die. As for those trash from 13th Street, they can't pose any threat at all. Is that so? Xianxia said indifferently as he took out the bright moon cosmos mirror from his storage ring. The wasteland was stunned. Fortunately, I made some preparations in advance. Xianxia pointed the mirror at the wilderness and said, You should regret being with the profound sky sect. In this world, I want to kill all bastards related to the profound sky sect. If Night Demon doesn't want to die, then leave this world as soon as possible. The wilderness narrowed its eyes slightly. If you have the ability, bring your horse over. Xianxia shook his head. He held the mirror in his left hand and his arm trembled slightly. Not good. Guanxiao shouted loudly, wanting to rush to save the wasteland, but it was already too late. A light slash shot out from the Haotian mirror. The wasteland's pupils contracted. He had never expected that this mirror would actually be able to release that terrifying saber light. Not even a shadow could be seen from the secondary light slash, so it shot towards the horizon with secondary light. At the same time, the wasteland was swept away by a black gas. Fortunately, I came back in time. On the other side, the delicate and handsome man who had returned with the wasteland in his left hand laughed and said, Guanxiao, looks like we're in big trouble this time. That Xiaoying has already been taken away by the people of the Haoran sect. According to the witnesses, she seems to have been taken out by Master Lei Gui. Hearing this, Guanxiao could only shake her head. Our plan has been completely seen through. This time we have become turtles in a jar. Right? The handsome man turned to look at Xianxia and said, Who are you? Someone who wants your life. Xianxia rushed towards the handsome man with the huge saber in his hand. Oh, it's the kid who followed us that day. I know your eyes, but your face is changing. The handsome man smiled and threw the wasteland towards the mountains, saying, Come, come. There was no victory or defeat that day. Today, let's have a showdown. Xianxia suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and slid past the handsome man. Before the handsome man could react, he lowered his head and saw a bloody line appear on his waist. Immediately after, his entire body was split into 2. Ah! The handsome man shouted, I'm dead. Xianxia looked at the wasteland that had been thrown away and prepared to chase after him. I lied to you. Ha 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 ha. The handsome man suddenly burst into laughter. What? Xianxia frowned and immediately looked at the handsome man. The man who had been beheaded did not bleed, and an identical person flashed behind him. This is Gang Lai looked at the handsome man in surprise. A puppet? Or an avatar? Xianxia's hands formed seals and wiped his eyes. A ray of lightning flashed through his pupils. Afterwards, he looked at the delicate and handsome man with his lightning-like eyes and saw an inconceivable scene. The delicate and handsome man who had been sliced at the waist had a large amount of vitality in his body, and was pouring into the body of the exact same delicate and handsome man behind him. In other words, the delicate and handsome man who was beheaded by the waist was not a so-called avatar, nor was he a puppet. Instead, he was something between the two. Substitute puppet. Xianxia nodded silently and said the name of the thing. The handsome man looked at Xianxia in surprise and said, I didn't expect that you would even be able to call him by his name. Looks like you know a lot. After saying that, he looked towards the direction of the Earth Mountain and said, Guanshao, take them and the Void Stone and leave. The teleportation array can't be repaired anymore, so we can only forcefully rush out. The one-armed wasteland shouted. The island of exile is enveloped by a barrier. How can we get out? The handsome man said, This kind of barrier is a defensive array. The people outside and their attacks will be blocked by the barrier, but the people inside can attack the people outside. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. The wilderness understood. He immediately flew towards Guanshao and said, Go! Retreat. Xianxia had approached the barrier at close range, and he knew that what the handsome man said was true. Ordinary spirit formations had two-way defenses. The attacks from the inside couldn't get out, and the attacks from the outside couldn't get out either. However, the barrier of the island of exile was a very smart thing. It only defended against the outside, not the inside. In other words, the four lords could freely release their martial skills to penetrate the barrier and attack the Southern Domain sect. As for the Southern Domain sect, they could only be beaten passively and had no chance to retaliate. This type of barrier was the best for defending and counterattacking, but one of its disadvantages was obvious. As long as one's entire body was wrapped in Origin Chi or Dipper Chi, they would be able to fly out freely. Moreover, once they left, they would not be able to enter unless someone allowed them to do so. The wasteland found Guanshao and the other two, and the three of them immediately flew straight into the sky. You want to escape with the Void Stone? Xianxia dodged the handsome man, then raised his head to look at the sky, using the shadow transformation technique to block the path of Guanshao and the others. He wants to fight for enemies alone. The red ape cried out in alarm. I'm afraid this won't do. Hurry up and save him. Susu had already taken off. She hurriedly shouted, Those four people are all experts of the first stage hall. No matter how strong Xiangbei is, he can't defeat four of them. 13th Street. Let's go. Gang Lai roared. This isn't a one-on-one battle anymore. If the enemy wants to break out of the encirclement, let's attack as well. The martial practitioners of the 13th Street followed closely behind and flew towards the sky. Where are you going? The delicate and handsome man stood in front of everyone. He smiled and said, If you want to help me, you have to pass my test. Kill him. Susu took the lead. She waved her hand and ran out a large amount of shiny powder, enveloping the delicate and handsome man. Immediately after, she held 5 silver needles in her hands and threw them away. The delicate and handsome man suddenly stuck out a large blood-red tongue. That tongue was tens of feet long, and it was completely not an organ that a human should have. This large tongue was wrapped in astral chi, and with a single flick, all of Susu's silver needles were sent flying. Susu's silver needle was not something that could not be stopped. This kind of silver needle could easily pierce through the Dipper Chi defense of a Heaven Scryer 5th layer expert. But now, it was swept away by the delicate and handsome man's tongue. It could only show that the delicate and handsome man's combat strength was far above Susu's. Besiege him, Gang Lai shouted. Susu continued to shoot silver needles at the delicate and handsome man, while the red ape waved its fists and smashed towards the delicate and handsome man. Another 4 13th Street experts had turned into 4 enormous weapons of light, using them as blades, spears, swords, and axes. 6 second stage Heaven Scryer experts attacked at the same time, sealing off almost all the paths of the delicate and handsome man. The delicate and handsome man smiled. His body trembled and he shouted, Tyrannical body! Ding 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 ding. Susu's silver needles hit the man, and all the silver needles were broken. The red ape's heavy punch landed on the man's body, forcefully shattering his arm. His bones instantly pierced through his flesh and turned over. He had already broken one of his arms before, but now both of his arms were temporarily crippled. After hitting the delicate and handsome man, the 4 experts who had transformed into light weapons were all bounced back, and each of them coughed out a mouthful of blood. Gang Lai's eyes turned cold as he exclaimed, "This overlord body is actually so powerful. I really don't know how Xiangbei managed to break through the enemy's overlord body." After experiencing it personally, they finally realized how powerful this tyrant body was. But just now, he had clearly seen that Xiangnan had cut off his arm from the wasteland where he had used his tyrannical body with a single slash. "No way!" The red ape gritted its teeth angrily and said angrily, "Apart from Xiangbei, we can't break his defense at all." That Gang Lai said, "It doesn't matter. As long as we can delay him and relieve the pressure on Xiangbei, it's fine." "Stall me? I'm afraid you're overthinking it." The delicate and handsome man suddenly turned into a mist of blood and sprayed it towards the crowd. Everyone didn't know what this move represented, but they subconsciously dodged. After the blood mist stained the body of a 13th Street expert, the blood of the expert's entire body began to burn. What was even stranger was that a large amount of red gas began to emit from all over the 13th Street expert's body. "The blood has evaporated." Gang Lai rushed forward and placed his right hand on the martial artist's forehead, using his aura to suppress the vicious circle in his body. But in the end, the Dipper Chi did not have any effect. The blood in the martial artist's body was still vaporizing rapidly, and it turned into a mist that spilled out of his body and floated towards the sky. In just a few minutes, the martial artist's face was still pale. He had lost too much blood and entered a state of shock. It looked like he would die in a minute or two. "Damn it!" Gang Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, don't be contaminated by the poisonous blood he turned into. You must dodge. Do you know why I'm called Blood Fiend? Today I'll let you taste it carefully. The fear of blood flowing away," he said as he licked his lips. With that, he turned into a bloody mist and whistled towards the crowd. Gang Lai raised his right hand high up and pulled it down abruptly. A wall of Gang Chi that was 100 feet tall and 100 feet wide fell to the ground. Once the blood mist that the delicate and handsome man had transformed into touched the wall, it would be blocked off. The other martial artists bypassed the wall and quickly launched a fierce attack towards the blood mist. Streaks of Dipper Sword Chi and Blade Chi exploded out one after another. However, the man was in a blood mist state, not a physical body. These saber lights only penetrated through the blood mist and were stained red, but they were unable to injure his body. Even higher up, Xiangnan had already started a war with the 3 first-grade Hall's experts. The wasteland had its arms severed, and its combat ability had greatly decreased. Guanxiao had been seriously injured by Long Shaoqi before, but now, she had only recovered 3 to 5 levels, and her combat strength was very limited. The last mysterious little fellow of the first-grade Hall finally walked out as the main battle member. "Xiang, did we give you face today?" The little man's temper was the most violent, and he wasn't as calm as the other first-grade Hall masters. In this group of experts battle, even though they were desperate to survive, they still had a smile on their faces as they chatted with each other in a seemingly relaxed manner. Very few people cursed like the hooligans on the streets, kicking and beating like crazy. However, the little man of the first-grade Hall was obviously more like a hooligan. Xiangnan knew that he was going to be forced out of his true strength. He touched the ring that Dead Eye had given him and disguised his lightning power as flame power. The little man raised both of his hands, and 2 fireballs rose from the palms of both of his hands. Fire Meridian Talent. Xiangnan pulled up his posture and prepared for the attack. He knew that the people of the first-grade Hall were definitely not simple. The little guy's talent seemed to be just an ordinary heavenly grade fire vein, but he might have other hidden abilities. At this moment, the little man threw a fireball at Xiangnan. Xiangnan's pupils constricted and he was secretly shocked. The fireball had already surpassed Xiangnan's dodging speed and turned into a red afterimage. Something that could make Xiangnan's eyes look like afterimages was very rare. Xiangnan only had 3 moves to dodge such an attack. He moved into the void and transformed into lightning. However, these 3 martial skills consumed too much energy to dodge an inconspicuous fireball. It was truly not worth it. Xiangnan raised his saber horizontally and blocked the fireball with his saber. After the fireball hit the giant saber at an extremely high speed, a violent explosion immediately occurred. The raging flames slid past the saber and engulfed Xiang Nan's entire body. In the area of the explosion, Xiang Nan's body was sent flying with a whoosh. That's not an ordinary explosion. Below, Gang Lai, who was entangled with the delicate and handsome man, also raised his head to see the explosion in the sky. His expression was very serious. Explosion was a very general term. Under normal circumstances, when martial artists fought against each other, once the intensity of the battle was too intense, there would often be explosions, but this kind of explosion was relatively weak. After colliding with Yuan Qi or Dipper Qi, they immediately used highly intense power to smash out the flames and used the power of the shockwave to send the flames flying. The visual effect was that the explosion was not very powerful. It was mainly due to the impact produced by the collision of Dipper Qi. The small man's explosion was completely different. The flames of his explosion were not from collisions, but from the explosion of his fireball itself. In comparison, ordinary martial artists brandished their weapons. Weapons would drive strong winds. However, this strong wind was completely different from the wind-type attacks launched by wind-type experts. Their might was also different. High up in the air, Xiang Nan's ears were constantly ringing from the explosion. His mind was buzzing, and his entire body was in extreme pain. His saber could only block physical attacks, but there was no specific form of fire. Little bastard, you can't stand it anymore? The little man's right hand trembled, and a fireball appeared in his palm. Your father's talent is not a fire attribute, but a crystal core attribute. It's a mutation of the fire vein. Xiang Nan shook his head, his ears still ringing. If you call me a little bastard and call yourself father, then aren't you an even more miscellaneous bastard? He said. Poochie. Guanshao hurriedly covered her mouth and said, Sorry, I can't hold back. The little man shouted angrily. Your grandmother. Today your father will teach you a lesson. My son. Kneel down. Xiang Nan kept frowning. When did the first-grade hall start to accept such dirty goods? Guanshao also kept frowning. Obviously, she looked down on the little guy and felt that cursing like this really didn't have the demeanor of an expert. He had never seen two high-ranking experts cursing at their parents the moment they met. What kind of manners did they really have? That little guy didn't care about that much. He had already thrown another fireball towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan dodged and dodged the fireball. Impossible! How can you dodge the speed of my fireball? The little man said angrily. Xiang Nan is an expert in speed. He can't dodge the speed of fireballs, but he can clearly see the small man's hand gesture of throwing fireballs. Whichever way you throw your hand, I'll just dodge to the other side. Anyway, the fireballs are moving in a straight line. The little man didn't believe it. He swung his hands repeatedly and continuously threw fireballs at Xiang Nan. With his momentum, Xiang Nan had already predicted the direction of the little man's swing. As he flew towards the little man, he constantly shook his body, dodging the blazing fireballs. In the blink of an eye, the little man threw 40 to 50 fireballs, and Xiang Nan arrived in front of the little man. Keep your mouth clean. If you don't have the guidance of your elders, I will discipline you for them. Xiang Nan slashed at the little man's head. The little guy dodged, and Xiang Nan followed him and kicked the little guy in the chest, sending him flying. However, with this kick, the little man's chest actually exploded. Xiang Nan was caught off guard by the explosion and hurriedly wanted to dodge, but he could no longer come. A monstrous wave of fire engulfed Xiang Nan. Ha! I'll blow you up, you stinking bastard! The little man laughed heartily. When the flames dissipated, the little man became angry again. It was because he saw that Xiang Nan was completely unharmed. There was a spherical flame shield protecting Xiang Nan. On the surface of the flame shield, there was a small fire dragon swimming all over. This was Xiang Nan's dragon spirit steel. It was originally a lightning meridian martial skill, but because of the ring given by Deadeye, it was disguised as a fire martial skill. Xiang Nan's huge saber slashed down, and a sharp flaming saber light flew towards the little man. Tyrannical body! The little man's body trembled, and his entire body was shrouded in intense golden light. Boom! The instant the saber light struck the little man, a flame exploded. Not only did the saber light not injure the little man's tyrant body, it was even shattered. This kind of attribute is a bit tricky. Xianxia took out the cosmos mirror and slashed it at the little man. Be careful. The wasteland, which had been waiting for an opportunity not far away, immediately sent the little man flying with its aura. The second light slash was extremely close to the little man's body and almost cut him in half. This brat's sharp saber light is very powerful. Tyrannical body can't block it, the wilderness said in a deep voice. Just like Xianxia had predicted the fireball of a small man, his sublight slash could predict it. As long as he took out the mirror, the wilderness would know that Xianxia was going to release a fast blade light. The little guy had a lot to worry about in battle, but Huang Principal only observed Xianxia's secondary light slash. As long as Xianxia used this move, he would save the little guy. Your father, I'm angry. The little man was greatly enraged. He threw both of his hands, and the flames condensed into two sword beams that shot towards Xianxia at high speed. Xianxia also chopped out two saber rays and collided with the sword rays. However, the saber light was real, but the sword light would explode if it touched anything. This time, the sword light exploded into a fan-shaped flame zone, engulfing Xianxia once again. As for Xianxia's saber light, it was pushed high into the sky due to the backlash of the explosion. The power of this explosion was simply unimaginable. As the flames dissipated, Xianxia was still shrouded in the flame shield. He withdrew the dragon spirit steel and immediately used a move to change shadows, arriving directly on the left side of the little man. The little man couldn't dodge and was struck on the shoulder by Xianxia's heavy saber. Boom! It exploded again. Just as the small man's shoulder was sliced in by the blade, an explosion occurred. The impact of the explosion pushed away Xianxia's huge saber. The little man shouted loudly and his small fist landed on Xianxia's chest. Boom! Explode again. The little man's fist didn't have much strength, but the explosive power was incomparably terrifying. Xianxia felt as if he had been hit head-on by a siege car on his chest. He felt stuffy and almost spat out a mouthful of sweet blood. This little guy was actually even more powerful than the wilderness. Again, the little man jumped up and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia dodged and slashed his heavy saber horizontally towards the little man's stomach. When the blade touched the little man's body, it exploded again, sending Xianxia flying. Dirty fire, stop pestering him. Kill him directly, the wilderness shouted. In the distance, Xianxia gritted his teeth and looked down at the large burns on his body. It turned out that this little man, who was full of dirty words, was nicknamed Dirty Fire. The little man chuckled strangely. He slapped his hands and condensed a flaming sword that was 100 feet long. Hoo! The enormous flaming sword swept towards Xianxia. Xianxia predicted his movements in advance and directly bent down to dodge. The dirty fire will slashed at Xianxia's left, right, and left, crisscrossly. He forcefully hacked a 100-meter-long flame sword into a dense net of flames. Xianxia also kept dodging, his entire body flashing into a ray of light. When the entire round of chopping of the dirty fire ended, Xianxia found the right time and immediately switched positions, quickly returning to the original spot beside the dirty fire. Your saber is useless against me. You stinky character. Dirty Fire cursed loudly. Xianxia raised his right hand and the little fire dragon wrapped around the hilt of the saber. Dragon Spirit slashed heavily on Dirty Fire's shoulder. Boom! The power of the Dragon Spirit break was boundless, and it directly sent the Dirty Fire flying. Half of its shoulders were hacked to the bone. Xianxia used the small fire dragon to form the Dragon Spirit break, so he didn't have time to release the Dragon Spirit steel. He was also blown away. Both of them stopped in the air. The Dirty Fire's entire left arm was lowered. Half of his shoulder bone had been cut in, and he could no longer lift his left arm. Die! 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 His eyes were red with dirty fire, and he swung the flaming sword towards Xianxia. Xianxia's transformation had already returned to its original position. This time he could reunite and catch up with the distant dirty fire. However, at this moment, a fierce sword light descended from the sky, forcing Xiang Nan to take 3 or 4 steps back. He raised his head and saw that the wilderness was holding a broken sword with a sinister smile on his face. "He's mine. Don't snatch it from me." Dirty Fire raised his flaming sword and rushed towards Xiang Nan. "What's yours? Killing him is the right path." Huang Wu held the broken sword in his hand and sprinkled a dense amount of Dipper Chi sword radiance towards Xiang Nan. At the same time, the Dirty Fire's flaming sword also swung over, slashing out nearly 100 swords in an instant. The attacks of these two great experts interweaved into a dense net of attacks. Even if Xiang Nan could predict his movements, there was no blind spot to dodge. At this critical moment, Xiang Nan suddenly shrank into a small black dot and disappeared. The next second, Xiang Nan suddenly appeared behind Dirty Fire and angrily said, "You guys are really forcing me. You disappeared just now." Dirty Fire was shocked and turned to look at Xiang Nan. Secondary light slash. Xiang Nan aimed the mirror at Dirty Flame, and the second light slash was about to take his life. Whoosh! A streak of black light descended ahead of time, pulling the Dirty Fire up, and the secondary light slash flew past the soles of the Dirty Fire's feet. Xiang Nan looked up and saw that it was Guanzhao. Killing intent flickered in Guanzhao's eyes, but he excitedly licked his lips. How exciting! We, the few of us, have never cared about any enemy's attacks in the past. Today is the first time we are afraid of the enemy's blade light. I haven't tasted this kind of feeling in years. Guanzhao's right hand trembled, and a long whip with dark attributes immediately swung towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan took a step to the left and dodged the whip. At the same time, 2 fireballs of Dirty Fire were thrown at Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan took a step to the right and stood close to the whip, dodging the fireball. At the same time, the sword light from the wilderness also cut over. Xiang Nan disappeared into the void, and when he reappeared, the second round of attacks from the 3 of them flew over at the same time. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xiang Nan's body trembled and a flame shield appeared. Rumble. The attacks of the 3 experts all struck the flame shield, crushing it. Xiang Nan twisted his body and threw 3 times in a row. 3 flaming saber lights flew towards the 3 of them. Tyrannical body. The 3 of them shouted at the same time. Rumble. The 3 saber rays struck 3 people, but they were endured by tyrant body. Guanzhao's right hand trembled and the whip turned into 2. The 2 whips kept interweaving and swinging back and forth. They were like 2 twisted vipers, circling Xiang Nan in the center like a tornado. At the same time, the whip was still swinging towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan bent down and pulled the Dirty Fire over. Pa-pa! The 2 whips landed on Dirty Fire's chest, followed by 2 explosions. The shadow whip was blown away, and the Dirty Flames were beaten to pieces by the whip. They screamed miserably and flew away, while Xiang Nan was blown away by the explosion. The moment Xiang Nan flew out of the flames, the wilderness was ready. His sword light flew over and touched Xiang Nan's chest. In another 10,000 seconds, the sword light could cut through Xiang Nan. Shape-shifting and shadow-changing, Xiang Nan moved to the side of the wilderness. He grabbed the wilderness's shoulder with his left hand and could only smash the wilderness's waist with the hilt of his saber at close range. The wasteland was smashed so hard that its entire stomach protruded forward. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from its mouth, and its body fell out. Distance is coming. After Xiang Nan's saber hilt heavily struck the wilderness, he took advantage of the situation to slash down with a blade. Swoosh! A long shadow whip wrapped around the wasteland and pulled him away, while Xiang Nan's huge saber left a deep bone-visible saber wound on his back. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of tyrannical fireballs sprayed towards Xiang Nan, and Xiang Nan moved back to his original position, arriving at the Dirty Fire body. Before Xiang Nan could attack, a shadow whip pulled the Dirty Flames up. At this time, Guanzhao, Dirty Fire, and the wilderness stood side by side. The 3 of them launched an attack on Xiang Nan at the same time. Xiang Nan drew circles with both hands. Yin and Yang were useless. The attacks of the 3 of them were simultaneously absorbed by the 8 trigrams formation. Even the shadow whip was pulled out of Guanzhao's palm and sucked into the formation diagram. Xianxia held the diagram with both hands and pushed it forward. Dense fireballs, sword lights, and a shadow whip flew towards the three of them at the same time. Tyrannical body. The three of them hurriedly displayed their tyrannical bodies. Rumble, 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 rumble. The area where the three of them were located was directly blasted into a sea of fire. Without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia pulled out the mirror and slashed 3 times at the sea of flames. A miserable scream came from the sea of flames. Guanxiao used 2 shadow whips to sweep through the dirty fire and the wilderness and escaped. He saw that the little man had lost a leg. Shadow, swift rat. Guanxiao clapped her hands together and pushed towards Xianxia. Tens of thousands of little black gas rats flew towards Xianxia at an extremely fast speed. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xianxia let out a low roar in his heart, and the flame shield suddenly appeared. Pong! 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 Every mouse hit the fire shield and exploded into a ball of black gas. These mice were condensed from dark attribute astral energy, with corrosiveness that was even more terrifying than poison. Xianxia's dragon spirit steel was actually blasted into black spots one after another, but the mice that followed exploded on the black spots, causing the black spots to explode even further. After nearly 1,000 bombardments, Xianxia's dragon spirit steel was already riddled with holes, but there were still 8,000 to 9,000 mice left. Sneak into the void. Xianxia's body suddenly disappeared, and all the mice ran over from where Xianxia was without touching Xianxia's body. With a hook in Guanzhao's right hand, the mice turned their heads and rushed in the air. As long as Xianxia came out, he would be hit. The dozen or so experts on the 13th Street below watched the battle in the air with incomparable shock. They felt a huge sense of defeat. A dozen of them had been beaten to death by a single blood fiend. Xianxia fought against the 3 masters alone, but he made the 3 masters in a sorry state. Under this comparison, just how much difference was there in strength between the 2 sides? 1 versus 3 was far more difficult than he had imagined. It wasn't as simple as fighting against 3 people. Rather, the 3 of them were able to cooperate with each other and rescue each other. It's about to appear. Half a second later, Guanzhao's eyes shone brightly. She knew that Xianxia was about to condense out of the air. A second was very short, but for a supreme expert it was very long. Sure enough, a second later, Xianxia really flashed out of the air. 8,000 to 9,000 shadow rats had already surrounded Xianxia, and all of them were rushing towards him. However, Xianxia's appearance was accompanied by a 100-meter-tall fire bird. It was the long-lost king sparrow seal. This fire bird was a pair of colors of ice and fire. Fire was the power of white flames and lightning, while ice was the power of small ice and lightning. The giant ice fire bird spread its wings and flew into the dark shadow rat army. Incomparably dense explosions rang out repeatedly, and the mice fell on the ice fire bird like raindrops. However, even Xianxia hadn't expected the power of the ice fire bird, which had condensed the power of 2 worlds slaying divine lightning. Not only did the ice fire bird shatter all the rats, it also rushed towards the 3 people in the sky. The 2 types of divine lightning combined to produce such a miraculous effect. Xianxia was shocked. He thought that his king sparrow seal could only offset 400 to 500 shadow rats at most. He just wanted to give himself some time to dodge. Unexpectedly, when the 2 types of divine lightning combined, their power was far greater than 1 plus 1. He actually exploded 9,000 rats, still maintaining 4/5 of his body size. Hurry up and dodge. Guanzhao's eyes turned cold as he grabbed onto the dirty fire and the wilderness with both hands and immediately fled into the distance. The giant ice fire bird chased after him, refusing to give up at all. The dirty flames frantically threw fireballs at the ice fire bird's body, and Huang Ji threw out his sword radiance without hesitation. These fireballs and sword lights exploded on the frost fire bird's body, and it was actually unable to shake the frost fire bird in the slightest. The innate attributes of the 2 of them were insignificant to the ice fire bird. Only Zhao's dark attributes could make the ice fire bird suffer a little. Amazing! Xianxia's pupils constricted. This was truly an unexpected harvest. Little Sparrow, fuck them to death, Xianxia roared. Little Sparrow was proud and had already turned around. The 80-meter-tall bird's body twisted in a spiral, and its two ice and fire tails twisted into twisted. Awaken! The three of them realized that they couldn't hide no matter what, so they all used their innate talent to awaken. Guanxiao turned into a black light, the dirty fire into a sea of flames, and the desolate principle turned into sand and dust that filled the sky. The ice-fire bird rushed out of the three of them, but failed to hit them. However, Xianxia, who had just arrived, had condensed his intent on the blade. The giant saber slashed down 3 times, hitting the black light, the sea of flames, and the sand. Pew-pew. 3 pillars of blood soared into the sky. Guanxiao, dirty flame, and the wilderness were all sliced into different parts of their bodies. Tyrannical body. The 3 of them immediately condensed into human form. Xianxia's next 3 strikes struck their tyrant bodies, but they failed to cause any damage. However, Xianxia had already anticipated this scene. He immediately flew 10 meters. Seeing Xianxia dodge, the 3 of them knew that something was wrong. The 3 of them turned around at the same time, and the ice firebird had already returned. Its enormous body rushed towards the 3 of them. The 3 of them scattered their bodies once again. Xianxia found the right opportunity and rushed forward. Intent. Although people who could incarnate into elements after their talent awakened, the disadvantage was that after their bodies incarnated into elements, Xianxia was unable to determine their body parts. A single slash of the knife might hit the head, or it might just hit the heel. It all depended on luck. However, the 3 of them had already fallen into a deathly cycle. After disintegrating, they were slashed by Xianxia's saber, and after condensing, they were attacked by the ice-fire bird. The 3 of them were truly being chased by Xianxia without a path to heaven or a way to enter the ground. Blood fiend! Blood fiend! The dirty fire hysterically cried out for help. The blood fiend was in mid-air, fighting against 12 13th Street experts alone. When he heard Dirty Fire's call for help, he immediately turned into a mist of blood and swept into the sky. The blood mist swept the 3 of them up and fled into the distance. Lost! The first grade hall was defeated by 1,000 li. The 4 experts of the first grade pavilion who were able to handle all of them together could not defeat Xianxia alone, so they could only choose to flee for their lives in a sorry state. Xianxia's ice firebird also hurriedly withdrew. Although this king sparrow seal was powerful, it consumed the power of both types of divine lightning at the same time. It was also extremely terrifying to Xianxia's dipper chi consumption. You came at the right time. Everyone is here. Xianxia pulled out the bright moon cosmos mirror and waved his hand in the direction the 4 of them were fleeing in. With one swing, he slashed 10 times. The dense sublight slash was enough to split the 4 of them into several pieces. At this critical moment, a bright light suddenly descended from the sky. Clang, 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 clang. All 10 light slashes were stopped by the strong light. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the bright light. A white-robed man walked out of the bright light. He looked to be around 20 years old. However, he possessed the Heaven Scryer 7th stage. So powerful! The white-robed man rubbed his numb right hand and said, I didn't expect that there would be such an expert hiding on the island of exile, and I didn't expect that the first grade hall would be beaten to such a sorry state by you. After hearing the voice, Guanxiao and the others hurriedly turned around. You! Guanxiao's eyes moved and he said, When did you come to the island of exile? Didn't you follow the senior of the Bai clan on a mission? The white-robed man waved his hand and said, Our master is worried about you. Let me come and take a look. Xianxia suddenly calmed down. He quietly looked at the white-robed man and discovered that he was actually a general of the Bai clan. He came from another world. What do you mean? Guanxiao said angrily, You don't trust us anymore. The white-robed man smiled and said, I don't want to fight with you. People in your world just want to die for face. They obviously can't do it, but they aren't willing to admit it. Just say what you want. However, don't forget your mission. Take the Void Stone and leave the island immediately. Let's go. The overconfidence of the four lords towards 13th Street had created this awkward situation. Xianxia originally thought that he could intercept and kill the first Great Hall, but he unexpectedly rushed out of the Bai clan halfway. Xianxia's emotions were incomparably complicated. This person came from his real family. It was the Bai clan that had bred Bai Mukin, but they treated him as if he was using a prop and sent him to the heavenly profound sect to harm him. Now, the Bai clan had officially begun to interfere in the martial arts of this world. "You're very powerful." The white-robed man looked at Xianxia and said, "I didn't believe that there were people in this world who could defeat the first Great Hall. After all, the first Great Hall learned our martial arts techniques. But your appearance has aroused my keen interest." The white-robed man crossed his shoulders and said, "I wonder how wonderful it would be if I could refine you into a origin pill." Guanxiao and the others had already fled into the distance, but Gang Lai and the others didn't even dare to chase after them. Susu looked at Xianxia guiltily and said, "Xiang Bei, run away. This person's realm is too high. This mission is far beyond our capabilities. Even if the mission fails, it will not be embarrassing." "Failed?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't think so. Not only that, I also want to snatch the void stone back." The white-robed man chuckled and said, "Just now, you said that your world martial artists are too stubborn. Are you trying to make a fool of yourself?" Xianxia glanced at him and said, "I'll be right back to take care of you. Please wait a moment." With that, Xianxia suddenly turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared with a bang. "So fast." The white-robed man was stunned and asked in shock, "What kind of movement technique is this? Compared to my speed, I might not be able to lose to you." The white-robed man's feet alternated in the air 3 times in a row and shouted, "Stellar transposition!" Whoosh! The white-robed man also disappeared into thin air. In the distance, Xianxia's black lightning instantly surpassed Guanxiao and the others. "Leave behind the void stones." Xianxia held the mirror of the moon and shouted at the 3 of them. "Here you go." Dirty Fire took out 2 stones and threw them at Xianxia. This time, not only did Xianxia feel surprised, even Guanxiao was stunned. Xianxia told them to leave behind the void stones, but he casually said that he was ready. He didn't hesitate to spend all of his light slashes to kill the 4 of them. Who would have thought that the little guy would actually be handed over to him? Xianxia hurriedly stretched out his hand to receive it. The 2 stones in his hand were really void stones. "Dirty Fire. Damn it, what are you doing?" Guanxiao was furious and slapped Dirty Fire's face. The white-robed man had already arrived. He was floating in mid-air, hugging his shoulders and quietly watching the play. The Dirty Fire shouted, "What are you crazy about? Why are you hitting me? The 4 of us together are no match for this brat. Could it be that we are waiting for death with the void stone? If he wants it, just give it to him. Anyway, the people of the Bai clan can kill him and snatch the void stone back." "You bastard!" Guanxiao grabbed Dirty Fire's collar and shouted, "We plan to steal the void stone for a long time. By doing this, you are giving all the credit to the Bai clan." Dirty Fire was also enraged. "Fuck. No matter what I do or don't do, living is more important than anything else." Guanxiao narrowed her eyes slightly, and killing intent flashed in her eyes. Instead, she was not angry anymore, but her voice became colder and colder. Good, 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 wait for me. After returning, see how I will deal with you." If someone else said, "Take care of you," it basically wouldn't have much of a deterrent effect. However, when these 3 words came out of Guanxiao's mouth, the meaning was completely different. This torture expert who was good at torturing people with this shocking method could make those who were tortured by her beg for death. The Dirty Fire trembled. "I quit." As he spoke, he immediately fled into the distance, planning to completely leave the first Great Hall. "Want to leave? The Bai clan does not allow traitors." The white-robed man laughed as he raised his hand and pointed. A wave of finger power suddenly shot towards the Dirty Fire. "Oh, tyrannical body!" Dirty Fire was shocked. However, the white-robed man's finger power pierced through Dirty Fire's heart without any hindrance. The dirty fire's pupils contracted, and his eyes were filled with ashes. He looked back in disbelief, but before he could speak, he was already dead. Haha. Bati was taught to you by us. You're a bit confused to use this move to block my attack. The white-robed man smiled. You killed my people. Guan Shao was enraged. Even if I want to kill him, I will kill him. It's not your turn to attack. The white-robed man shrugged his shoulders. Go tell Xian Qingzhu this, you can't tell me. All right, I'll remember you. Guan Shao coldly looked at the man, then turned around and left with her 3 subordinates. Xiang Nan casually put the void stone into his storage ring, and his mission was completed. The teleportation array he had secretly set up was also in this desert. In fact, it was not far from the Earth Mountains. Now, it's time for me to bring you back and refine the cost origin pill. The white-robed man chuckled and flew over to catch Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan frowned and dodged. The white-robed man asked curiously, Why did you hide when I caught you? Are you insulting me? Xiang Nan laughed angrily at his words. Sorry. The white-robed man shook his head. If you misunderstand me, I apologize to you. I have no intention of insulting you at all. I respect every martial artist, and I respect a valiant general like you who is not afraid of death. I'm just curious. Why would you resist in vain when you know you can't beat me? It's not rational, it's only adding to the pain. What if I continue to resist? Xiang Nan said. The white-robed man said, Then I can only force you. As he said that, he waved his hand and released a rope of light, immediately binding Xiang Nan. There was no sign. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect this man to suddenly do this. What's going on? Even if Shi was unable to predict his movements, he could still see it with the naked eye. Xiang Nan was shocked. He had clearly seen the man's movements, but it was as if he hadn't seen them at all. The man's waving of his hand was completely ignored in Xiang Nan's consciousness. There are many things in this world that you can clearly see, but you don't care. If you walk on the road and see a big rock suddenly fall from the sky, you will be frightened out of color and dodge immediately. But if you see a leaf fall, you obviously see it, but you don't know how to hide, and you don't even care about its existence. Because of your past life experience, it automatically forms a kind of carelessness in your mind. Your body tells you that this fallen leaf is nothing to be afraid of. The white-robed man's actions created the illusion of not caring for Xiang Nan. Are you surprised? The white-robed man smiled and said, I've been secretly observing you. I've also been paying attention to your potential. In my world, our martial world is not as cruel as yours, nor is there so much chaos. Do you know the difference? The white-robed man paused for a moment and said, Then it will be that when you live in such a dangerous environment, you no longer have any extra energy. All of your energy is focused on advancing your cultivation realm. If you fall behind, you will be beaten up. This has already become the highest consensus in your hearts. But our world is much more peaceful. We have a lot of time and energy to spend outside our realm. That's why all the martial artists in our world use momentum. They are all good at using momentum. Do you think that if we divert our attention to something like momentum and meaning, it will slow down our cultivation? Actually, it won't. It's because we've done this for hundreds of thousands of years, and we've already formed a complete cultivation system. The reason why you have been slowed down is because your martial Dao system is not mature, while ours is already very mature. Xiang Nan frowned. Why are you telling me so much, showing off? The white-robed man laughed self-deprecatingly. I lost my composure. Perhaps, as a superior, after seeing the warriors of your second plane, the pride in my heart must be causing trouble. I really want to show it off in front of you. However, I really have to thank you. We came here hundreds of thousands of years ago and were defeated by the martial artists of your world. That's why we learned all of this. All right, I'm talking again. The white-robed man shook his head. I'll take you away now. Xiang Nan struggled hard and found that the astral energy rope was unable to break free. Stop trying, you can't. The white-robed man floated over and grabbed onto one end of the rope. Your realm is too different from mine. There is no comparison between you and me. I have a question that I want you to answer, Xianxia said. The white-robed man said, Tell me, I'll try my best. Xianxia said, Looking at your pretentious appearance, it seems that you are really a person with great qualities and good manners. Then let me ask you, what if that person from another world, who thinks he is lofty, betrays his own people? Or does he give his own child to someone else as an exchange? Is this considered self-restrained? Or is it inferior to a beast? The white-robed man suddenly trembled and frowned. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand you. Then why are you suddenly angry? Xianxia shook his right hand. The nightmare blade was already shaking. Your answer made me very disappointed. It was precisely because of your answer that I made up my mind to kill you. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and the nightmare blade shook. In an instant, the Tao of Dream descended. Once the nightmare saber released its power, it allowed Xianxia's dream body to descend, coinciding with his true body, and attaining the 6th level of Heaven Scryer. The white-robed man was stunned and asked curiously, Oh? Is this the attribute of your profound weapon? It's very rare. Xianxia lowered his head. His entire body was actually filled with bandits. The surging Dipper Chi in his body formed a strong explosive region of the Dipper wind around him. Drink! Xianxia's body trembled and he broke the astral Chi rope. 6th Heaven Scryer. Interesting. The white-robed man's eyes lit up. The instant Xianxia broke free from the rope, he raised his saber and the huge saber hacked towards the white-robed man with a whistling gust of wind. Tyrannical body. Clang. Xianxia's 6th level Heaven Scryer saber slashed fiercely on the man's head. But the giant saber was actually bounced back. So powerful? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The tyrannical power of this man was simply different from that of the people from the first grade hall. It was like the tyrannical power cultivated by the people from the first grade hall was a child's toy. And this white-robed man's tyrannical body was the real thing. Are you surprised? The white-robed man calmly looked at Xianxia and said, Of course, we can't teach you a complete cultivation technique and martial skill to a group of inferior warriors from a lesser plane. What they can learn is only skin and skin. Come, try my palm. After saying that, the man twisted his waist and waved his leg, slapping the nightmare saber with his palm. This palm seemed ordinary, but it actually caused the nightmare saber to explode. Xianxia couldn't even grasp the hilt of the saber, and the giant saber was actually sent flying. Xianxia's figure immediately flashed, and he rushed forward to grab the giant saber in his hand again. However, the wrists of his hands had already felt numb. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, his heart heavy. Shocked, the white-robed man waved his hand and said, You're not mistaken. My tyrannical body is still continuing. The tyrant physique of the first grade hall is only released for a period of time and is used to withstand damage. However, my tyrant physique can last forever and can even be used in battles. As the white-robed man spoke, he quickly flew towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a few steps back and slashed at the white-robed man with 3 fierce saber lights. The white-robed man casually slapped his hand and sent the saber light flying. A thick layer of golden aura wrapped around his body. This was indeed the tyrannical body state. Even if I stand there and don't move, you can't do anything to me. How can you beat me? The white-robed man bowed slightly and charged towards Xianxia with a whoosh. Xianxia's feeling of not caring appeared again. He didn't even know how to dodge. However, when the man charged forward, Xianxia immediately raised his saber horizontally to block the man's move. Although Xianxia was affected by the man's momentum, so he didn't care about the man's attack, Xianxia already understood the cause and effect. He forced himself to defend with all his might against every seemingly useless attack from the man. Clang! The man smashed into the giant saber fiercely, knocking Xianxia's saber away for the second time. Xianxia could only feel an indescribable force piercing through his entire body. The force spread from his arms to his chest and back, engulfing his entire body. Come! The man quickly made his move, his hand like lightning, swiftly grabbing onto Xianxia's wrist. Originally, Xianxia wanted to flash out and grab the giant saber back, but now, the man grabbed his wrist, as if he was being clutched by iron pliers. He shook his body with all his strength, but he was unable to break free from the man's hand. The man smiled and began to exert strength on his hands. Xianxia's wrist was actually being squeezed so hard that it started to sink, and his bones were also being squeezed to the point of bending. The intense pain caused Xianxia to groan. His wrist had already been squeezed and deformed. If this continued, it would break in less than 2 seconds. Sneak into the void. Xianxia disappeared without any hesitation. When he reappeared, he had already grabbed the huge saber flying into the distance. The man wasn't in a hurry to chase after Xianxia. He walked in the sky and walked towards Xianxia. He said, "Do you know why you can't beat me? Do you think that your realm has suddenly risen to the 6th level of Heaven's Scryer? That's why you are able to contend against me. A 7th level Heaven's Scryer. Wrong. Big mistake." The man raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia with an ordinary aura. This time, Xianxia used all of his strength to defend himself, not to predict the man's attack. In this way, Xianxia's momentum blocked the man's momentum, so that he would no longer be indifferent. However, what shocked Xianxia was that the man's dipper chi finger was actually wrapped around tyrannical body. Xianxia held the saber in both hands, his left hand holding the blade, and his right hand holding the hilt of the saber, blocking the giant saber horizontally. With another loud bang, Xianxia was knocked backwards by the huge impact force. His chest sweetened, and a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. The giant saber was sent flying for the 3rd time. The white-robed man said, "Do you know what kind of benefits there are in a peaceful world? That is, our martial arts and martial skills are more complete. I'm not saying that you can't beat me. It's not that your strength isn't good, nor is it that your cultivation level isn't high enough. It's that your cultivation technique and martial skill level are too low." The man raised his right hand. There was a fierce aura wrapped around his index finger. He said indifferently, "This seemingly inadvertent finger of mine, although it wasn't too mysterious, it was wrapped around the tyrant body. Tyrannical body is one of the techniques of the mysterious grade." The man smiled at Xianxia. "How is it? Are you feeling desperate? I made my move casually, all based on profound cultivation techniques. And what grade is your cultivation technique? Heaven grade? Earth grade? Spirit grade?" Xianxia took a deep breath and pulled the giant saber back with his dipper chi. Indeed, there was a huge gap. His most powerful Nirvana Dragon Soul was only a high-level heavenly grade martial skill. Although he had also mastered 2 profound grade martial skills, one was Shadow Transformation, and the other was Divine Traveling Skill. These were not martial skills used in battles. The difference between a heavenly grade Nirvana Dragon Soul and a superior profound grade Tyrant Body was too great. "Are you still planning to resist now?" The man looked at Xianxia and said, "The reason I refused to kill you was because I wanted to capture you alive and throw you into the furnace to refine the origin core. If you insist on resisting, I don't mind killing you on the spot. Although the origin pills refined by the dead will be degraded, I won't be soft on you." Whoosh! Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. He held the cosmos mirror in his hand and released 10 light slashes at the white-robed man in a row. However, these 10 light slashes were all placed into the cosmos mirror by him at the 1st stage of Heaven's Scryer. Now that it was released, it was also the strength of the 1st level of Heaven's Scryer, the speed of the 2nd speed of light. The man stood there laughing and allowed 10 light slashes to hit him. He shook his head and said, "I've already blocked this move just now. Don't you understand? It's useless against me." "Is that so?" Xianxia shook his arm. He used his right hand to personally release light slashes, but after a long battle with Guan Shao and the others, the injuries on his arm had gradually recovered. "All right, come with me." The man flew over and reached out to grab Xianxia. Xianxia raised the giant saber high up, and the flames on it were burning intensely. The man said, "TSK, the martial artists in your world are stupid. You have been suppressed to this state by me, yet you still want to resist." The flames on Xianxia's giant saber became more and more intense, rolling crazily on the blade. In the end, it quickly turned into a wisp of red shadow. You! The man still wanted to speak. Xianxia raised his saber and landed on the man's right arm. Swoosh! A broken arm soared into the sky. The man was stunned for a moment. Then he stared blankly at his severed arm. After a short period of surprise, he suddenly screamed miserably, "Damn it!" Xianxia raised his hand and slashed again. The man flew back with a whoosh. With a wave of his left hand, he pulled his broken arm back and grabbed it in his hand. Xianxia held the huge saber and squinted his eyes. "Show me another one." This move of Xianxia's was called Sublight Cut. He had used this move to split Yu Donghai's body during the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. Secondary Light Slash was fundamentally different from Secondary Light Slash. The Secondary Light Slash was used to chop the blade light away at the speed of secondary light. As for the second cut, it allowed the power of thunder and lightning to move up and down at the speed of second light on the blade. It was like a long saw cutting back and forth at the speed of sublight. The speed of this move was not outstanding, but its cutting power was incomparable. The red shadow on Xianxia's saber was essentially a bolt of lightning, but after disguising itself as a ring, it looked like a flame. However, due to the power of thunder and lightning, the blade moved forward and backward too quickly. Even the nightmare saber of the beginner profound stage was unable to withstand this kind of power, and its entire blade turned dark red, as if it was about to melt away. "How did you do it?" The white-robed man shouted furiously. "You're clearly using a heavenly-grade martial skill. You can't break the defensive power of my profound-grade martial skill." "Is that so?" Xianxia held the knife and rushed towards the man. The man hurriedly raised his hand and pointed at Xianxia. Xianxia raised his saber to block, aiming his saber at the finger force. The finger force that wrapped around Tyrant's body was instantly cut in half once it hit the blade. "What the hell? I've really seen a ghost." The white-robed man gritted his teeth and threw his broken arm into his storage ring. He rushed forward and shouted, "I don't believe it!" His left hand formed a fist and heavily smashed towards Xianxia's forehead. Xianxia dodged and kicked the man's arm with his right foot. He slashed with his saber in both hands. Swoosh! The man's left arm also snapped. You! The white-robed man broke out in cold sweat, and his arms were gone. "What? You only have one move, Tyrant Body. Is it profound grade?" Xianxia placed his knife on the white-robed man's neck. "No wonder you're just a lackey raised by the Bai clan. Their willingness to teach you a mysterious stage Tyrant Body can already be considered a gift to you. How could I teach you a profound grade battle martial skill? Impossible." The veins on the man's forehead bulged and he angrily said, "It's impossible for you to catch my movements. My momentum has already cancelled out your momentum." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Do you think all my combat skills come from momentum? Let me tell you, even if I don't predict the enemy's attack, my own combat skills are still as powerful. My combat experience has come from countless life and death battles, using blood and life to wash it out. As for you, how many life and death battles have you fought for the Bai clan's guardian dog? In my opinion, your combat experience isn't worth mentioning." The white-robed man's face was filled with panic. His body immediately turned into a white shadow and fled into the distance. "Run!" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. "Can you run away?" After saying that, Xianxia changed shadows and directly arrived on the road right in front of the white-robed man. Following that, the light of the saber in his hand pierced through the night sky. Swoosh! The white-robed man stopped in midair. Then, a vertical red line appeared from top of his head to bottom of his crotch. Immediately after, the man opened his mouth, coughing in his throat. Then, his entire body was split into two, and he fell onto the ground softly. "You dare to come to my world to dominate with just a single move of the profound stage's overlord body? You're too arrogant." The white-robed man didn't understand how he lost to Xianxia until he died. Xianxia immediately withdrew his astral chi. At this moment he felt a sharp pain in his head. The nightmare saber was about to reach its maximum limit. Xianxia withdrew the power of the nightmare saber, and his realm fell back to the second level of Heaven Scryer. Looking at the giant saber, Xianxia fell silent. The blade of the nightmare saber had melted. A profound grade weapon required at least the flames of a Fortune Realm expert to be able to dissolve it. This blade was the sharpest but also the thinnest part of the blade. Xianxia had maintained the second light slice for too long. He had actually used the 6th level of Heaven Scryer to melt the blade of the nightmare saber into molten iron and turn it into a giant blade without an edge. It's not bad to be able to hold on for so long. Xianxia sighed. When he released the second light slash, his right arm would shatter in an instant. As for the giant saber, it lasted for a few minutes, which was several hundred times longer than Xianxia's physical body. However, at most, the nightmare saber could only reach this level. After we return, let Senior General Huai repair my saber properly. Xianxia thought for a moment and flew towards the white-robed man's corpse. He first touched the man's body to see if he could find anything valuable. After discovering nothing, he took off the white-robed man's storage ring. He poured out everything in his storage ring and inspected it the same way. The first thing was naturally the man's broken arm, which was casually thrown aside by Xianxia. The second thing was like a waste token. On the front of the waste token was a large white word. Seeing this word, Xianxia sighed in his heart. This was the emblem of his own clan, the waste token of the Bai clan that had given birth to him. He had betrayed himself, the Bai clan. I wonder if this thing has the ability to track me down. It's better to destroy it so that the Bai clan won't find me. Xianxia shattered the token and went to look at the third item. This third item was a martial skill. There was no description of the grade of this martial skill. Flipping through it, one could see that at the top of the first page was the words, Fire Vein Awakening. Xianxia flipped over again. Behind him, there was the awakening of the wind vein and the wooden vein. Xianxia thought for a moment and put this martial skill into his storage ring. It turned out that this was the martial skill incantation of Talent Awakening. The white-robed man had learned it himself, so he didn't have to carry the incantation with him everywhere. However, he obviously wanted to give this talent awakening to more lackeys. Xianxia himself could not cultivate, nor could he cultivate. This talent awakening recorded the wind, wood, water, fire, and earth. There were 5 ways to awaken talent, but there was no lightning meridian's awakening. Then where did Guanxiao learn how to awaken her talent? Xianxia frowned and pondered. Guanxiao was a dark attribute talent, and she could also release her talent awakening. In other words, the Bai clan's clan general had not taught Guanxiao talent awakening. Was he a member of the Bai clan? It seemed that not only was there such a clan general in his own world, there was also at least one true clansman of the Bai clan. Is it a heaven-grade origin pill? Xianxia rubbed his chin. Origin pills and pills were completely different in grade. Origin pills should be classified according to their innate talent. This heavenly grade origin pill should have been created after refining a heavenly grade innate martial artist. As for the red origin pill, it should represent a heavenly grade fire vein origin pill. The white-robed man had a total of 25 such pills, representing 25 heavenly grade talents, who had been trained to death. When he fought with me just now, he didn't use his talent awakening. He should have seen my battle with Guanxiao and the others. He knows that talent awakening has no effect on me. Xianxia also put these origin pills into his storage ring. In the future, after he brought them back to the sect, he would hand them over to Senior Halfgord for research. Finally, there was a book. Xianxia excitedly read, "If it's a tyrannical body art, it must be a tyrannical body art." However, after opening it, it caused Xianxia to have mixed feelings. What was disappointing was that it was not a tyrant formula. Think about it, that profound grade tyrannical body art should have been taught orally and heart-to-heart, right? Xianxia pondered. Tyrannical body was a profound cultivation technique that could not be leaked. Once it was leaked, all the martial artists in his world would learn it, and the profound sect and the others would no longer have one of their advantages. Therefore, the Bai clan was very cautious in their treatment of the tyrannical body art. Fortunately, this book records the transmission channels. There were many complicated profound Tao formation patterns on it, and they clearly indicated what method they should use to open a spatial passageway from this world to the world where the Bai clan resided. At the end of the book, there was a total of 18 void stones to be used. Behind the void stone was written 12, 18. They've already found 12? Xianxia pondered. Before the spatial passageway was completely cleared, the people of the Bai clan would not be able to launch an army attack. At this moment, there should be only a handful of experts from the Bai clan in their own world. Wait, what is that? Suddenly, something flashed past the corner of Xianxia's eyes, and he hurriedly looked at it. However, he discovered that a very light and thin paper scroll was being blown away by the wind from the broken waste token. Xianxia hurriedly held the paper in his hand and said, "There's actually something hidden in the waste token? I almost missed it." The little scroll was only as long as his index finger, not as thick as his finger. Xianxia spread it out, but it was as thin as a cicada's wing, and it was filled with dense words. Xianxia was excited and hurriedly looked at the words. The carelessness was like this. The Bai clan has been searching for divine talent for generations. In the entire history of the Bai clan, there was only one divine fire vein expert, the founding ancestor of the Bai clan. After the Bai clan's ancestor, the Bai clan had many outstanding talents. Almost every generation of young people would have a few outstanding disciples with the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. However, people with divine talent had never descended again. They had been like this for thousands of years. Therefore, regardless of whether it was the members of the Bai clan or the generals of the Bai clan, they had to carry such a scroll from the moment they were born. This paper scroll contained a method of verifying the talent of a divine grade. Regardless of who gave birth to the 2 daughters, they had to verify the talent of the 2 daughters at the first possible moment to see if they were divine grade. If not, he would copy a scroll of paper and place it on his waste token. He would also let his children inherit this kind of task and devote their entire lives to searching for people with divine talent, which would be passed down from generation to generation. This paragraph was a description of the origins of the paper scroll, followed by a paragraph of text. Xianxia looked down again. The following paragraph recorded the talent of divine grade. Talent was a kind of affinity to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The higher the grade of talent, the stronger the ability to perceive the elements. As for the divine grade innate, if one transcended the 5 elements, then one's own body was equivalent to a human-shaped element. Hence, a martial artist with divine talent could directly transform into an elemental state and permeate the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Xianxia's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Look again. However, apart from those with divine talent, no martial artist below divine talent possessed the ability to transform into elements. However, after thousands of years of research, the Bai clan finally found a method that could allow those with divine talent below divine talent to transform into elements as well, and that was the awakening of their talent. Through a specific martial skill, heavenly grade and earth grade martial artists could incarnate into elements and be protected from most types of attacks. However, because they were not truly divine grade talent, there was a huge flaw in using talent awakening, and that was that they could burn talent. In order to make up for this deficiency, he needed to use the origin tonifying pill. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "Their innate talent awakening is all used to imitate my divine talent. Does that mean that I don't need to learn any innate talent awakening to be able to transform into elements? Furthermore, I don't need to eat origin pills." Xianxia knew very little about divine grade talent. This time, he was surprised to discover the records of the Bai clan. Further down, it was still a description of the innate talent of divine grade. Those who possessed divine grade talent had a method created by the Bai clan. Because divine grade talent was extremely precious, no matter what kind of divine grade talent they possessed, they would always possess the hidden attributes of the heavenly spirit 5 meridians. Divine grade fire veins, divine grade wind veins, earth veins, water veins, and wood veins were all like this. My God! Xianxia rubbed his face forcefully. He was so excited that he felt his face start to go numb. Could it be that I have always concealed the innate attributes of the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians? But I don't know. Xianxia looked down excitedly. Below was the method to test the talent of divine grade. There were two methods of testing. One was used to awaken hidden talent, and the other was used to perform incarnation elements. Xianxia hurriedly put the paper scroll into his storage ring and looked around. This place was located in the desert of the southwest region, and it was also a battlefield. Perhaps people from the Heavenly Profound sect would chase after it at any time. Let's leave this place first. He suppressed his excitement and quickly ran to find his hidden teleportation array. Then, a ray of light flashed from the teleportation array, and Xianxia disappeared into the desert. When he reappeared, he was already outside the island in exile, on a lonely island in the boundless sea. This small island was the other end of the teleportation portal that Xianxia had set up. Looking around, the island of exile was already far away. It's safe. Xianxia hurriedly sat down and followed the incantation written on the scroll to awaken his hidden talent. This incantation was created for people with divine talent. Other than divine talent martial artists, no one else could cultivate it. As soon as Xianxia started to circulate his incantation, he felt that there were 5 different attributes of power in his body that were ready to move. It was actually true. The so-called Heavenly Spirit 5 meridians were naturally an appendage of the divine grade innate. He had lived in this world for 3 years with his divine talent, but he actually didn't know that such a good thing would happen. He continued to cultivate, and his next incantation was the awakening of the fire vein. As Xianxia cultivated, flames suddenly appeared around his body. The flames revolved around his body and gradually formed a kind of innate talent in his body. Heavenly grade fire veins. Awaken. Xianxia immediately felt that his talent had increased by 1. At this moment, his talent was the divine grade lightning vein and the heavenly grade fire vein. Xianxia was already so excited that he didn't know what to say. He continued to cultivate, and the next step was the awakening of his wind meridians. After awakening, Xianxia obtained the heavenly grade wind vein. Then there were earth veins, water veins, and wood veins. This incantation was truly created for a martial artist with divine talent. Xianxia's cultivation was unimpeded, and he could even be said to be extremely fast. In just 5 minutes, he had already dug out all 5 heavenly spirit meridians. He sat on the island in a daze. He looked at his hands in disbelief. My 5 heavenly spiritual meridians are back. I have the divine grade lightning vein and the heavenly spirit 5 veins. Ha! Ha ha! The Bai clan. You definitely don't know that the only abandoned child you've abandoned is the divine grade innate you've been searching for thousands of years. But even if you know that you regret it in the future, it's too late. There's no turning back in this world. Xianxia's right hand shook. Boom! A ball of tyrannical flames soared into the sky. His left hand trembled again, and a fierce cold aura shot out in all directions. Wind, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. Returned to your Xianxia and stepped on the land, and a ball of violent flames exploded on the ground, sending him flying into the sky. 5 phoenixes stepping on the heavens. Xianxia's hands collided heavily, and a 5-colored phoenix soared into the 9 heavens. I'm back. I, by Mukin, am back. Ah. Fire escape. Xianxia roared. His entire body turned into a ball of flames, dancing in the air. He fused into the flames and couldn't see his true body anymore. Frozen for 1,000 miles. In the flames, Xianxia rushed out and stomped heavily on the surface of the sea. In an instant, the ferocious sea instantly condensed into ice. Within a radius of 10 kilometers around the island, they were all covered in ice. The cold air was so fierce that even the seawater was frozen. Mukin had once dominated the world with the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. He had the richest and most experienced experience in using these 5 heavenly spiritual meridians. Now, he once again possessed the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, and all of the martial skills he had mastered as Mukin could be used. I, Xianxia, am indestructible. Xianxia roared as he roared into the sky, causing the sullen aura that had accumulated in his heart to roar out in one breath. Ha! Ha 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 ha! To the Bai clan, you really gave me a big gift. Xianxia waved his fist and roared fiercely. After a while, he finally calmed down. Look at the last point of the scroll. The rest of the text was another way to test it, and that was to incarnate an element. Xianxia cultivated according to the incantation, and it only took him 5 minutes to cultivate to become an incarnation element with his terrifying divine talent. His body trembled, and his entire body shattered into a flash of lightning. Xianxia's true form was gone. The lightning twisted around each other and flashed into the distance. By the time he stopped, the lightning had once again condensed into Xianxia's appearance. He clenched his fists and stared at his right hand. Not weakened. My talent is not weakened. Indeed, only a divine talent can withstand this elemental body. This incarnation element is similar to hiding in the void. Can evade damage, but it is slightly weaker than hiding in the void. Xianxia wasn't dazed by the excitement. He clearly knew that the incarnation element still had a formidable opponent, and that was will. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "In this way, my talent will be considered to be at the peak of perfection. Now it's time to go to the Jiang clan." Xianxia glanced in the direction of the island of exile in the distance, and then flew towards the interior of the exiled continent without hesitation. Of course, the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians combined were far inferior to a single divine grade lightning meridians. However, the return of the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians had extraordinary significance. That was, Xianxia's meridian structure was even more complicated, and his spiritual C had also grown 5-fold. In other words, the amount of Dipper Chi in his body had also increased 5-fold. The complexity of his meridians and the strength of his spiritual C meant that the speed at which he recovered his Dipper Chi had also increased dramatically. Even if he didn't attract heavenly lightning, his speed of absorbing heavenly and earth spirit Chi was almost equal to the speed of absorbing divine lightning. In other words, his Dipper Chi would be endless. Unless he encountered a highly intense, long-lasting battle like the First Great Hall, his astral Chi would not be used up. Such a terrifying recovery ability allowed him to fly directly back to the distant exiled continent from here. He was extremely fast, and his entire body brushed past the surface of the sea ferociously. The seawater beneath him was blown into the sky by the strong winds, causing waves to soar into the sky. In the world, wind, wood, water, fire, and earth were all supplying him with spiritual energy, allowing him to refine all 5 types of spiritual energy into astral energy. 7 days later, Xianxia once again set foot on the land of exile. This time, it's time to ask the Jiang clan for the ice lightning true body. Xianxia clenched his fists. He ate something in the coastal town, slept well, and replenished his energy before heading towards Lost City. Another 7 or 8 days later, he arrived at Lost City, the general's mansion. As soon as the guards saw Xianxia, they recognized him and hurriedly said, "Are you looking for Miss Xuelu?" This time, their attitudes towards Xianxia were completely different. Everyone knew that General Rong valued this Xiangbei the most, and no one dared to show him any disrespect. "Tell Grandpa General Rong that Xiangbei requests to see you," Xianxia said with his hands behind his back. The gatekeeper hurriedly said, "Please come in. I will inform you immediately." In the time it took to make a cup of tea, General Rong brought Jiang Xuelu to the outer palace. "Haha, what a good Xiangbei." General Rong strode forward and grabbed Xianxia's hand. He said affectionately, "As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Girl Xuelu told me all about your deeds on the island of exile. Truly a young hero. She has already brought back the essence stones you gave Xuelu." Xuelu ran over happily, grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "If you can come back, it means that you won the battle. Did you get the 2 void stones?" Xianxia nodded and said, "I've already got it." "That's great." Xuelu clapped her hands and shouted, "Hurry up and give it to me." Xianxia took half a step back. General Rong frowned and asked curiously, "What? Could it be that you are unwilling to hand over the void stone to our Jiang clan?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Void stones are hot potatoes now. If you dare to take the Jiang clan, you will probably be chased by the profound sky sect. May I ask, old general, how is the general manner compared to the island in exile? General Rong's expression became serious. Xianxia added, the heavenly profound sex forces even dare to attack the island in exile. Do you think the general's manner can defend against the void stones? From what this junior has seen, it would be safer to leave this void stone in the custody of our southern domain's first-grade sect. General Rong thought for a while and finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, what you said is not without reason. Since that's the case, let the void stone be kept by the southern domain sect first. After the world calms down, I will go to the southern domain to obtain it. The old man's words were very interesting, as if the void stone Xianxia had obtained should be given to them. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with him. He only had to give the void stone to the Howran sect. If he really had the ability to get Rong back, then let him go. Jiang Shuolu said, Grandpa Jiang Huai has been waiting for you for a few days. I want you to forge Italian weapons for him. Other than you, none of the people I know understand this. That's out of question. Xianxia said, wait for me to see Old Master Jiang Huai. Tool refining room. It was still the boiling hot air, and a huge forging furnace stood in the middle. Jiang Huaijing was studying his manuscript and proofreading it from time to time. Oh, it's Xiang Bei. Jiang Huai stood up and waved his hand impolitely. Except for Xiang Bei, everyone else will leave. General Rong and Jiang Shuelu exchanged glances, both of them shaking their heads and smiling bitterly. They could only take their leave and leave. This Jiang Huai was a stubborn old man. He usually didn't put anything in his eyes, but he did have the ability to be arrogant. Do you know Xian Bing? Asked Huai Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and said, I know. Jiang Huai added, this weapon is meant to merge the will into the blade of a weapon and keep the will for a long time. Only then can it be used to deal with the awakening of the innate talent of a martial artist from another world. This process is similar to forging profound weapons, but without the help of profound crystals, it will become extremely difficult. Therefore, the two of us cannot successfully forge Italian weapons. We have to wait. Wait for what? Xianxia asked. Jiang Huai stroked his beard and said, wait for an old fellow whose attainments are similar to mine. The forging of an intent weapon must be done by two great artificers at the same time. Then you don't have to wait. I can help you, Xianxia said respectfully. Xianxia had always respected people who had no snobbery or utilitarianism. For a pure scholar like Jiang Huai, an artificer would devote their entire lives to their contribution to martial arts and would never ask for anything in return. This was because in their eyes, all the treasures and martial skills were worthless. Only their artifact forging techniques could make them excited. You? Jiang Huai looked at Xianxia carefully and said with a smile that was not a smile, young man, you must weigh yourself when you say this. I know that your martial arts talent is very good, but fighting is different from forging weapons. Xianxia said confidently, to tell you the truth, this junior has learned a few hand-forging techniques from Senior Half-Gourd of the Southern Domain. Oh? Martial Uncle Hulu. Jiang Huai's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, are you really Martial Uncle Hulu's disciple? Martial Uncle? Xianxia was also stunned for a moment. Why did he feel that this Jiang Huai was 20 to 30 years older than Half a Gourd, yet he called Half a Gourd Martial Uncle? Senior Half Gourd is truly unfathomable. He has a great background. Xianxia knew that it was useless to say more. He immediately waved his hand and a ball of blazing flame rose up. Then, he used the Cosmos Fire technique to play with the flame. Jiang Huai laughed heartily. Indeed, it's Martial Uncle's Cosmos Fire controlling technique. You're not lying to me, kid. Then let me ask you, it's still not enough to only know how to control fire. How much do you know about artifact forging? Xianxia said, this junior is bold and doesn't dare to speak too loudly. However, if you want to forge a profound grade elementary grade weapon, you should be able to do it with ease. Jiang Huai's expression changed and he said meaningfully, no wonder Martial Uncle Hulu is willing to accept you as his disciple. But you have to know that learning and forging are two different things. It only took me 3 months to learn the refining theory of a profound grade weapon, but it took me 30 years to successfully operate it for the first time. Weaponry refining was a craftsmanship. It was not something that could be learned easily. It was very similar to shallow crafts like embroidery. It required a lot of practical practice. Xianxia took out the nightmare saber and said, "Senior, this saber was cultivated by me a while ago. Of course, other seniors helped me smelt it, but the process of forging weapons is under my own control." After taking the nightmare saber and carefully examining it, Jiang Huai smiled and handed it to Xianxia. "Good boy, not bad. General Rong, that old fellow didn't misjudge me. This is the first time that my old man has met someone who agrees with my taste after staying in the general manor for decades. If Martial Uncle Hulu hadn't already accepted you as his disciple, I would have forcefully stayed behind and taught you all of my life's hard work. Unfortunately, it's a pity. It's a pity. But since that's the case, then it's not too late. Come with me and forge the first Earth-grade Italian weapon." Jiang Huai threw a prototype saber into the smelting furnace first. This prototype saber was a ground soldier that had been forged in advance. General Rong and the others waited outside, as anxious as ants on a hot pot. They were also very concerned about whether the Italian soldiers could succeed. If what they expected was true, there might be people from the Heavenly Profound sect coming to investigate the clan headquarters. Although the Profound Sky sect was unable to snatch away 2 void stones from the island in exile, they knew that there was still one left in the Jiang clan's manor. If he had an Italian soldier, then the Jiang clan would have the power to fight back. At the very least, they wouldn't be beaten to the point where they wouldn't be unable to fight back by the awakening of their innate talent. However, a day and a night passed. Xianxia and Jiang Huai did not come out, and the door to the forging room was tightly closed. 2 days and 2 nights passed, and it was still the same. "Great-grandfather, go back and rest. Xuelu is here to guard. As soon as they come out, Xuelu will tell you immediately." Jiang Xuelu said obediently. General Rong smiled and nodded. "Girl has grown up. She knows how much she loves people. All right, I'll go rest first. If you can't hold on any longer, you can go rest as well. Just have a servant inform you." After General Rong left, where could Jiang Xuelu sleep? She anxiously walked around the forging furnace, full of worries. If he succeeds in training as an Italian soldier, will he be leaving? What can we do? We must not let him leave. This world is so big. If he leaves, where else would I go to find him? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the tree beside him. "You are the 7 Apertures' exquisite physique?" Xuelu suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. On the flower tree beside him stood a man dressed in a white robe. "Who are you?" Xuelu was so scared that she took 2 steps back and opened her mouth to shout. The man smiled and waved his hand, instantly drawing the air around Xuelu. "Vacuum belt." Xuelu shouted with her mouth wide open, but her voice could not be heard. The white-robed man smiled and said, "I'm from the Bai clan, Bai Wudao. Miss Xuelu, you have an exquisite body with 7 apertures. You can see through a martial artist's talent. Am I right? You know, we are catching some talented children, but those children are too young. Some of them haven't cultivated martial arts yet, so it's hard to tell what level of talent they are hiding in their bodies. Therefore, I would like to ask you to come with me and help me." With that, the man waved his right hand and a ray of light wrapped around Xuelu. Immediately after, a wind ghost appeared behind Bai Wudao. The wind ghost hugged him from behind and grabbed his wrist. The 2 of them turned into a ball of wind and completely disappeared. With a muffled rumble, the door to the artifact forging room finally opened. As a surging heat wave surged out, Xianxia and Mr. Jiang Huai walked out side by side. Both of their faces were filled with exhaustion, but they were gratified. "We've finally succeeded. Old Master Jiang Huai, we've really succeeded." Xianxia held a 2-meter-long saber in his hand. He put it in the sun and looked at it. This saber was completely smooth and clean, possessing a smooth feeling that was unprecedented in metal. It really looked like a piece of beautiful jade with a metallic luster. As for the blade, it was as smooth as before, but after realizing it, one could see that the air around the blade would slightly distort. It was as if a layer of gas had appeared on the bluestone pavement on a 3-volley hot day. Indeed, Xianxia weighed the saber in his hand and slashed it twice in the air. Intent. It's wrapped around this metal weapon, making it look like its surface is as smooth as jade. I wonder how long this will last, and to what extent it will be depleted in battle. Zhang Huai took the earth-grade weapon and held it in his hand to shine on the sky. He said, "This weapon is different from the profound weapon. The profound weapon has the profound crystal to lock onto the Tao forever, so it will never be exhausted. However, the profound weapon is different from the profound weapon. I will observe this Italian weapon." After sizing up Huai for a long time, he said, "The meaning on it can be preserved for about 3 days. 3 days." Xianxia's excited mood suddenly sank again. Xianxia frowned and said, 3 days is too short. Once an Italian weapon is forged, it will lose all of its intent in 3 days. Before we can fight against the enemy, it will be crippled. Xianxia was greatly disappointed and suddenly felt that all his efforts had been in vain. "Don't you know how to adapt?" Zhang Huai stroked his beard and laughed. "Although the will of this Italian weapon is emitting very quickly, I can forge a scabbard, a sword scabbard, to preserve it. Wait until you encounter someone who understands the awakening of talent in battle. Then you can take out your Italian weapons and fight. Isn't that enough?" "That's right." Xianxia slapped his forehead. Usually, he would use his own weapon. When he encountered the awakening of his innate talent, he would pull out his Italian weapon. Old Master is still far-sighted. He is much more thoughtful than me. Zhang Huai smiled and said, "To create a special scabbard, it is still very easy. All you need to do is to set up the most ordinary spirit locking array on it. The spirit locking array can lock the spiritual energy, but it can also lock the intent so that it will not disperse. Next, let's try the wear and tear in the battle." Xianxia nodded. He pulled out his nightmare saber, his right hand holding the nightmare saber, and his left hand holding the earth-grade intent weapon. Afterwards, he ruthlessly scratched the blade of the nightmare saber over the Italian soldier's blade. Instantly, a flame was blown everywhere. Xianxia looked at the Italian soldier and said in surprise, "There is no wear and tear. The will on the Italian soldier will not be lost with the battle. Even if it goes through a fierce battle, it should be able to last for 3 days. This is great. However, do you need essence stones every time you forge an Italian weapon?" Zhang Huai shook his head and said, "That essence stone is only used for experiments. The purpose is for me to observe my will, not to forge weapons. Xiang Bei, here is the formula for forging Italian weapons. Take it." Huai handed a small book to Xianxia and said, "There are not only specific methods for forging Italian weapons, but also some insights from my research on Italian weapons. Take it back to Martial Uncle Hulu. Perhaps he can improve it with his profound mystical Tao attainments. Unfortunately, it is difficult to forge Italian weapons. It is impossible to produce them in large quantities. It is impossible for the disciples of the sect to have one of them." Xianxia smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. In any case, not everyone in the Profound Sky sect understands talent awakening. They are just a small portion. Later on, we'll forge dozens of more Italian weapons. Hand over a few hundred Italian weapons to the top young masters. It'll be fine." This was the purpose of the Italian soldiers. Only the top young martial artists could use them. Only they could use the Italian soldiers to heavily injure the enemy. For example, if they handed the Italian soldiers over to the people of 13th Street, they might be able to defeat the experts of the first grade hall. If he handed over the Italian weapons to the ordinary guards of the city lord's mansion, then the meaning of the Italian weapons would be completely useless. Even if the people of the first grade hall did not know how to awaken their talent, it would still be a matter of a flick of a finger to kill the ordinary guards. Senior, this Xianxia held the recipe in his hand. He was both happy and ashamed. "I didn't help you at all. but I'm really sorry to take your recipe. Jiang Huai said with a smile. Do you think I care about the reward? You just need to use this Italian weapon on the right path and let everyone know that this Italian weapon was developed by me. That would be the greatest reward for me. Thank you, senior. Xiangnan sincerely admired Jiang Huai and said, this junior should stay here for a few more days and help the Jiang family forge dozens of Italian weapons for the Jiang family to defend against the enemy. That's really the best. Although my old man's skill in forging is not shallow, he is unable to release his will. Jiang Huai laughed heartily. At this time, General Rong, who had already obtained his servants, hurriedly ran over. Success! General Rong grabbed the Italian soldier in Xiangnan's hand. After observing it carefully for a long time, he smiled from ear to ear. Strong. Really strong. General Rong took out another earth weapon and chopped it down with the earth-grade weapon. As a result, the Italian soldiers easily cut off ordinary ground soldiers. Intent was originally a very fierce thing. If it was added to a martial artist's body, it could greatly increase their defensive power. If it was added to a weapon, it could also increase the lethality of the weapon. That's great. Xiangbei, you must stay in my general manor for a few more years and help me forge tens of thousands of Italian soldiers. General Rong said excitedly. Hearing this, not only did Xiangnan frown, even Jiang Huai's face was unhappy. Brother. Jiang Huai frowned and said, your request is a bit hard. Xiang Beiji is in all directions. How can he stay in a small place like my Jiang clan for a full few years? Then General Rong Qi said, then why not? Staying in the sect is the same as staying in my Jiang clan. There's no difference. Oh right, where's Xuelu? Didn't you see her? General Rong hurriedly changed the topic and asked about Jiang Xuelu. Xiang Nan and Jiang Huai exchanged glances and shook their heads. General Rong said, well, she might not be able to hold on. She has already gone to rest. All right, Jiang Huai, since you and Xiangbei have successfully forged an Italian weapon, then you should be able to forge it more smoothly and at a much faster speed. You two eat something. Hurry up and go inside. Continue forging weapons. Someone, bring over the wine and vegetables. Hearing this, Xiangnan didn't know what to say. This General Rong was truly a complete businessman, wishing he could squeeze out all of his value at once. He couldn't even wait for himself to go to the restaurant and let himself eat next to the artifact refining room. If it wasn't for Jiang Huai's face, he would have sneered and left. Jiang Huai glanced at General Rong indifferently and then pulled Xiang Nan to sit down at the stone table. Come, little friend Xiangbei, have a drink with me to celebrate the arrival of the Italian soldiers. Jiang Huai held the wine glass in his hands and went to toast with Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan also hurriedly cupped his hands and touched Jiang Huai, and the two of them drank it all in one gulp. General Rong, who was standing beside him, was a little embarrassed. He was holding a glass of wine and was about to clash with it, but Xiang Nan and Jiang Huai ignored him. General Rong smiled bitterly. He knew that there shouldn't be any price to pay here. He said, Jiang Huai, Xiangbei, don't think that I'm too powerful. I'm really in charge of the Jiang clan. Everything has to be considered for the clan. If I were as carefree as the two of you, I could be as carefree as you are. All right, my old man isn't here to annoy you anymore. Cheers. Thank you for your kindness, Xiangbei. General Rong drank a cup of wine and stood up to say goodbye. Jiang Huai glanced at General Rong's back and said to Xiang Nan, don't worry, he has been like this since he was young. Although we are biological brothers, our temperaments are different. My Jiang family isn't all snobs like General Rong. I don't dare. This junior understands. Xiang Nan smiled. However, what old Grandpa General Rong said is also correct. I really shouldn't be enjoying my leisure in the face of a major enemy. I need to quickly forge more Italian weapons for the Jiang clan. After drinking and eating, the two of them rested for a while before entering the artifact forging room. Forging an Italian weapon was no longer difficult for Xiang Nan to deal with Jiang Huai. The hardest part was the first step. After the first step, one would gain experience. It would be much easier to forge again. However, this item was indeed not suitable for mass production. Forging Italian weapons was much more complicated than ordinary weapons, and the materials required were also more complex. To forge Italian weapons, one had to be assisted by someone who understood the insight technique. With this, it was doomed to be impossible to produce them on a large scale. In the entire world, very few people knew how to make decisions. The rest of the matter was much simpler. Xiang Nan and Jiang Huai worked together to forge. Jiang Huai was responsible for forging weapons, while Xiang Nan was responsible for forging scabbards and sword sheaths, and setting up spirit-locking arrays on them. When Jiang Huai needed to inject insight into the weapon, Xiang Nan distracted himself from injecting insight into it and continued to forge the scabbard. His own nightmare knife didn't need to be forged, because he knew how to release his will. The two of them worked together and were experts in forging weapons. On average, they could forge 3 Italian weapons every day. Xiang Nan was really in the Jiang clan. He stayed for more than a month and helped the Jiang clan forge 100 Earth-grade and 12 Heaven-grade Italian weapons. 112 weapons, 82 swords, and 30 blades were all inserted into the scabbard. The Italian soldiers sealed by the scabbard would not lose their will. They could just pull them out when they used them. If they were used up and put them in, they would be able to fight many battles. When the two of them finished their work and came out of seclusion again, Xiang Nan thought that General Rong would be very happy. However, in reality, General Rong was worried. Why, are you still not satisfied with so many Italian soldiers? When Jiang Huai saw General Rong's expression, he couldn't help but get angry. Jiang Huai frowned bitterly and said, "I'm not here for this matter, but Xue Lu girl is missing." What? Xiang Nan was already extremely tired. He wished he could fall asleep immediately, but when he heard this news, his spirit awakened. "Where did you go?" Xiang Nan hurriedly asked. "Did you run out to play? Did you go to the moonlight tour to look for it?" "I've searched everywhere." General Rong sighed and said, "There is no trace of her anywhere. Furthermore, no one from the outer palace has seen her leave." Xiang Nan said, "Why is a living person disappearing from the general manor? Could it be that someone took her away?" "It's not possible." General Rong denied and said, "I have countless experts in the general manor, all of whom are at the Fortune realm and the Divine Martial realm. Absolutely no one can snatch away the juniors of our Jiang clan in such a place." Xiang Nan also felt that it was indeed impossible. There were quite a few experts in General Rong's generation, including a few at the half-sage realm who were cultivating in seclusion. Even if the heavenly profound sect master personally came, he might not be able to steal Xue Lu quietly. However, how did Jiang Xuelu disappear? Where's the island of exile? Xiang Nan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "How did the people of the profound sky sect leave the island in exile?" General Rong said, "Oh, you and Jiang Huai have never heard of forging weapons. The people of the profound sky sect left directly through the spatial passageway. They opened a spatial passageway in this world and went straight to the island of exile." Jiang Huai nodded. "It is very difficult to open spatial passages across planes, but it is much easier to open spatial passages within this world." General Rong said, "However, their number of void stones is not enough. Even the spatial passageway opened in this world is very unstable. There is an extremely powerful tearing force in the passageway. Unless a Fortune realm expert or above is present, they will not be able to withstand it. Once a Heaven Scryer realm martial artist enters, they will immediately be torn into pieces." "Then did they use the spatial passageway to steal Xue Lu away?" Xiang Nan muttered. "The last time you saw Jiang Xuelu, just tell me what happened." General Rong then described the scene of him separating from Xue Lu for the last time and Xiang Nan's original description. Xiang Nan frowned and said, "With Xue Lu's temperament, she will never go back to rest. She must wait here until I come out of seclusion. I am sure of that. In other words, if someone really stole her, it should be around here." Xiang Nan took a few steps back. His hands formed seals and wiped them from his pupils. He used the lightning photoelectric eye. However, there was nothing around the radius, not even a tiny bit of yuan qi or dipper qi fluctuations. Perhaps it has been too long, and the residual fluctuations in the air have completely disappeared. Xianxia looked around again. Very quickly, his eyes fell on the flower tree. Xianxia quickly walked over and gently stroked a branch of the flower tree for a while. "What did you find?" Zhang Huai asked with a serious expression. Xianxia directly broke off the branch and showed it to Zhang Huai. "Old man, look at this branch." He looked at the branch and wondered. There is an extremely fine crack in the bark of this branch that is hard to see with the naked eye. What does this mean? I really don't understand, old man. This represents the wind element. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, when a talented wind vein martial artist awakens his talent, he will transform into the purest wind elemental energy. This pure wind elemental energy is capable of invading the wood elemental structure of the flower tree, causing its structure to become loose, thus forming a large number of dense tree branch cracks. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "It was the people from the profound sky sect." Zhang Huai and General Rong were instantly enraged. General Rong was furious to the point that he had his clansmen snatched away in his lower-priced headquarters. This was truly a great humiliation. "But I don't understand." Xianxia frowned. "What is the reason why they snatched Xue Lu away? Could it be that they want to use Xue Lu to threaten Jiang clan and hand over the void stones? If that's the case, it's been a month since Xue Lu disappeared. I haven't seen the profound sky sect come to contact your Jiang clan. Could it be that Jiang Xuelu has other unknown special functions?" Xianxia saw that Zhang Huai and General Rong looked at each other, and both of them wanted to say something but hesitated. Xianxia frowned and said, "Grandpas, since when are you here? If you have anything to say, just say it straightforwardly." "Actually, Xue Lu always knew that you were Xianxia," General Rong sighed. "Ah!" Xianxia was shocked. General Rong said, "This girl Xue Lu has had a special exquisite body with 7 orifices since she was born. This kind of physique is useless in martial cultivation. But the 7 apertures exquisite physique possesses an inconceivable clairvoyant ability. With just a glance from Xue Lu, she will know which stone contains jade and which stone contains gemstones. Similarly, she can see through a martial artist's innate attributes and innate grade." Xianxia's heart suddenly sank. He was truly afraid of what would happen. "I know what they're trying to do with Xue Lu." Xianxia let out a long sigh and explained the reason to the two of them. If the people of the profound sky sect wanted to refine origin pills, they had to catch some martial artists with good innate talent. However, it was clear that capturing some adult martial artists would cost a lot, because adult martial artists' combat strength was not ordinary. However, if he caught some children, it would be as easy as turning his palm, and he would not have to pay any price. But there is one drawback to capturing children, and that is that many young children have yet to learn martial arts, and their talent is not clear. Some people were born in the clan. For someone like Xianxia, his talent would be discovered by the elders very quickly. However, there were more people with martial arts talent. They were often born in ordinary families, or even in remote mountain villages. There was no precedent for such people to practice martial arts for generations, and they did not know whether their children had martial arts talent or not. There are tens of millions of good seedlings in this world. Because of this, they have never practiced martial arts in their entire lives and have been wasted. However, once the heavenly profound sect captured Jiang Xuelu, it would be completely different. Xue Lu could tell a person's talent at a glance. After listening to Xianxia's analysis, Zhang Huai and General Rong felt heavy-hearted. If the profound sky sect did this, wouldn't they be afraid of being punished by the heavens? Zhang Huai roared angrily. "We martial artists have always had an unwritten understanding with the secular world. As a martial artist, you cannot implicate mortals in the grudges between martial artists. The world of martial arts should not intersect with the world of mortals as much as possible." But these people from the profound sky sect actually began to massacre civilians on a large scale. Xianxia was also very angry. As a martial artist, if he wanted to kill an unarmed commoner, wouldn't he just wave his hand and die? No matter how ferocious a martial artist was, they would not be idle to slaughter civilians. However, the profound Sky sect had already begun to do so. General Rong was both angry and curious. Doesn't this mean that the profound Sky sect has cut off the path of martial arts in their own world? If all the young martial artists are killed by them, then in the next 100 years, 200 years, no new martial artists will appear in our world. In time, there will be no more martial arts in our world. The profound Sky sect has gone crazy. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said in a deep voice, "These people have already begun to resort to whatever means they can for their own benefit. Grandpas, I will think of a way to get Xuelu back. You can rest assured. They won't hurt Xuelu. This is something I can guarantee. But before that, I have a request." Xianxia explained his agreement with Zhang Xuelu. "You want the profound ice bomb?" General Rong said. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Don't worry. I won't ask for it in vain. Inside my saber there is a red devil blood lightning sealed. It can be exchanged with you. Although the ranking of the red devil blood thunder is not as high as the profound ice thunder you mentioned, I have contributed a lot to the Zhang clan these past few days. Moreover, the world-exterminating divine thunder is not very useful in your hands." Zhang Huai said, "Xianxia, you are a righteous gentleman. You are willing to admit that the red devil blood bomb is inferior to the profound ice bomb. But this profound ice bomb, ranked 12th on the divine lightning rankings, is no longer in our hands." "How could that be?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. "Didn't the ancestor bring back the profound ice bombs from the extreme frostland? Could Xuelu be lying to me?" General Rong said guiltily, "It's like this. The Zhang clan indeed treated the profound ice bomb as a peerless treasure to safeguard, but because no one else in the Zhang clan could learn a martial skill like the Terminator Dragon Soul, they no longer possessed the ability to control the profound ice bomb. He said that he couldn't control them, but he still lifted them up. In fact, they couldn't even touch the profound ice bomb. As time passed, this rare but useless profound ice bomb was slowly abandoned by the Zhang clan. They sold the profound ice-cold bombs because they sold them, making the Zhang clan one of the largest clans in the exile continent." "To whom?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. General Rong said, "There is a person from the northern region who spent a lot of money to buy our profound ice bombs. That person is a great collector. He is even more powerful than Deadeye of the Island of Exile. I heard that he has a title in the northern region, Old Man Tianji. This person is an elder from a first-rate sect in the northern region, but his temperament is strange and elusive. If you want the profound ice bomb, you can only start from this person. He comes from the steel continent of the northern region." Xianxia sighed, circled around, and then returned to the northern domain. After searching for the profound ice-cold lightning from the northern domain without any results, he finally arrived at the eastern domain. Who knew that the cold lightning would return to the northern domain after changing hands? "Then this junior won't bother you any longer." Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands. He turned around and left. General Rong stretched out his hand, wanting to call Xianxia back. He was really reluctant to let Xianxia leave. However, he had no reason to leave Xianxia behind. Then Zhang Huai said, "Give up. You can't keep people like Xianxia." "Not necessarily." General Rong narrows his eyes and says, "He is still running around for Xuelu's affairs. As long as he can't forget Xuelu girl in his heart, he will definitely be related to our family." After Xianxia left the Zhang clan, the first thing he did was to return to the Nine Firmaments continent of the southern domain. The heavenly profound sect did not have the slightest bit of forehead. After grasping the ability to open the spatial passageway in this world, they could appear in any region of the world. Therefore, finding the heavenly profound sect had become an almost impossible task. Right now, Xianxia had two things to do. One was to find General Xuelu, and the other was to find the mysterious ice bomb to raise his cultivation level as soon as possible so that he could catch up with Shen Qingzhu. However, he didn't know how to proceed with this 1,000 strands of broken clues. Therefore, he wanted to ask Feng Xian to help him sort out his thoughts. Southern Domain, the Nine Firmaments continent. A nice tavern on the 3rd floor, near the window. As Xiangnan drank, he looked out of the window at the street view. A few moments later, a burst of light footsteps came from the stairs. Xiangnan turned around and saw Fengxian. "Long time no see, good brother." Xiangnan smiled as he strode forward to greet Fengxian and gave him a big bear hug. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed out from behind Fengxian. "Stinking shameless." The figure kicked Xiangnan in the stomach and kicked Xiangnan back a few steps. Xiangnan looked up and felt helpless. "Xiao Jun, why are you here?" Then Xiao Jun rushed forward and hammered twice on Xiangnan's chest. He scolded, "Stinking bastard. You're not dead. Yet you didn't tell your brothers immediately. You ran to the island of exile to stir up trouble, and you actually didn't bring me along. Do you know how many female compatriots are waiting for me on the island of exile?" As he spoke, Xiao Jun hugged Xiangnan and said with a hoarse throat, "That's great. You're still alive. That's great." Xiangnan's eyes also softened. He patted Xiao Jun's back and said, "I'm fine. I've always been fine." There was a rumble of footsteps on the stairs, followed by the sound of the stairs collapsing. "What a staircase! I can't even support my weight." A burst of shouting came from below. In the blink of an eye, a 4-meter-tall giant rushed up from the ruins of the broken stairs and landed on the 3rd floor. "Ha ha! Brother Xiangnan, I see." Yuan Meng stretched out his big hand to grab Xiangnan, and then his feet landed on the ground. His huge body crushed the floor, and his entire body fell down again with a whoosh. The shopkeeper cried out, "You guys have to lose money." When the 4 of them reunited again, they naturally could not finish their words. Fengxian and Yuan Meng were fine. The 2 of them knew that Xiangnan was still alive. However, no one dared to tell Xiao Jun that he had been hiding it from him all along. No one knew when this broken mouth had suddenly exposed the fact that Xiangnan was alive. "Why did you bring them along?" Xiangnan smiled bitterly and drank a glass of wine. "What I want to do is to risk my life and death." "It sounds like we're afraid of death." Yuan Meng immediately became unhappy and said, "I am also an expert at the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm now. Even if Yu Donghai is resurrected again, I might not lose if we fight." "Me too. Me too." Xiao Jun laughed loudly. "This handsome guy also reached the 8th level of the heavenly Yuan realm last month. How is it, Xiangnan? Are you convinced?" Fengxian took a sip of tea and said, "Xiangnan is already at the 2nd stage of Heaven Scryer." "Pooh." Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun spat out a mouthful of wine on Fengxian's face. As Fengxian wiped the wine off his face, he said to Xiangnan, "The 2 of them have their own needs. They also want to go to the northern region, so I brought them along as well. I already have a rough idea of your situation in the messenger. Let me analyze it with you." Fengxian threw a candy into his mouth and said, "Capturing Xuelu is a good thing." "Good thing?" Xiangnanchi said. "What kind of good thing is this?" Fengxian said, "The people of the Profound Sky sect are erratic. I don't know where they will appear, but now that Xuelu has been captured, it will be easy to deal with. Next, they will definitely use the snow due to search for young martial artists on a large scale, and their speed will definitely increase." "What if General Xuelu refuses to help them?" Yuan Meng asked. "No, there's no one in the Profound Sky sect who can hold on to Xiao." Fengxian paused for a moment and then said, "Then the problem will come. In the southern domain, the Profound Sky sect will not dare to go for a short period of time. In the eastern domain, they will probably not stay there for long even if they make a big fuss about the island of exile. Next, only the western region and northern region are left." Fengxian drew 2 circles on the table and said, "This is the western region and the northern region. From the geographical position, the northern region is cold and remote. It is the easiest place to attack. Recently, the western and central plains have been very close. Many experts from the Star Guild are active in the western plains. The Profound Sky sect will not choose this time to cause trouble in the western plains. That's why the northern domain is left." Fengxian pointed to the northern region and said, "Go to the northern region and secretly investigate. If you discover any large-scale human disappearances, then it's most likely the doing of the profound sky sect. That's right. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. In this way, I can search for both the profound ice bomb and the whereabouts of Jiang Shuolu. But what are Xiao Jun and Yuan Meng doing in the northern region? Feng Xian said, Xiao Jun is going to the northern domain to look for meteorites. He is a talent of light attribute. He needs to use an extraterrestrial meteorite to refine his body. In history, there has been a record of such meteorites. It is called the Star of the Milky Way. Such a meteorite will help Xiao Jun increase his cultivation and combat strength. Of course, he can't absorb meteorites like you absorb divine lightning. However, using meteorites to cultivate his body is very helpful. As for Yuan Meng, he's looking for spirit gemstones. Spirit channeling gem? Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yuan Meng in surprise. Could it be that you are going to undergo nether body refinement? Exactly. Feng Xian said, Spirit channeling gemstones can allow Yuan Meng to sense the nether realm. The nether realm was a world that could not be determined to exist or not exist. At the very least, no one had ever visited it. However, there was a large amount of strange ores in the mysterious nether realm. These ores were very powerful. For example, some peak earth vein experts could sense the nether gold in the nether realm and cultivate the nether gold's physique to the point that it was almost immortal. Nether gold was naturally very difficult to find, but the ores of the other nether realms were much easier to find. For example, nether copper, nether iron, nether silver, and so on. The names of these gold, silver, copper, and iron were given by the people of this world. In fact, those ores weren't gold, silver, copper, and iron. Instead, they were entirely new types of metals. Galaxy stars and spirit-channeling gemstones have appeared in the northern region. They are recorded in ancient historical documents, Feng Xian said. If the two of them can find those things, their strength will soar to the skies. Understood. Xiangnan took out a few items from his storage ring. They were a book and 2 knives. Xiangnan said, This book is the formula for forging Italian weapons. Feng Xian, take it back and give it to the half-gourd senior of the Howran sect. He will have a way to forge Italian weapons. With his connections, it won't be difficult to find an expert who understands insight techniques. And these 2 blades. Xiangnan handed the sabers to Yuan Meng and Xiao Jun respectively and said, This is something I trained more. Both of them are heavenly grade intent weapons. Originally, I wanted to use it as a sample and hand it over to Senior Half-a-Gourd. But since you guys are also going to the northern region, I'll let you use it directly. I know. Yuan Meng took the saber and said, Feng Xian has already mentioned it to us. He knows how to use this Italian weapon. Then let's finish our drinks and prepare to set off. Xiangnan raised his glass. The 4 of them drank their glasses in one gulp. Before leaving, Xiangnan went to the plum blossom forest and took Slaughter Luck out. The werewolf slaughtered Luck. His martial arts talent was heaven-defying, and his physical fitness was something that even Xiangnan could not compare to. Due to Xiangnan's face, Mr. Rihua gave Slaughter Luck a variety of powerful pills to make up for the guilt he felt towards Bai Mukin. Bai Mukin died, Mr. Rihua didn't help, Xiangnan died, and he didn't help either. These 2 things made Mr. Rihua's sleep difficult. When Xiangnan saw Slaughter Luck, this fellow's body had actually become a little smaller, only 5 meters tall. When Slaughter Luck saw Xiangnan, he was naturally extremely excited. He said, Mr. Rihua said that my physical body has great potential, but the current structure of my body is too loose, so he gave me a lot of body refining pills. It made my body more sturdy and sturdy, so my body shrank a little. Good fellow. Yuan Meng patted Slaughter Luck on the shoulder and said, You are a meter taller than me. This time, you have finally experienced the oppressive force when others saw me. My realm has also reached the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Slaughter Luck shook his shoulders and said, Old Master Rihua, teach me human martial arts every day. Now, I am already able to use my Yuan Qi proficiently. Very fast. Xiangnan was also shocked. When he first saw Slaughter Luck couldn't even sense his spiritual energy. Now, he could actually use his Yuan Qi. With Slaughter Luck's physique, which was considered abnormal among orcs, coupled with the support of Yuan Qi, his combat strength was simply unimaginable. All right, Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Let's go." Target, Northern Domain. The group of people stepped onto the teleportation array and disappeared into a ray of light. After everyone left, Feng Xian turned around and left. The Northern Domain was vast and boundless, and its entire area was several times larger than the Southern Domain. However, because the northern region was too cold, more than a fifth of the continent was located in the northernmost cold region. As a result, there were very few people. In terms of prosperity, it was far from being comparable to the southern region. The four of them passed through the Nine Heavens official teleportation array and directly arrived at the Steel Continent in the northern region. The Iron and Steel Continent was a very famous continent in the northern region. This place was rich in all kinds of precious metals, and it was simply an endless treasure trove. Although the average standard of living in the entire northern region was far inferior to that in the southern region, the polarization between the rich and the poor in the northern region was exceptionally serious. In terms of this Steel Continent, this continent alone was much richer than the 7 or 8 continents of the southern domain combined. They're too rich. The merchants here exported an average of 1% of the precious metals to other continents every year, including the 5 major regions of the Central Plains. What kind of concept was this? Together, the 5 regions only numbered 2,000 to 3,000 continents, but one steel continent could account for 1% of the total. Its metal exports are an unfathomable astronomical figure. When Xianxia and the others stepped onto the boundary of the Iron and Steel Continent, the 4 of them were all dumbfounded. I've never seen a continent or a country that would use metal so luxuriously. Looking around, this port city was filled with steel buildings that pierced through the clouds. Because the buildings on the Steel Continent were mixed with a large amount of precious metals, the metals that were used to forge weapons were mixed into the building materials and built into buildings. The scene in front of them was simply incomprehensible to Xianxia and the others. Boom! 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 Right in front of them, on the harbor, a 50-meter-tall metal puppet man was carrying 5 large containers as he rumbled past the crowd. Is that a puppet? Xiao Jun rubbed his eyes hard. The metal puppet man's entire body was made of pure metal, and his entire body was glittering with the faint light of profound Tao formations. Small diagrams were scattered all over the metal puppet man's body. The puppet man didn't have a head, and there was a man holding a low-grade spirit stone. This man used the power of spirit stones to drive the puppet metal man to complete all kinds of movements. Moreover, there were hundreds of metallic people with such complicated structures in a single harbor. Heavens! Don't they want money for the precious metals here? Our metals are all used to forge weapons. But they don't think they're enough, yet they're used as tools. Yuan Meng also felt amazed. Looking at the tall buildings in the distance, the steel tall buildings were not rough, their surface was painted, and some of them were even stuck with beautiful colored crystals. At a glance, the endless cloud-piercing tower was colorful and magnificent, just like a gem under the sky. I suddenly feel like a bumpkin. Xiao Jun was greatly frustrated. He said, "Originally, I thought that Haojing was the most prosperous city in the world, but only when I came here did I know that I am a frog in a well." The 4 of them left the harbor and walked towards the interior of the city. The streets were filled with demonic beasts. Large demonic beasts more than 10 meters long were pulling incomparably luxurious carriages around. The wheels of those carriages were inlaid with golden threads. Sometimes, 2 carriages collided, knocking a large amount of gold off the carriage. Even the owner of the carriage was too lazy to pick it up and gave it to pedestrians cheaply. So rich. Xianxia smiled and said, "Everyone here is rich. You know, demonic beasts are easy to catch, but it's very difficult to tame them into mounts. People from the Iron and Steel Continent buy demonic beasts in large quantities from other continents to use as mounts. It's really extravagant to the extreme. Holy shit! Look over there. Look over there." Xiao Jun's eyes flickered with small stars as he pointed at a colossus on the street in front of him. That puppet is holding a knife in his hand. Xiang Nan and the others hurriedly looked over, as expected. A 10-meter-tall metal puppet was actually walking down the street with a 10-meter-tall saber in its hand. On the puppet's shoulder sat a young martial artist. The martial artist was holding spirit stones in his hand, driving the puppet forward. On the one hand, the puppet could be used as his driver, and on the other hand, the puppet was clearly capable of fighting. Xiang Nan had seen quite a few combat puppets, and even those who knew a bit about the profound Tao could handle a few of them. However, puppets that were so large and made of all metal were very rare. The reason for that was because the materials of the metal puppets were obviously the main or for the creation of elementary earth weapons. However, metal puppets that were so inconceivable and priceless were not common in this place. Xiang Nan and the others had only seen 3 of them after walking a few streets. It was a bit too extravagant for the people here to use the main ingredients of a beginner earth soldier to forge a 10-meter-long battle puppet. Am I even him? I don't want to leave anymore. Xiao Jun scratched his head and said, "This place is so fertile. I really want to live here for the rest of my life." Xiang Nan shook his head with a smile and said, "Let's go. No matter how prosperous it is, it's not our home." Yuan Meng patted Xiang Nan's shoulder and said, "In the iron and steel continent, the few of us are going to separate. Xiao Jun and I are going to the continent further north to search for something. We will accompany you here for 2 more days." "Yes, it's rare to meet." Xiang Nan nodded. "Who is the person you are looking for?" Xiao Jun hurriedly asked. Xiang Nan said, "I heard that he is an expert called Old Man Tianji. I don't know which sex elder he is. Find a place to inquire about him." The 4 of them found an inn to stay in. This inn was golden and resplendent. The several large pillars in the hall on the first floor were all covered in gold. There were dragon-flying and phoenix-dancing patterns carved on them. Even the tables, chairs, and stools were made of pure silver, covered with furry demonic beast fur. It was very comfortable to sit on. Xiang Nan snapped his fingers twice and called for the waiter. After the 4 of them ordered some food and drinks, Xiang Nan casually asked the waiter, "Excuse me, have you heard of Old Man Tianji?" "Yes, of course." The waiter smiled. Xiang Nan suddenly became spirited. He only asked casually. He didn't expect that the waiter had actually heard of it. "You know Old Man Tianji?" Xiang Nan hurriedly asked. The waiter smiled and said, "Of course I know. I'm afraid there aren't many people in our steel continent who don't know about Old Man Tianji. However, everyone only knows him, but they don't know him. Old Man Tianji's temper is very strange. It is said that he was once an elder of a first-class sect, but after falling out with that sect, he left the sect. This person waved his gold like dirt, as if he had endless wealth. He had visited almost every entertainment venue on the steel continent. Have you seen our inn?" The waiter pointed at the magnificent inn and said, "Old Man Tianji sometimes comes to visit the sea. He will stay with us for a few days, and he is also a senior member of our inn." Xiang Nan smiled. He really had no place to find after stepping through the iron shoes. "Old Man Tianji, are you here now?" Xiang Nan asked. The waiter shook his head. "You're late. 3 months ago we held a tide-watching party in this city. Old Man Tianji came to play for more than half a month, and then he left." "What a strange personality," Xiao Junqi said. "The elders of other sects are all mature and steady, but this Tianji old man is like a child. He likes to play very much." Then, as he spoke, Xiao Jun suddenly grabbed Xiang Nan's shoulder. He stared at the entrance of the inn and said in a trembling voice, "Xiang Nan, I'm in love." Immediately after, Xiao Jun disappeared. Xiang Nan hurriedly looked towards the entrance of the inn and saw Xiao Jun leaning against the door frame and flirting with a beautiful girl with a smile. "Beautiful girl, can you have a drink with me and enjoy the beautiful moonlight together?" The so-called flower and full moon man is affectionate. If you and I miss out on it, wouldn't we have let down the beauty of that months-old man? Flower and full moon man is affectionate. The girl looked at Xiao Jun in surprise and asked curiously, "I'm a man." The corner of Xiao Jun's mouth twitched fiercely and he said, "Goodbye." Xiangnan was already used to Xiao Jun's ability to cause trouble, so he shook his head and didn't care. Then may I ask again, if I want to find Old Man Tianji, where do I need to go? The waiter was very accomplished and didn't find Xiangnan troublesome. He patiently replied, I really don't know. I'm afraid even Old Man Tianji himself doesn't know where he's going next. He always does as he pleases. However, there are a few places where you can try your luck. Perhaps he will go. Xiangnan hurriedly pulled out the map and laid it flat on the table. Please give me some pointers, he said. The waiter pointed at a city on the Steel Continent and said, This city is called Amethyst City. There is the oldest arena in the Steel Continent. 7 days from now, Amethyst City will host the entire continent's puppet competition. When the time comes, experts from all over the world will go and watch. Oh right, speaking of which, Miss Su Ran should also perform. She is the top and most famous singer in the Iron and Steel Continent. Old Man Tianji has few friends, but Miss Su Ran should be considered one. If you can get to know Miss Su Ran, she might be able to help you. Thank you so much. Xiangnan was overjoyed and hurriedly stuffed a handful of gold coins into the waiter's hand. The waiter shook his head with a smile and pushed the gold back. A martial artist like you are willing to lower your body and ask me respectfully. It means that you are a kind person. It is my honor to be able to serve you. This time, Xiangnan's favorable impression of the Iron and Steel Continent multiplied. The people here seem to have a good temper. Excuse me. Thank you, Xiangnan, for your guidance. When these words were spoken by him, it really meant that he had put down his body. If it was any other heaven-scrying realm expert, which one of them wouldn't be acting like a nostril facing the sky when dealing with a small waiter? Beside him, Slaughter Luck kept smiling and nodding. One of the major reasons he was willing to follow Xiangnan was because Xiangnan respected everyone he met by chance. In Xiangnan, Slaughter Luck could see the human civilization he yearned for. In this fierce era, few people were willing to speak like this. Xiangnan finished his meal and prepared to leave. He called Xiao Jun, who was hooking up with girls everywhere, and the four of them walked out of the inn. But outside the door, the waiter was already waiting, and he was holding a paper ticket in his hand. You've eaten well. The waiter smiled and handed the paper ticket to Xiangnan, saying, Our Steel Continent's buildings are generally very tall. So here, the experts from all sides have a very serious sense of airspace. Perhaps you are accustomed to flying freely in other continents, but it is not appropriate here. If you randomly intrude into other people's airspace, you will most likely attract death. Take this paper ticket. This is one of the main tools of passage in the Iron and Steel Continent, the demonic beast caravan. With this ticket, we can set foot on the convoy to Zijing City. We will arrive in about 3 days. Xiangnan was so grateful that he didn't know what to say, so he could only thank him again. Look at Xiangnan, then look at you. Yuan Meng raised his hand and slapped Xiao Jun on the back of his head. Slaughter Luck said, Be kind to others and people will be kind to you. The demonic beast caravan was a very new thing, at least to Xiangnan and the others. The carriage was pulled by 10 large demonic beasts, but the carriage was not an ordinary one, but an ice carriage. The Iron and Steel Continent had an official road for demonic beast convoys. It was called the Ice Road, and it was an icy road that was 1,000 meters wide. The demonic beast ladder was nailed with a tough but not sharp cotton stone. Could sprint wildly on the ice path, and there was no chariot shaft under the vehicle. It was a flat ice tray. The convoy was arranged longitudinally, one by one connected by iron chains. They could pull up to 20 at a time, each of which could be called by 40 people, with a total carrying capacity of 800 people. After Xiao Jun and the others got into the car, they kept looking around and were very surprised by everything here. At this time, there were constantly travelers holding paper tickets as they stepped onto the vehicle. When the time came, the coachman drove the demonic beast onto the journey. The 10 demonic beasts were flying forward. At first, they could only reach a speed of 20,000 li per day. However, as the demonic beasts continued to accelerate and maintain their inertia, their speed increased 3 times in a row until they finally reached 150,000 li per day. Ordinary vehicles would definitely not be able to withstand such a terrifying speed. Otherwise, the chariot would fly out. But this kind of vehicle's territory is the ice tray, slides on the ice path, does not have any pressure at all. Hua! Xiao Jun's eyes widened. How fast are you running? I'm afraid you can run more than 100,000 miles a day at such a speed? It's even faster than an ordinary cargo flying ship. Quickly look. Quickly look. Xiao Jun pointed down and said, It's up. This ice path has actually left the ground. We're running in the sky. Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng scratched the window and looked out. Indeed, the ice path was originally on the ground, but after leaving the city range, it was erected by pillars, rising into the air and getting higher and higher. With the horrifying speed of the convoy, once they collided with wild demonic beasts or towering trees, the consequences would definitely be very tragic. Therefore, when the ice path arrived in the wilderness, it was uplifted into the air. Below was a large stretch of wilderness that swiftly swept past. Strange demonic beasts could be seen wandering around the wilderness, and they could even see large demonic beasts hunting for food. In front, someone in the first carriage shouted loudly, Below is our Steel Continent's primordial demonic beast garden. Everyone can enjoy it at will. Later, there will be delicious food and wine. Please enjoy your journey. No wonder. Xiang Nan suddenly nodded. I'm still surprised. The Steel Continent is so rich. How could there be such a vast wilderness of light spears? So this isn't a wilderness, but it was deliberately turned into a demonic beast garden. These rich people really know how to play. Yuan Meng, why don't we stay? Xiao Jun said excitedly. Look at how fun this Steel Continent is. Let's not look for any stones anymore. It's fun to play here for a few months. Yuan Meng shook his head helplessly, ignoring him. Xiang Nan was also quite fresh and excited, but his mind was more delicate. He discovered that although Slaughter Luck had a smile on his face, his mood did not seem to be very high. Xiang Nan thought to himself, perhaps returning to the northern domain would bring about another sad incident of slaughtering Luck. Slaughter Luck? Do you know how to drink? Xiang Nan asked with his glass in hand. Of course, Slaughter Luck smiled. Come, have a drink with me. Xiang Nan raised his glass. Before the two of them could drink, the convoy suddenly began to slow down. The process of deceleration was very hasty. It suddenly dropped from the super high speed. Many passengers were unexpected and were all inertia-led flying away. Immediately after, a violent explosion sounded from a distance of a mile or two. The shock waves from the explosion were very intense, even affecting the convoy that Xiang Nan and the others were in. The convoy was sent flying by the shockwave. A fierce dragon wagged its tail from the long convoy on the icy path that towered into the clouds. Save me! Xiang Nan immediately shouted. The few of them were martial artists, so they were naturally not afraid. However, there were more than 700 people here who were just ordinary people. If they fell from a high place, there would definitely be death and no life. Xiang Nan waved his hand and released a stream of yuan qi, immediately engulfing 70 to 80 people. However, there were a total of more than 700 people here, and the 70 or 80 people he had captured were simply not enough. At this moment, the convoy had already been thrown sideways. Even though the ice path was 1,000 meters wide, if it was thrown at such a speed, it would crash in less than 10 seconds. Yuan Meng and Slaughter Luck directly broke the window and jumped out. Once the two behemoths landed, they immediately supported the tail-flapping vehicle with both hands. Pong! Pong! Two heavy hits rang out. The car they were blocking stopped, but the other cars were still shaking due to inertia. Xiao Jun! Come with me! Xiang Nan shouted and jumped out first. As soon as he stood on the surface of the ice, his feet slipped and he could only leave the ground and block the carriage in a flying state. Xiao Jun also joined in. The four of them blocked the long carriage, allowing the convoy to survive. However, at this moment, there were already 3 cars hanging in the air at the rear of the convoy. If it weren't for the steel ropes connecting them, they would have fallen off the convoy long ago and crashed into the ground. What's going on? Xiang Nan stabilized the vehicle, retreated the long convoy, and then flew up to look ahead. This sight caused Xianxia to feel both furious and surprised. There were murderers slaughtering civilians ahead. As for those murderers, they were all manipulating giant metal golems. Each golem was 10 meters tall, each holding a huge saber in his hand. Heaven Origin Realm. You've really seen a ghost. Xianxia's pupils constricted. He saw that those puppets actually possessed strength above the 5th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The puppets themselves did not have any boundary division, because the puppets did not possess a spiritual sea, but their strength could be divided according to the strength of a martial artist. In general, they could be divided into what boundary they were equivalent to a human. The mechanical beasts that Xianxia had encountered in the Devil Sea back then were precisely this principle. However, the realms of those mechanical beasts were far inferior to the realms of these metal puppets. There were also 2 convoys of demonic beasts right in front of them. The battle just now was triggered by the murderers stopping those 2 convoys to kill. At this moment, a puppet that was 12 meters tall suddenly soared into the sky. The giant puppet's head was empty, and there was a profound Tao cultivator sitting inside. The cultivator had a ferocious smile on his face. He maintained the formation on the puppet, drove the puppet down from the sky, and stamped off a vehicle with 1 foot. Boom! A violent Yuan Qi shock wave spread wildly again. Those murderers dragged the travelers out of the convoy and killed them on the spot. At this time, there were more than 100 corpses on the ice. These bastards! Xianxia pulled out his saber and rushed towards the murderers. He shouted, "You 3 protect the convoy. Leave the rest to me." "Oh? There's a busybody here." The giant puppet closest to Xianxia immediately turned around and ran towards Xianxia. This puppet could be said to be a battle puppet. All parts of its body, as well as the various formations hidden within its body, were all used to fight. The puppet even had 4 legs and 8 arms. Each arm was holding a giant 10-meter broadsword, and its realm was already equivalent to a human martial artist's 6th level of heavenly Yuan. Clang! The puppet's 10-meter-long saber collided with Xianxia's giant saber. Xianxia's 4-meter saber had always been exaggerated in shape. The moment he took it out, it possessed an incomparable visual shock. But in front of these puppets, it was much weaker. However, Xianxia's strength was very strong. When the 2 blades collided, the heavy saber of the puppet was directly slashed away, and even the back of the hand that grabbed the saber was broken. Bastard! Xianxia jumped up and directly jumped onto the puppet's chest. The huge saber stabbed towards the Xiandao cultivator on the puppet's head. Ascension formation! The Xiandao cultivator was shocked and hurriedly slapped the puppet with his palm. At this moment, a circular diagram on the puppet's body suddenly shone. A strange power suddenly tossed Xianxia into the sky. Xianxia felt like he was weightless in an instant, like a feather floating in the air. Not far away, the screams of civilians being slaughtered could be heard again. Xianxia was furious. He was in the air and slashed at the puppet. A fierce saber light shot out, directly slicing the puppet's entire waist. The Xiandao cultivator crawled out of the room in a sorry state. Immediately after, there was a loud boom. The puppet he was riding on exploded violently due to the destruction of the formation. The cultivator didn't even let out a miserable scream when he was blasted to pieces. Xianxia turned around and rushed towards another puppet. There were a large number of these murderers, and there were 23 puppets under their control. Where did this wild brat come from? He doesn't know whether to die or not. A 15-meter tall metal puppet rushed towards Xianxia. This puppet's realm had already reached the astonishing 1st level of Heaven Scryer. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful combat puppet in such a damn place. The combat puppet also had 8 arms, and its entire body was actually wrapped in a thick layer of astral qi. Xianxia directly charged forward and used his shoulder to knock the puppet into pieces. He reached out and pulled out the cultivator on the puppet's head and cut it in half. Xianxia charged into the army of murderers as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. He was actually using his flesh and blood to suppress the metal puppets. The puppets that he had struck were powerless to retaliate. Retreat! Retreat! A murderer shouted loudly. 18 of the 23 puppets were shattered by Xianxia. The last 5 puppets flew into the sky and turned into bright light to flee. Save me! Save me! Xianxia ignored the pursuit of the murderer and hurriedly called Xiao Jun and the others over to heal the wounds of the injured. Previously, the civilians in Xiangxia's convoy had also rushed over to help. Some helped bandage the wounded, while others fed the wounded with herbs. The civilians who were attacked were all extremely miserable. Most of them had broken arms and legs. Some of them had their legs crushed by the puppets. Those bloody legs were stuck on the ice path and could not be pulled off. Seeing this scene, Xiangxia's eyes turned red and he angrily said, "Who were those people just now? Why did they attack civilians?" The person in charge of their convoy said with a grim expression, "Those are the people from the sect." What? Xiangxia was shocked. The righteous sects should act righteously and protect the civilians. How could they torture and kill the civilians so unscrupulously? This matter is very complicated. The person in charge sighed. "It doesn't matter. I have a lot of time. Tell me about it." Xianxia used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to treat the injured, while listening to the person in charge explain the situation of the Iron Continent sect. In the beginning, the local sect was indeed a decent sect. Like other continents, not only did they have good relations with the government, they also cared for the commoners. After all, the main reason why a sect could continue to exist was that the sect needed to continuously absorb young martial artists from the commoners to strengthen its own power. But afterwards, everything became abnormal, causing the local sect to gradually walk a crooked path. The reason for all of this was because of the word wealth. On the main road of Xianxia and the others, the sect's basic mountain would not interfere in the commoners' world. At most, they would only live in the same hometown as the commoners. The only intersection between them was business. Take Xianxia for example. Ever since he stepped into the martial arts world, he basically didn't have much contact with the commoners, nor would he brazenly run to a family and beat them up to show off his strength. However, it was different in the Iron and Steel continent because the local civilians were too wealthy. He was so rich that he could even directly purchase powerful puppets from a sect like the Dark Underworld sect. Excessive wealth had aroused the interest of some sect disciples in the commoner world. Usually, when they robbed a family with a low and middle-class standard of living, they could go to the auction house to buy an origin transformation pill. Because of this, the disciples of the sect moved the mortal heart. From time to time, they would sneak out and wear night clothes to play the role of thieves. They would commit all sorts of crimes in the commoner world. After he finished his evil deeds, he put on his respectable sect attire and swaggered back to the sect. The sects weren't blind either. After discovering this, they punished the disciples who had done evil severely and punished them severely. However, this was still unable to stop more and more sect disciples from coveting the wealth of the commoners. In the end, this matter was like a plague of locusts. It was already out of control. Those disciples who had been expelled from the sect simply turned into bandits and colluded with each other. Without the restriction of their status as sect disciples, they were even more capable of unscrupulously killing civilians and robbing large amounts of wealth. The person in charge of the convoy sighed. In the beginning, the strongest disciples who were expelled from the sect were only at the origin realm. However, for hundreds of years, they have been plundering their wealth and purchasing pills, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and so on. Up until now, some of the strongest criminals in the region have already reached the fortune realm. Hearing the description of the team leader, Xianxia didn't know what to say. He suddenly remembered what Dead-Eye had said to him. It seems that wealth is a sin from which no one is immune. It's like you're a jackal. You walk past ant nests every day and you look down on those ants. But suddenly, one day, these ants had endless meat. The meat piled up into a mountain and was placed next to the ant nest. Would you steal it? The person in charge of the convoy grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Little hero, hurry up and leave. You killed quite a few of them, and they will definitely come back to find trouble with you. These people are extremely ferocious. They no longer have a home, no sect of their own. They don't care about life or death at all. They are a bunch of complete lunatics." Yes, you should leave quickly. We are just ordinary people. We are not worthy of a lofty martial artist like you to work for us. Someone beside us advised. What are you talking about? Xianxia said angrily. What do you mean by lofty? Ordinary people and martial artists are all human beings. I want to see what they can do to me. This bunch of bastards who have disgraced the sect disciples must be taught a lesson. That's right. Yuan Meng hugged his shoulders and was furious when he heard this. You really embarrass the disciples of the sect. If these people dare to come again, he will come one and I will kill one. Hurry up and save them. After bandaging them up, let's see which carriages have not been destroyed. Together, let's go together. Xianxia commanded everyone to save them. When they were done, they immediately threw the destroyed vehicles down. The remaining vehicles and the living demonic beasts were all connected by iron chains, and the vast convoy continued on their way. Inside the carriage, Xiao Jun asked curiously, Look at the puppets used by the disciples of the sect. Isn't it very strange? I've never seen such a thing before. The puppets of our southern domain are all made exactly like ordinary people. They are expressionless, just following their masters. But the puppets here can actually be manipulated. Yes, I noticed it a long time ago. Xianxia pulled out a broken puppet arm from his storage ring and said, Look at this. There are densely packed small formations on this arm. These formations are driving the puppets to move. Normally, puppets are directly connected to the will of Xiandao cultivators. Xiandao cultivators only need a single thought, and the puppets can fight according to the cultivator's thoughts. However, most of the people here are not profound Dao cultivators. That's why the puppets here look like this, allowing ordinary people to control them as well. I understand. I don't need a soul. Xiao Jun snapped his finger. Normal puppets need to communicate with cultivators' souls, but such puppets don't need souls. They can be used. That's what I meant. Xianxia nodded and said, These combat puppets were created by evil Xiandao cultivators. Xianxia stretched out his finger and flicked it twice on the puppet's arm, making a clanging sound. Xianxia said, This mechanical puppet possesses the 6th level of the heavenly Yuan realm. Look at this material, it is made from the main materials of a beginner Earth soldier. This is another important reason. I understand too, Yuan Meng said thoughtfully. In our southern domain, whoever can find the materials of an elementary-grade earth weapon is treated as a treasure. It's too late to refine it into an earth weapon. How could he be willing to make a puppet? But the people of the Iron and Steel continent are too rich. They don't care about these forging materials at all. Yes, Xianxia said. A puppet like this can be trained into at least 3 or 5 earth soldiers. Damn it! Xiao Jun snatched the puppet arm over and stuffed it into his storage ring. The proportion of materials in this is so high. I have to take it back and refine a weapon. Xiao Jun snatched the puppet arm over and stuffed it into his storage ring. Look at your little accomplishment. Xianxia curled his lips and said, If you want it, I'll give you a heavenly armament later. After saying that, Xianxia began to ponder on his own. He had seen many puppets in the chained area of the Devil Sea. Those puppets were all beaten into mechanical beasts, and their bodies also contained materials for forging spirit weapons, earth weapons, and even heavenly weapons. After he killed those mechanical beasts, the artifact forging materials in his body would immediately shrink, condense into a complete mass, and fall out as a reward to the passers-by. In modern times, there were very few profound Dao cultivators who specialized in puppet forging. Basically, they were all focused on pill refining and artifact refining because these two were the 2 most lucrative items, and they were also very helpful to themselves. If they refined pills and ate them themselves, they would be able to raise their cultivation realm. However, on the Steel continent, there seemed to be a group of cultivators specializing in puppets. Xianxia was lost in thought. Could it be that some of the Xiandao cultivators here had been to the Devil Sea before? And from the chain-locked mechanical beast he got inspiration? Xianxia himself had only made a rough guess about these things. He only knew that a large number of heavenly profound sect disciples had entered the Devil Sea back then. It was getting dark, and the convoy was sprinting under the starry sky. The night was very dense, but the ice path was mixed with a very expensive fluorite powder. After absorbing the sunlight of the day during the day, it would begin to shine at night. Looking out of the car window, the ice path leading to the junction of heaven and earth in the distance shone under the starry sky, like a dream road. Xianxia had studied the combat puppets for a long time, but to be honest, he still disdained this kind of thing. Firstly, there was no way for a puppet to raise its cultivation level. Secondly, a puppet was, after all, an external object. No matter how powerful a person was, as long as he lost his puppet, he would still be a piece of trash. Puppet technique was just a corner of the vast river of martial arts. Because it had no future, it was gradually abandoned by others. Now, it seemed that these puppets were shining once again in the iron and steel continent. This was indeed due to the special local environment. Only the people of the iron and steel continent could afford the puppets, or even buy them in large quantities. A mere Xiantian 2 to 3 layer puppet jumping onto a heavenly Yuan realm puppet could even compete with a heavenly Yuan realm expert. This was truly attractive. At this moment, the convoy began to slow down again. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat and he immediately looked out of the window. In the distance, Bingdao actually broke. The car slowed down and finally stopped in front of the broken road, almost falling off. Xianxia was about to move, but Slaughter Luck put his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and said, "Master, I can't trouble you to personally take care of everything. Leave it to me. Don't call me master." Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Slaughter Luck's face was cold as he jumped out of the window with a whoosh. His 5-meter-tall body was shrouded in a cloak, and it looked very shocking on a cold night. A giant puppet jumped up from beneath the joint. That puppet actually possessed the strength of a heaven-scrying first-stage cultivator. "Don't be afraid," Xianxia said to Slaughter Luck. "The puppet does not have a spiritual C. It is only at the first level of heaven scryer, but it will not suppress you in any way." There was a middle-aged man sitting on the puppet. From the looks of it, this man's cultivation level was about the second level of the heavenly Yuan realm. The middle-aged man sneered, "Normally, we won't interrupt the ice path. Because the ice path is damaged, civilians won't be able to pass through here for a period of time, and we won't be able to rob them. But I heard that someone dared to cause trouble for us today. This matter is very serious." Slaughtering Luck belonged to a branch of the ice wolf. He was used to moving around in ice and snow, and this tiny ice path had no effect on him at all. However, seeing Slaughter Luck shaking his enormous body and striding towards the puppet, he roared, "Those who dare to intercept my master deserve to die." The middle-aged man laughed loudly. "Orcs? A mere orc dares to speak such nonsense in front of me." After saying that, this person controlled the puppet and immediately rushed towards Slaughter Luck. The huge saber in his hand fiercely slashed towards Slaughter Luck's head. Slaughter Luck stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed the huge saber with a clang. The middle-aged man was immediately shocked. What kind of damn power is this? Dozens of 10-meter-tall yak men were unable to hold back a single slaughter. That slaughterer physical fitness was extremely abnormal among the orcs. "Roar!" Slaughter Luck shook his hand and threw the puppet away. Immediately after, its body made a bow and charged at the puppet for a short distance, shattering the puppet into pieces on the spot. The middle-aged man panicked and wanted to fly away, but Slaughter Luck grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. Then, he took out his heart with a claw. Too strong. Xiao Jun's eyes widened. 6th Heavenly Yuan stage. The puppet of the first Heavenly Scryer stage was actually crushed in one move. I've discovered another huge drawback of the puppet. Yuan Meng heaved a sigh of relief and said, "The puppet is unable to release any martial skills." Xianxia flew out of the vehicle and placed his right hand on the ice path. Then, he used the power of his water veins to release a large amount of cold air, repairing the broken ice path completely. Everyone in the convoy cheered happily. The vehicle began to move forward again. The night was not peaceful. Xianxia and the others were attacked repeatedly by murderers, but with Xianxia and the others protecting them, all the attacks were useless. However, this also slowed down their journey. Originally, they could feel Zijing City within 3 days, but it took them 5 days. At the same time, Xianxia understood that the Steel Continent was not peaceful, and all forces were rampant. Zijing City was magnificent, much richer than the first port city that Xianxia and the others had stepped into. The entire Amethyst City was located in a cold area. The tall buildings that towered into the clouds all shone with the light of ice crystals under the sunlight. They were extremely beautiful. After getting off the car, everyone took turns to come up and express their gratitude to Xianxia and the others. They also wanted to give Xianxia and the others some gold coins as a reward. Naturally, Xianxia rejected them all and said, "Not all the disciples of the sect have done evil. I hope that everyone will not lose confidence in the sect." "Xianxia, it's almost time for us to leave." Yuan Meng patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "This is the end of the journey." Xiao Jun was very unhappy. "What's the hurry? Play for a few more days. It's been a long time since we met up with Xianxia. You still want to leave in a hurry?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Didn't you all join the Howren sect anyway? Aren't you afraid that you won't have a chance to see each other again? Don't worry, I won't die so easily." "Oh right, Yuan Meng. There's something I want to discuss with you." Yuan Meng laughed loudly and said, "They are all close brothers. If you need anything, just say it." Xianxia looked at Slaughter Luck and said, "I want you to take Slaughter Luck with you. On the one hand, he can help you fight. On the other hand, your martial skill is very suitable for Slaughter Luck. You are all strength-type martial artists. Along the way, I hope you can give me more guidance on martial arts." Slaughter Luck hurriedly said, "Master, I'm not leaving. I want to follow you and protect you." Xianxia smiled and said, "I've already said that you're all brothers. Don't call me master anymore. Follow Yuan Meng. You won't be able to protect me until you're stronger. Will you?" Slaughter Luck was extremely reluctant, but he did not want to disobey Xianxia's wishes. In the end, the few of them could only part ways in Zijing City. Amethyst City was a very famous city on the Steel Continent. The traffic here was also everywhere, and there were even official teleportation formations that directly led to the other continents in the northern region. Before leaving, the 4 of them drank a meal of wine before reluctantly parting. Xianxia was walking alone in the flower-filled Amethyst City, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. He didn't like to part either. He was used to acting alone, and suddenly having friends with him made him feel really warm. However, everyone had their own responsibilities on their shoulders, and as martial artists, they needed to have the consciousness to create their own world. After all, martial artists weren't soldiers, and martial artists were often more suited to fight alone. The arena was a famous entertainment venue in Amethyst City. 2 days later, there was a big competition in the arena. At that time, martial artists from all over the world would bring their metal puppets to participate in the battle. The puppet competition was one of the most famous forms of entertainment in the entire Iron and Steel continent. Because civilians needed to use combat puppets to deal with those sect disciples who had fallen into the trap of bandits, it had become a tradition over time. Xianxia went to the arena to see what the competition was like. Before and after the arena competition, there would be scattered battles in the arena almost every day. The arena was incomparably large and could accommodate 100,000 spectators at the same time. Today was not a big competition, and the audience had reached 50,000 to 60,000 spectators. Xianxia spent a lot of money to buy a seat to watch the match. On the huge field, there were 50 arenas with diameters of up to 1,000 meters. Because the puppet's body was too large, the arena was also very large. Today, 49 of the 50 arenas were idle. Only one of the main arenas had 2 puppets fighting intensely. Waves after waves of cheers rang out. Xianxia looked at it and also aroused a little interest. The 2 10-meter-tall humanoid puppets were interrupting and changing moves. They could not be seen as clumsy mechanical puppets in the slightest. They were more like agile martial artists fighting. The 2 puppets were painted in 2 colors, one red and the other blue. The red puppet rushed forward and tripped the blue puppet with one kick. Then, his left hand grabbed the blue puppet's head and threw it away fiercely. Then he charged forward and smashed his knee onto the blue puppet's chest. The blue puppet was also extremely flexible. With one hand on the ground, his huge body floated upside down. His legs grabbed the red puppet's neck, and when he was hit in the chest by the red puppet, he also twisted the red puppet to the ground. The red puppet rolled on the ground and pulled out a 10-meter-long sword from its back. The sword was brandished into a large circle and fiercely slashed towards the blue puppet's chest. The blue puppet's body shrank, and its left palm slammed onto the ground. Its entire body jumped up, and its left hand grabbed the red puppet's neck in midair. Its right fist struck the red puppet's head fiercely. Pong! The red puppet took a few steps back, and the moment the blue puppet landed on the ground, it rushed forward with its shoulders crossed. A charge knocked the red puppet back, followed by an explosive charge that sent the red puppet flying into the sky. The blue puppet reached out and grabbed the giant red puppet's sword, retrieving it. Following that, it jumped up and split the red puppet in half. At this moment, the red puppet knelt on the ground with a loud boom. A young martial artist emerged from its mouth. It looked like he was only at the first level of the origin realm. Amongst the blue puppets, a beautiful girl jumped out. That girl was very beautiful. In terms of appearance alone, she was far inferior to Su Kaiyue, Xian Qingzhu, and Jiang Shuelu, but what was outstanding was that she had a heroic aura. At a glance, it gave off the feeling of a hero amongst women. At this moment, the applause was like thunder, and the cheers almost engulfed the entire arena. Woman! Xianxia was slightly stunned. He thought to himself that this was quite strange. A woman also liked this kind of intense battle. Su Ran! Su Ran! Su Ran! The crowd began to cheer the girl's name. Is she Su Ran? Xianxia was stunned and thought to himself, isn't this too coincidental? The first day I came to Amethyst City, I met Su Ran. I heard that Su Ran is one of Old Man Tianji's few friends. I was just looking for her, but she was in the arena. Looks like she's also a super fan of the puppet competition. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Zijing City before the competition and even fought herself. Su Ran smiled and bowed to the audience before pulling out a zither from his storage ring and playing it on the spot. At this time, groups of dancers also walked up from outside the arena and danced behind Su Ran. Su Ran played the strings lightly and sang, "Little Moon Mirror Man, how can Lone Moon Denyang be a pair?" At the end of the blooming season, Gufang won't compete with the crowd. May I ask when Jun Guishu will return? But I don't miss you anymore. This Su Ran's singing voice was not melodious, but had a very stubborn energy inside. She blossomed like a flower, but she did not participate in the flowering period and did not fight with the crowd. She missed her lover in her heart, but she did not miss his return. Instead, the man wanted to stay in all directions and let him travel far away. Xianxia could not help but nod. This woman had character, integrity, and was extraordinary. Even her singing voice revealed a heroic aura, unlike the melodious voice, nor did it resemble the soft woman's pity whispering. This kind of singing was the most consistent with the ideas and spirit of the people on the Steel Continent. Among the 50 to 60,000 people present, not even a single cough could be heard. Everyone quietly listened to her singing. After the song ended, everyone stood up silently and applauded softly. There was no noise, no cheers. They went in their most sincere manner. Su Ran smiled and tied her long hair into a ponytail. She moved her long legs and left valiantly. Someone beside him shook his head with incomparable enjoyment. To be able to listen to Miss Su Ran's song in this life is truly a death without regret. That's right. I didn't expect such a big shot like her to come to Zijing City. It's my fortune. Xianxia asked the nearby audience. Miss Su Ran, what is her background? That person glared at Xianxia fiercely. What kind of tone is this? Miss Su Ran is the dazzling star of our Steel Continent. She inspired us with her singing. She brought peace, courage, and confidence to us during the war. What do you mean? You don't even know Miss Su Ran. What a bumpkin. Xianxia smiled and said, I have just arrived in the Steel Continent, so I don't know enough about the local customs. The audience's expression changed and they hurriedly apologized. I don't know if my friend came from afar. My words just now were a bit serious. I hope you won't take offense. Xianxia smiled and said, It doesn't matter. The audience said, Our steel continent has 3 treasures, minerals, competition, and Su Ran. Someone said, I heard that Miss Su Ran was hiring a personal guard a few days ago. She also wanted to watch the arena competition. She was afraid that someone with bad intentions would disturb her, so she wanted to find someone with good kung fu to protect her. Speaking of which, the audience looked at Xianxia. Your aura should be a martial artist with a decent cultivation level, right? If you are interested in Miss Su Ran, why don't you apply? Perhaps she will value you. Another spectator nodded and looked at Xianxia while saying, Seeing that you are righteous, you should be a righteous person. Is there such a good thing? Xianxia rubbed his chin. Originally, when he saw Su Ran's status here, he thought that with his own identity, he was not qualified to approach her no matter what. From the looks of it, there was a good opportunity in front of him. She only needed to protect her seriously. After a long time, when she saw her sincerity, she might help her and introduce herself to Old Man Tianji. More than one person said that Old Man Tianji's personality was strange. If he were to stare bluntly at Xian Frost Thunder, he would probably be scolded to the point of blood spraying out of his head. If Su Ran came to mediate, perhaps Old Man Tianji would be willing to exchange the profound ice bomb with his own Red Devil blood bomb. May I ask where Miss Su Ran is applying for a bodyguard? Xianxia hurriedly asked. The audience said, It's in the Crystal Palace, where Miss Su Ran is staying. If you rush over now, you might still have time. Crystal Palace was a group of palaces that included inns, restaurants, and gardens. It was extremely famous in this land-rich amethyst city. Under the moonlight, the Crystal Palace glowed with a hazy glow that was like a dream. Raising his head, he saw a small clover emblem next to the words Crystal Palace. Of course. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. How could the Whampoa clan give up on fat meat like the Iron and Steel continent? He stepped into the door and prepared to look for the place where Miss Su Ran hired a martial artist. But as soon as he entered, he was stopped by a waiter. A waiter walked forward and said, My distinguished guest, may I ask if you want someone or if you want to check in? Xianxia said, I heard that Miss Su Ran is recruiting mercenary guards here. I'll sign up. The waiter smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, the registration time has passed. Please return. It's over. Xianxia was stunned. What a coincidence. Then I'll check in. Xianxia said. The waiter smiled and nodded. Of course. Do you have an appointment? What appointment? Xianxia asked curiously. The waiter said, The occupancy rate of our Crystal Palace has always been high. If you want to stay here, you must make an appointment beforehand. Our guests are already scheduled for next summer. If you don't have an appointment, please choose another inn. So powerful. Xianxia was very surprised. An inn actually had to make an appointment? Wasn't it necessary for so many people to come over and live in the dojo? Then I'll go in and take a look, Xianxia said. He still refused to give up. He thought that he would accidentally meet Miss Su Ran inside and say that he wanted to be a bodyguard. Perhaps Miss Su Ran would be kind and accept him as an exception. The waiter shook his head and said, I'm sorry. Miss Su Ran has been staying in our Crystal Palace recently, so this is an extraordinary time. If you don't want to stay, please go back. We don't allow idle people to enter our Crystal Palace. There were 4 sturdy men standing not far away, glancing at Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia and the waiter were entangled, they swayed their big arms and walked over. Looking for something? A strong man squinted his eyes and began to rub his fists. The waiter hurriedly waved his hand. Don't be impulsive. Don't scare our guests. He just doesn't know enough about the rules of our Crystal Palace. The strong man glared at Xianxia fiercely and said, Do you understand now? If you do, please leave. Xianxia was originally prepared to leave, but now, he was so angry that he laughed out loud. What a big show. I'm just here to get to know the situation. Are you guys going to beat me up? After missing the registration, Xiangnan was already a little unhappy. Now, he still had to look at the expressions of these servants. I'm here to stay, and I want to spend money here. How could I risk my life even if I stay here? If you don't say it well, I'll be beaten up by you guys. If you can live, then live. If you can't, then leave. What nonsense! The burly man walked closer and grabbed Xiangnan by the collar. If you don't leave, I'll send you away. As he spoke, the sturdy man forcefully lifted it and was about to throw Xiangnan out. However, when he mentioned this, he actually felt that Xiangnan weighed more than 10,000 jin. He was unable to lift it at all. Let go. Xiangnan looked down at the strong man's big hand and said indifferently, If you don't let go, I won't stand on ceremony. Heh! The other three burly men rubbed their fists and approached. The sun is really rising from the west. Someone actually dares to come to the Crystal Palace to cause trouble. After saying that, the three of them attacked at the same time, and their huge fists greeted Xiangnan's face. These four strong men were not low in cultivation. At the very least, as in security personnel, they were not low. Each of them possessed the 5th or 6th level of origin return. Xiangnan pinched his left hand and grabbed the strong man's wrist that was grabbing his collar. Then, he exerted force on his hand and the strong man's wrist was immediately squeezed out of shape, causing him to snort in pain. Then, Xiangnan took a step forward, banging, 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 and punching the four strong men's chests, sending them all flying. The four of them landed on the brilliant floor and slid more than 10 meters away in the Crystal Palace's main hall before stopping. Is this how you treat guests? Xiangnan narrowed his eyes. The waiter's expression changed and he said in a deep voice, Please forgive me. It's really because Miss Su-Ran lives in our Crystal Palace, and they are admirers of Miss Su-Ran, so they behaved recklessly. Normally, they would not be so impulsive. Xiangnan was angry in his heart. He twisted his collar and said, Your people attacked the guests. Is this the comfort you gave me? The waiter took a deep breath and was also enraged. Then what else do you want? He said. What else do I want? Xiangnan smiled angrily again. It seems like I came to find trouble and wanted to blackmail you. Your words sound a bit ear-piercing. As Xiangnan spoke, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a group of people. The hall was built like a patio. There was a corridor on the 7th floor around the outer ring. On the 3rd floor, Su-Ran and a group of guards were standing. Su-Ran looked down at Xiangnan with disdain and indifference in her eyes. Xiangnan knew that she must have misunderstood. She thought that she was here to find fault with the Crystal Palace and wanted to extort a sum of money from the Crystal Palace. The waiter swallowed his anger and repeatedly apologized to Xiangnan, expressing his willingness to offer 1,000 gold coins to compensate for Xiangnan's mental damage. The Whampoa aristocrat clan had a huge business and their clan's property spread throughout every corner of the world. However, it wasn't without reason that they were able to do so. At the very least, up until now, the waiter hadn't lost his mind and was still trying hard to solve the problem. Xiangnan smiled self-deprecatingly and thought to himself, Why are you tangling with these lowly dogs? Forget it. Thinking of this, Xiangnan waved his hand and turned to leave. What's going on? Just as Xiangnan was about to walk out of the door, Su-Ran's question suddenly came from the corridor on the 3rd floor. The waiter shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nothing much. It's just a hooligan who came over to cause trouble and wanted to make money. Miss Su-Ran has come out? We have prepared exquisite pastries for you. Hearing this conversation, Xiangnan's figure paused for a moment, but he still managed to endure it and strode out of the main door. Su-Ran walked downstairs and said to the waiter, There's going to be an arena competition soon. Recently, there have been a lot of fish and dragons mixed up in Amethyst City. Take extra precautions to avoid being exploited by people who harbor evil intentions. In addition, the herbal fees of the 4 injured friends are on my account. Miss Su-Ran, this kind of person is the most annoying. Do you want me to chase him out and teach him a lesson so that he can learn how to be a human? A guard who had successfully applied for the job said to Su-Ran. Su-Ran shook his head. No need. The wicked will be punished by the heavens. Yes. The guard nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. It's snowing. Xianxia stood on the flowery street and looked up at the sky. Snowflakes slowly fell from the pitch-black night sky. Under the moonstone illumination of the streets, it looked so beautiful. Xianxia received a snowflake in his hand and watched it melt. He muttered to himself, "The first step didn't go smoothly. I don't know how much trouble he will encounter next." Xianxia's calculations were wrong. He originally wanted to get close to Su Ran first, and then use Su Ran to get close to Old Man Tianji. Although doing so seemed to have some intention of using Su Ran as a gun, he didn't have any malicious intentions. He just made a deal with Old Man Tianji. However, no matter what, Xianxia knew his plan. To put it bluntly, he wanted to use Su Ran. Therefore, from the beginning, he felt a little guilty towards Su Ran. Therefore, when he saw Su Ran appear, he didn't want to provoke any more trouble and directly turned around to leave. However, what was the next step? Xianxia randomly found a tavern and sat at the window while looking at the streetscape while drinking stuffily. The tavern was located on the 66th floor of a high-rise building. It overlooked Amethyst City and could enjoy the beauty of a brightly lit city. I wonder what happened to Xiao Jun and the others? Did they reach their destination? I hope they can find clues to the outbreak of missing persons and resolve the heavenly profound sect one day sooner, as well as the big problem in my heart. Xianxia lowered his head and drank another mouthful of wine. He was well aware of the difference in strength between himself and Shen Qingzhu, so the world-exterminating divine lightning was imminent. He had to hurry up and obtain it. Moreover, even a single profound ice bomb was not enough for him to catch up to Shen Qingzhu. He still needed more. Xianxia flipped through a casual notebook, which contained some information about the world-exterminating divine lightning. The red devil blood lightning he had grasped was ranked 22nd on the divine lightning rankings. The white flame blazing lightning was ranked 17th, and the black ice frost lightning was ranked 12th. Xianxia could absorb a total of 9 world-exterminating divine lightning. Strictly speaking, he had only absorbed 1. The other 2 small ice lightning were just the derivatives of the profound ice lightning. They weren't complete divine lightning at all. The second world-exterminating divine bomb that he wanted to absorb was the black ice frost bomb that was ranked 12th. This was indeed quite worthwhile. However, how to obtain the profound ice bomb was a big problem. How could he approach Old Man Tianji? Forget it, let's wait. After Old Man Tianji appears, let's see if there's anything similar between us. Outside, on the brightly lit streets, there were wealthy civilians walking through the streets. There were also beggars dressed in tattered clothes crawling slowly on the street corners in the snow. Passers-by looked down on the beggars and didn't even bother to look at them. Too many outsiders heard about the fertility of the Steel Continent. They wanted to come here to get a bucket of gold. Unexpectedly, this place was only a paradise for the locals. An outsider in such a place didn't have much foothold at all. Many wealthy people came to the Iron and Steel Continent to do business with their ideals in mind. They wanted to make a fortune, but in the end, they were displaced and begged along the streets. In just a few days, Xianxia had gained a new understanding of the Iron and Steel Continent. The locals here were exceptionally united, but they treated outsiders politely and kindly on the surface. In the depths of their hearts, they felt a faint sense of indifference. Perhaps in their eyes, people all over the world are coveting their wealth. Everyone who comes to the Iron and Steel Continent has evil intentions. Xianxia smiled helplessly. Perhaps it is because they have endured too many tribulations that they have no choice but to take precautions? Suddenly, this sentence came from a nearby table and connected Xianxia's words. Xianxia turned around and saw a handsome middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. The man was dressed in a plain white robe that was simple but not simple. There were faint golden patterns on his collar. He placed his left hand on his leg and his right hand pinched a glass of wine. He carefully drank and pecked. From the looks of it, he seemed to have a very serious cleanliness habit. Tribulation. Xianxia raised his glass with a smile and said, "Which corner of the world hasn't had any problems? This isn't the reason why people from the Iron and Steel Continent reject outsiders." The middle-aged man took a sip of wine and took out a brocade handkerchief. He quickly wiped it off the table for a while, then picked up his wine cup and said, "Even the disciples of the local sects did not hesitate to betray him and rob the residents of the Iron and Steel continent. Such an environment makes it difficult for them to believe even their own people. How can they trust outsiders?" Xianxia frowned and shook his head. "I don't agree with what you said. I don't think there are any natives in this world. There are only differences between people and outsiders. There are good people everywhere and evil people everywhere. We can't generalize by region." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he kept recalling Xianxia's words. "There is only difference between people. This kind of starting point for looking at people is quite new. A toast to you." The man handed out a glass of wine. Xianxia also handed out his wine glass. The moment the two of them touched each other, Xianxia withdrew his wine glass in time and drank it all in one mouthful. The middle-aged man admired this small detail. Xianxia saw that this person loved to be clean, so he didn't let his wine glass touch the man's wine glass to show his respect for the man's personal habits. Xianxia's inadvertent action caused the middle-aged man to have at least a slight sense of identity with Xianxia. The man snapped his fingers and pointed at Xianxia's table. "I'll pay for this little friend's bill." After saying that, the man passed by behind Xianxia. Then his body jumped slightly and he jumped out of the window. "This is the 66th floor." Xianxia hurriedly looked out of the window. The middle-aged man was already walking slowly on the street not far away with his hands behind his back. Amazing! Xianxia's heart trembled slightly. It would take time for the human body to fall. When the man jumped out of the window, Xianxia subconsciously looked out. According to the normal falling speed, when Xianxia saw it, the middle-aged man should only land on the 65th floor, at most on the 64th floor. However, in reality, the man seemed to have ignored the falling distance. The moment he flipped through the window, he was already walking on the street. This move made Xianxia feel inferior to himself. Even if it was him, he would not be able to accomplish it unless he used the shadow transformation technique or transformed into lightning. "It's sort of fun." Xianxia smiled. When Xianxia sat down to continue drinking, something suddenly appeared on the table, causing his heart to rise. There were a few words on the table. "The storm is about to start. Please leave quickly." These 7 words seemed to be written on Xianxia's desk after someone had touched the wine with his finger. If I'm not mistaken, it must be that middle-aged man. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He had seen everything the middle-aged man had done just now, and he had no idea when he had written it. He clearly didn't approach his desk. He just passed by behind him and jumped out of the window. "It's getting more and more interesting." Xianxia rubbed his chin and sized up the words. What does this mean? Could it be that something big is about to happen in Zijing City? The middle-aged man had a good impression of him, so he persuaded him to leave as soon as possible to avoid being implicated. At this moment, Xianxia saw a hurried figure on the street outside the window. Moreover, that figure was very familiar. "Wampoa Ruyan?" Xianxia frowned. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat for no reason. He carefully observed. She noticed that Wampoa Ruyan was alone, clutching her stomach and hurrying along the street, as if she was running away. Xianxia's gaze shifted backwards. 2 people in the crowd lowered their hands. Although they looked like they were actually walking faster than they were running. They were running in the same direction as Wampoa Ruyan. What's going on? Is there anyone else who dares to attack the Wampoa aristocrat clan? Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately put down his glass and jumped out of the window. He didn't have the means of the middle-aged man, and he couldn't land on the ground in an instant. Instead, he spread out his arms and let himself slowly descend towards the road in front of Wampoa Ruyan in a soaring manner. After that, Xianxia's figure was well protected by the starless night and the pitch-black sky. A long river runs through Zijing City. 500 meters in front of Wampoa Ruyan is a bridge connecting the 2 ends of the street. The silent river water hadn't frozen yet. Occasionally, red and green flower boats would slowly sail past, and bursts of laughter and singing could be heard from men and women. Wampoa Ruyan lowered her head and walked forward quickly. The 2 people behind her were getting closer and closer to her, and they were about to catch up. When he arrived near the arch bridge, Xianxia suddenly flashed in front of him. He covered Wampo Arian's mouth and pulled her to the other side of the corner. Wampo Arian's reaction was swift. She held an ice-cold dagger in her hand. The sharp dagger had already pressed against Xianxia's stomach for the first time. After seeing that the person in front of her was Xianxia, a trace of surprise flashed in Wampo Arian's eyes. Immediately after, she relaxed and fainted in Xianxia's arms. Xianxia supported her with his dipper chi, letting her lean against the wall first, and then he suddenly stretched out his hands towards the opposite side. At the same time, the two pursuers of Wampo Arian also flashed out. Both of them held cold daggers in their hands and stabbed towards Xianxia's eyes and throat at the same time. The two of them had extremely high cultivation bases, and both of them were at the Heaven Scryer level 1. Xianxia bent his body. His left hand gave one person a close way to a palm, while his right hand gave another person a mocha finger against his chest. One palm and one finger immediately shattered the hearts of the two of them. Xianxia supported the two of them, took out some wine and spilled it on them, then let them sit in the corner, disguised as drunkards who were drunk and asleep. Then he supported Wampo Arian and quickly left the scene. He randomly found a small inn, laid Wampo Arian on her back, and asked the waiter for hot water. Xianxia carefully opened Wampo Arian's clothes and couldn't help but frown. On Wampo Arian's snow-white lower abdomen, there was a cut across her entire stomach. With a single glance, one could immediately see the internal organs inside. Xianxia had never expected such a serious injury to appear on Wampo Arian. Too much blood has been lost. Xianxia first cleaned her wounds and then used the 9 Purities Cosmos skill to treat her injuries. After a long time, Wampo Arian finally woke up with her lips pale. The first time she woke up, she reached out to touch the pillow, as if she was looking for a weapon. "You're awake." Xianxia walked in with a basin of hot water and smiled. After seeing Xianxia, Wampo Arian's eyes turned red, and she leaned against the bed rail and started crying softly. This scene caught Xianxia off guard. He knew that Wampo Arian was a strong woman and had never seen her show such emotions. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can touch you." Xianxia hurriedly sat over and held Wampo Arian in his arms, comforting her softly. Wampo Arian's small mouth was curled up, as if she had suffered a great grievance. "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid," Xianxia said softly, patting her back gently. After a while, Wampo Arian pushed Xianxia away embarrassedly. There was a morbid blush on her face. "I made you laugh." As she wiped away her tears, she whispered, "I've never been like this before. I don't know why I suddenly saw your face just now, but I suddenly feel all sorts of grievances in my heart. It seems like only by your side can I vent this grievance. What are you saying? Do you still need to treat us this differently?" Xianxia wet the towel and wiped the blood off her hands. "I let you save me again." Wampo Arian lowered her head and watched Xianxia wipe her hands for her. She said softly, "I don't know how much you owe me in your previous life, but I feel a little sorry for letting you save us sisters again and again in this life." "Who was the one who chased you earlier?" Xianxia asked. Wampo Arian said, "I knew you wouldn't die. After the battle of Beast Spirit Island, I found Dream Butterfly through various relationships. I wanted to ask her for something from your life as a memento, but she told me that you ate the resurrection pill and that you are still alive." Xianxia nodded. Seeing Wampo Arian deliberately changing the topic, he asked, "Are those two people trying to steal you away or just kill you?" Wampo Arian said, "Why did you appear in such a place?" Xianxia sighed. He knew that Wampo Arian was unwilling to tell him some secrets. He said, "Do some personal things. Don't move. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. I only healed your wounds, but your body is still very weak." Xianxia brought over another bowl of ginseng soup and said, "Just now, you cooked it while you were unconscious. Drink it and replenish your body." Wampo Arian held the bowl of medicine in her hands and drank it in small mouthfuls. She narrowed her eyes bitterly after taking a sip. Xianxia rarely saw such a little girl acting like this on her face, so he couldn't help but curl his lips. You're still laughing. Wampo Ruyan stretched out her hand and hit Xiang Nan, but the wound that had just healed was affected. She let out a loud sigh of pain. Tell me, what kind of trouble are you in? Let's see if I can help you, Xiang Nan asked. Wampo Ruyan looked at the sky outside and said, How long have I been unconscious? Xiang Nan said, It's been a day and night. You were attacked last night, and now it's the next night. Wampo Ruyan covered her stomach and said, I want to eat roasted chicken. Xiang Nan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have it here. I won't eat from your storage ring. Wampo Ruyan pursed her lips and said coquettishly, I want to eat roasted chicken with lotus leaves from Pine Boulevard. Ah, the Xiang Nan rubbed his nose. I have to stay and protect you. Hurry up and go. Wampo Ruyan pushed Xiang Nan hard and said, Hurry up and buy it for me. Xiang Nan was really helpless. His head was filled with confusion, but Wampo Ruyan refused to say anything. She could only shake her head and go out to buy roasted chicken for her. After Xiang Nan left, Wampo Ruyan sat back down disappointedly. She covered her stomach and muttered to herself, I don't know how much longer I can live. If this is the only time left in my life, I really want to let go of my identity, let go of everything, and leave with young Master Xiang Nan. But I know, I can't let it go. A message flew in from the window and landed in Wampo Ruyan's hand. She opened the message and a deep voice came from inside. Ruyan, the northern clan already has ulterior motives. We need to retreat from the northern domain as soon as possible.